This is Audible.
A Gentleman Undone by Cecilia Grant. Narrated by Susan Erickson. Copyright 2012 by Cecilia Grant. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mary Delahant, writing as Cecilia Grant, care of Judith Ehrlich Literary Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2012 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Prologue. June, 1815. What the devil were you thinking to move him? The surgeon stank of blood. In the meagre candlelight allotted to this section of the makeshift hospital, he was all crags and shadows, and slick to the elbows with the life of other men. None of the litter-bearers would stop for him. I waited hours. His voice bled raw at the edges, rasped to almost nothing by a day of shouting over gunfire, shouting over cannons, shouting over the thunder of two nations' cavalry. Just as well he couldn't speak up. This was a church, or had been before its conscription into such gruesome service. Presumably it would be a church again, once all these men could be transported on to Brussels, Bruges. One of the proper hospitals, with proper beds instead of narrow benches and a cold stone floor. At all events, a man ought to show respect. You know they have their orders. The doctor crouched by the bench on which Talbot lay, prodding at his lifeless limbs. Or not lifeless, strictly, because he was not dead. His chest heaved in a weird rhythm that seemed to bear little relation to breath. They must take officers first, and then they look for the men we have the best hope of repairing. Lord knows we've got enough of those to keep us busy. We don't need to go foraging for desperate cases. Surely a doctor didn't do any good to a patient by speaking that way in his hearing. Will opened his mouth to say something to that effect, and closed it again. The man's demeanor must be the least of his concerns. The essential matter, it seemed, was the state of Talbot's arms and legs. Broken as he was, he'd still been able to move fingers and toes when he lay on the field. So to transport him had perhaps been a mistake after all. No, not perhaps. Of a certainty. But a certainty barely glimpsed through the haze of 3 days' exhaustion. Like some monstrous shape at some great distance, lurching to its feet to begin its shambling, implacable approach. Time enough to deal with that later. Well, he's here now. Command came without conscious thought, after enough practice. Brush aside what was inessential, clear a path, and set the man on it. There's no foraging involved. All I ask is that you take a look and see what can be done for him, same as you've been doing all night. Did you not understand me? The surgeon sat back on his heels, his face lost in shadow. He's had an injury to the spine. He's got no movement or even feeling in his legs. There's nothing we can do for him. He swallowed. It felt like downing a handful of grape shot. How can you know that? You've barely looked at him. The light in here is too poor for you to properly see. What if it's simply pain and prostration that's left him unable to move? Even through the shroud of fatigue he could hear the senseless, flailing nature of these arguments. Abruptly he clumped his jaws together and took a step back. Something impeded his progress. Someone, rather. Some infantryman who'd not had the benefit of a lieutenant to find him a place on one of the pews. He lay crumpled on the stones, his wide, unbelieving eyes connecting with Will's for a second or two before his gaze veered off to the darkness overhead. He wasn't making a sound, this one, but others were. Sounds such as one heard in the aftermath of battle, made worse by their concentration in a small space, by the echoing effect of the stone walls, by the awful irony of the setting. Will breathed in slowly and breathed out again. 2 days ago, he'd knelt in the crossroads at Quatre Bras, scrambling to reload his musket. Powder, ball, paper, quickly, as the cuirassiers in their formidable gleaming breastplates charged in, and he'd thought, "Now I know what hell will be like." Some 30 hours later, he'd revised the thought. Hell was a sleepless night in frigid rain, with one battle behind you and another ahead, sodden uniforms squishing comically as you lifted a hand and set it on the shoulder of some frightened young man you couldn't find the words to console. Then hell had been battle again. The noise and the stench, and the comrades struck down. And hell had been the search for survivors. And hell had been the long wait with Talbot, the bone weariness, the dwindling hope of aid, the desperation that had finally compelled him to pick up the man and carry him here. With his faculties intact, he would not have made that mistake. Nor would he have made the mistake of believing he'd already seen hell. Hell, clearly, was the hopeless section of the church-turned-hospital. Broken soldiers discarded like so much human rubbish on the stones, crying to God or the doctor or their mothers for mercy that would not come. No, a man could drown in such thoughts, and he had better things to do this minute than drown. Please. The surgeon was rising to his feet. This was his last chance to find the approach that would compel him to do something for the man he'd carried into this hell. He's one of mine. I'm responsible for him. He has a wife and child. For God's sake, Lieutenant, look about you. Every one of these men will be mourned by someone. Every one of them will weigh on the conscience of some lieutenant or sergeant or colonel who can point to something he might have done different. A hand came through the darkness to graze against his sleeve. That was meant to be comfort. In truth, even the litter-bearers should have had a hard time moving him safely. The outcome might very well have been the same. That, too, was intended as comfort. Dimly he perceived the fact. You did what you could. Now I suggest you get some sleep. That was that, then. Talbot would be left to die. The litter-bearers might have brought him to the same end, but Will had done it, decisively, before they had a chance to try. Wait. Now it was his hand, lunging out to arrest the doctor as he turned away. He forced his paltry, shredded voice lower yet. Can you at least give him something? Opium. He suffers terribly. But God, he knew the answer, even as he rasped out those words. Every damned man still breathing here suffered terribly, and opium must be saved for the surgeries. I'm sorry, said the doctor, and Will could only let his hand fall and watch the man's form recede. On his left periphery, Talbot's chest was still going like an amplification of his labored heartbeat. When would it stop? He ought to have asked. He raised a hand to his own face, dragging it from his hairline down over his eyes, his 2 long unshaven cheeks, his slack mouth, his chin. He turned and knelt where the doctor had been. I'm going to take you out of here. The man's eyes were closed, but his mouth tightened and he managed a sort of nod. The wounded are too many, and they can't spare a surgeon or even opium. There's no purpose in your staying. There's no hope. What good would he do the man by saying that aloud? Another of the hospitals might be better appointed, and we might find you some gin at least. Gin? Not likely. Unless he proposed to start pillaging corpses in search of a flask. Of course, that might come to sound reasonable between now and when Talbot's last breath left him. Will gathered his dreadful limp form from the pew and nearly staggered, not under the weight of the man, but under the weight of the man's misguided trust. He picked his way past dead and living bodies to the door, shadowed every step by a growing presentiment. There might, after all, be worse visions of hell awaiting than anything he'd yet seen. Chapter 1. March 1816. 3 of the courtesans were beautiful. His eye lingered, naturally, on the 4th. Old habit would persist in spite of anything life could devise. Will leaned on one elbow and rested his cheek on his palm. A careless posture that suggested supreme confidence in his play, while also allowing him to peer round the fellow opposite and get a better view of the ladies. Not to any purpose, of course. He'd come into this establishment on a solemn errand, and courtesans had no part in his plan. Still, a man could look. A bit of craning here, a timely turn by one of the ladies there, and he could assemble a fair piecemeal picture of the 4. So he'd been doing all evening as they'd sat down in different combinations at their card table, some 15 feet removed from the great tables where the gentlemen played. And while every one of them, from dark temptress to flame-haired sylph to crystalline delicate blonde, gratified his eye, only one thus far had managed to trifle with his concentration. He watched her now, her eyelids lowered and her fingers precise as she fanned out her freshly dealt hand. Not beautiful, no. Pretty, perhaps, or rather handsome. A young man could have worn that aquiline nose to advantage, and that fiercely etched brow. She studied her cards without moving any of them, though the game was whist, and all 3 of her companions were rearranging their cards by suit, and glanced across at her partner. Grey-blue eyes, expressive of nothing. She could hold all trumps and you'd never know. No sport to be had there, Blackshear. The words rode in on a wash of tobacco smoke from his right, barely audible under the clamour of a dozen surrounding conversations. Those ones are all spoken for. Lord Cathcart switched his pipe from one side of his mouth to the other while inspecting his hand. A queen and a 10 winked into view and out. Luck did not like to throw itself away on the wealthy. There'd be no sport even if they were at liberty. A youngest son with no fortune doesn't get far with their kind. Will replied at the same low pitch and lifted a corner of his own card, a 7 of clubs to go with his 7 of spades. Oh, I don't know. The Viscount's fine-boned profile angled itself 2 or 3 degrees his way. A youngest son who's just sold his commission might set his sights beyond the occasional adventurous widow. Widows suit me. No taint of commerce, no worries over whether you've seduced a lady into something she'll regret. The words felt flabby and false on his tongue, a stale utterance left over from the life that used to be his. He nodded toward the courtesan's table. In any case, your birds of paradise are a bit too rich for my blood. Ha! I'll wager your blood has its own ideas, particularly concerning the sharp-faced wench with the Grecian knot. Stick, he added to the table at large as his turn came. "Split," said Will, and turned up his sevens. His pulse leapt into a hasty rhythm that had nothing to do with any sharp-faced wench. He pushed a second bit forward and gave all his attention to the 2 new cards. An 8 brought one hand to 15. Good chance of going bust on a third card, and not much chance of besting the banker if he stuck. The second hand was better. An ace gave him the option to stick at 18, and also tempted him with the possibility of a 5-card trick if he counted the card for 1 instead of 11, and if the next 3 cards fell out in his favour. Were the odds decent? 21 less 8 left 13. How many combinations of 3 cards came to 13 or less? With 104 cards in play, 8 aces, 8 twos, etc., and 11 other men at the table who must already have some of those cards in their possession. Hang it, he ought to have paid better attention in mathematics classes. Fine return he'd brought his father on a Cambridge education, God rest the man's soul. I'll buy another on both hands. 20 more pounds in. Best to cultivate the appearance of recklessness early in the evening, when wagers were small. Prudence could wait until several hours hence, when most of these men would be drunk, make that drunker, and inclined to put up sums they'd regret the next morning. The new cards dropped in, and he lifted their corners. 5 and 3. 20 and 21. Or 20 and 11, with 2 cards and 10 pips between him and the double payoff of the 5-card trick. He flicked idly with the gloved fingertip at the corner of one card. Was he really considering it? Buying another card when he might stick on a total of 21? His first night in the place, not 2 hours yet at the table, and already he was goading fortune to do its worst. Well, there'd be no novelty in that, would there? He had a fair acquaintance with the things fortune could do. A loss of £30 would barely merit mention. One more here. He pushed another note out in front of his second hand. A knave of hearts grinned up at him when he lifted the new card, and quiet relief poured through him, loosening places that had wound themselves tight. No 5-card trick, but neither would he be dunned for his recklessness. Unless the banker beat him with the 21 of his own, he'd have at least 1 winning hand, maybe 2. Stick, he said, and leaned his cheek on his palm again as the play passed to his left. The ladies played 2 straight tricks of clubs while he watched, the sharp-faced one producing her cards with smooth efficiency from their disparate places in her hand. Cathcart could needle him all he liked. She gave a man's mind places to go, did such a girl. Let beautiful women air their attractions like laundry on a line, flapping for all the world to see. The woman who kept something back, who wore her graces like silk underthings against the skin, and dared a man to find them out, would always be the one to set his imagination racing, even if he couldn't afford to let any other part of him race along. He heaved a quick sigh. "What's a Grecian knot?" he said, sinking his voice again. "Do you mean the way she's got her hair?" "Hopeless," the Viscount hissed round the stem of his pipe. "Must not be a particular lot, those widows you favour. Mind you, I don't suppose your hawkish Aphrodite is any too discriminating herself, judging by the company she keeps." With a jerk of his chin, he indicated a fellow down the table. A square-jawed, blandly handsome type who'd assured himself the next deal by reaching 21 on his first 2 cards. Curiosity buzzed wasp-like about Will's temples. He brushed it away. He hadn't come here to gossip. The lady's choice of protector was her own concern. Hawkish, truly. He leaned back and stretched his arms out before him. Try to be civil. Though, admittedly, this wasn't much of a place for that. Bottles at the table, more men than Cathcarts smoking, despite the presence of ladies, or at least women in the room. Granted, a true gaming hell was probably worse. Gilray, the artilleryman, had claimed you could actually smell the desperation by 4 or 5 o'clock of the morning. Rolling off the pigeons in waves, he'd said, a stinking sweat more acrid than the sweat of healthy exertion. And why not? Fear had a scent, reportedly. You'd think battle would be the place to find that out. But amid the perpetual cacophony of scents, no one had ever risen up and proclaimed itself as fear. So why not desperation as well? Enough pondering in that direction. He rotated his wrists, flexing the tendons, as a corpulent fellow went bust and the next began his turn. At the ladies' table, the strong-featured girl took her 3rd straight trick and calmly marked the point on a paper at her right hand. Hawkish. Really. He folded his arms behind his head. And yet there was something undeniably bird-like about her nose, her blank eyes, her wren-coloured hair. Cold little creatures, birds, for all their soft feathers and pretty songs. Eat your brains for breakfast as soon as look at you. The odd bits of knowledge one picked up in war. The banker stuck on a total of 19, and Will was £50 richer. One more small step up the mountain. He raked in his winnings and pushed his cards toward the hawkish girl's square-jawed protector. Near his own age, the man looked. 5 and 20 or thereabout, and bearing himself with fresh consequence now he had the deal. Making some minor adjustment to his cravat before tending to the cards. Tilting his head with an air of practice condensation to grant an audience to his right-hand neighbour, who was, it happened, speaking on the subject of the girl herself. "I declare, Roanoke," the neighbour said in an audible undertone, "I should never have bet on you keeping her this long. Not half so comely as the one you were squiring about last summer. Pretty winsome thing she was." A small compression of Square-Jaw's mouth was the only sign he took offence at the questioning of his choice. "That one gifted me with a bastard child." Green-jewelled cuff studs glinted in the candlelight as he reached out to gather in the cards. "This one can't. Or so she tells you, I'm sure," was the first gentleman's rejoinder, his undertone abandoned to more generally air his wit. "She can't." With the patience of a crown prince accustomed to dull-witted minions, he made this correction. "Something's gone wrong with her insides. No monthly courses." Charming. And quite a bit more information than any man at the table could desire to know, surely. Will threw a look to the Viscount, who only lifted a shoulder in reply. Evidently, this sort of discussion was usual, and it quickly got worse. "I shouldn't mind one like that myself." A coarse-featured bounder in a bottle-green coat offered this opinion. "Available all days of the month, isn't she? Can't have a claim in disposition and turn you away. Where did you come by her? Plucked her out of Mrs. Parrish's establishment." Roanoke took his time squaring the edges of all the used cards before putting the stack face up at the bottom of the deck. "And you may believe they trained her up proper. If there's a thing she won't do in bed, I have yet to discover it." Mrs. Parrish's. Even a man who'd never set foot in such a place knew a thing or two of its character. One heard certain reports. Accounts, for example, of a contraption that positioned a man to be serviced by one woman while another administered a holly branch whipping. Rumours of women who'd submit to a whipping themselves, or to any foul debauchery a man could conceive. Through what perverse acts had Squarejaw made his mistress's acquaintance? Devil take it, this was none of his concern, and to speculate so on a lady's private business ill became him. Indeed, it ill became the men at the table who were now pelting Roanoke with crude questions. Would she do this? Did she allow him that? While the lout deigned to answer only in monosyllables, vague in proportion to the heightened interest, as he dealt out the cards. Temper sent its warning prickle down Will's spine. She must be hearing this. She must see first one head, then another, swivelling to reappraise her. He could mark no change in her countenance, her posture, or the speed at which she played her cards. But with what effort did she keep that composure while hearing herself reduced to an object for the common gratification of a lot of jackals? Has she got a name? That was his own voice, rising above the others. What the devil was he doing? Did he want to invite the suspicion of the entire company? A slight straightening in Cathcart's posture spoke of sharpened interest, though the Viscount didn't turn. Roanoke did. His patrician brows crept a fraction of an inch closer together, then relaxed. "Lydia is her name," he said, and spun out the next card. "Leave it alone, Blackshear." But temper asserted itself again. The cautionary prickle swelling to a ham-fisted glissando played on his vertebrae. "I mean a name by which it would be proper to address her." Damnation! He would never learn, would he, what was and wasn't his responsibility. "Have you something particular to say to her?" The man looked at him with full attention, as did most of the men at the table now. A charge like incipient lightning thickened the room's air. Choose the right words, and he'd be addressing Prince Squarejaw at 20 paces. Wouldn't that be a suitably ridiculous end? Called out over excessive propriety. Killed on account of a woman he hadn't even got to enjoy. Ongoing chatter from the room's other tables shrank to something distant and obscure as the prospect took shape before him. A few insults, none too subtle, were all that was wanted. Easily enough he could probably provoke the fellow into aiming for his head while he sent his own shot 10 feet wide. How badly would such a caper besmirch the family name? Andrew wouldn't like it, of course. But Andrew's respectability could surely transcend any number of family scandals. Kitty and Martha were both already married, quite well. He couldn't blight their futures in that regard. Nick, though. His second eldest brother harboured political ambitions and depended on a good name even now to keep up his practice. He'd do Nick no favours with reckless nonsense. Besides, he had a deal of money yet to win. "I've nothing whatsoever to say." He made his consonants crisp and held Roanoke's eyes. No need to back down altogether. "I'm only unused to hearing a lady spoken of in this way, and called openly by her Christian name. But I've been out of society for some time. Perhaps the mores have changed." "Were you in the peninsula, do you mean?" A bright-eyed fellow who barely looked old enough to be out past bedtime piped up with this. "Or perhaps in the final battle at Waterloo?" One encountered this sort with disconcerting frequency. Men who'd swallowed the bitter pill of staying home, heirs who couldn't be risked, unfortunates who couldn't scrape together the blunt to buy a commission, and now wanted to hear every detail of what they'd missed. "Lieutenant with the 30th Foot." Will nodded once. "In the actions at Quatre Bras and Waterloo." If the Nick-Ninny wanted to know more than that, he'd have to drag it out of him with a grappling hook. Fortunately, a gentleman 3 seats down had some opinion to air about Wellington, which someone else countered with an insight into Blücher's actions, and from there the usual derision was heaped upon the Prince of Orange, and the usual agreement ensued as to what a bright day in England's history had been June 18th of the previous year. The table's mood shifted. The tension between himself and Roanoke guttered like a spent candle and was gone. Will sat back, drawing in quiet, even breaths. He could listen to such discussions, at least. Some soldiers couldn't. One heard of men who grew light-headed and must leave a room when the subject was broached, or who flew into a rage at hearing the perdition of battle recast as some grand glorious sport, like 1,000 simultaneous boxing matches improved with the addition of strategy and flashy uniforms and weapons that made a good loud noise. Slaughter, Cathcart murmured under a mouthful of smoke as he took out his pipe. And there was that. Those men who didn't care to romanticize the event must remark upon how near-run the whole business had been, with the best soldiers in far-off Spain or Portugal, and only hapless youngsters and second-rate officers to fumble their way across the Hougoumont fields. He'd heard it before. From a friend, it still stung. A tremendous loss of life indeed. He steadied his voice, made it low and careless. Slaughter on both sides, I can assure you. The Viscount shook his head. Her name. Your barren nymph is Miss Slaughter. A card dropped before him, and he lifted a corner to look. Not the most original gambit, defending a Cyprian's honour, but usually effective for all of that. Ah, the mistress. Yes, that made more sense. 7 years he'd known Cathcart, and the man had always taken life as a string of great larks. Why would he begin pronouncing opinions on military strategy now? I tell you, there's no gambit. The words tumbled out with a vehemence born of relief. He felt enough of a stranger already to old friends without introducing such riffs, and he would 100 times rather argue over a lady than a battle. Truly, am I the only man in this room with sisters, with any grasp of simple decency? No woman deserves to hear those things said of her. He couldn't help stealing another glance. But if Miss Slaughter had heard any part of his ill-advised gallantry, she showed no sign. Deftly, she marked another point on her paper and sat back, her shoulders square, her head erect, her gaze stark and pitiless as a falcon's, never once turning his way. Neither did fortune find him worthy of notice this time. He enriched Mr. Roanoke by £20 in one hand and 30 in the next, erasing over a third of the evening's gain. Let that teach him to get caught up in petty intrigues. He pushed away from the table in disgust. This had been someone's house before it became a club of most lax membership. Walls had been knocked out here and there to create the necessary large salons and supper room, but some traces of the residential scale remained. A drawing room at the back of the second story, for example, currently occupied by ladies who did not care for cards. Will turned away from the brightness and chatter, and, on the street side of the same floor, found a modest library, intact even to books. No candles lit, or fire in the grate, but that only increased the likelihood he'd have the room to himself. A bookshelf jutted out at right angles to the single bay window, and on the shadow side loomed a shape that proved, on approach, to be an armchair. Perfect. He sank into it and closed his eyes. Through the open door he could hear the house's sounds, all remote and indistinct. Conversation, laughter, a faint strain of music, violin, from the ballroom 1 story below. No doubt there would be dancing later. Just one of those artful amenities that proclaimed this house to be no C.D. Smith and Pope's, but a place of gentlemanly sport, where a gentleman could waltz with courtesans and drink himself into a stupor, and ruin himself to the benefit of his fellows instead of some impersonal proprietor. And who are you to condemn them for it? He slouched deeper into the chair, folding his arms. It seemed sometimes he'd lost all ability to enjoy himself carelessly, as a man ought to do, indeed as he had used to do. Nearly 8 months he'd been back in England, turning aside invitations and ducking from acquaintances, schoolfellows, with whom he couldn't seem to remember how to converse. Only thick-skinned, cheerful Cathcart had persisted, and the Viscount had finally prevailed, not through the power of friendship, but because he dangled the lure of a gaming club just when Will discovered a need for several £1,000s. Some hard edge was imposing itself against his forearm, some square shape in his breast pocket that he hadn't any recollection of. Oh, Christ, the snuff-box. This was the coat he'd worn when he'd first called on Mrs. Talbot. He felt inside his pocket and drew out the box, then stood and reached round the bookshelf until moonlight through the window bathed his open palm. Such a pretty thing for a man of modest means to have owned. Gold clasp, gold hinges, the lid all enamelled with the scene of horse and hounds. Probably it was worth a bit of money. That was why it had stayed in his pocket, once he'd seen the Talbot relations poring over the other small items he'd returned. When Mrs. Talbot was able to be independent of those people, he would put it into her hands that she might keep it for the child. She wouldn't want for money, so there'd be no temptation to sell it. His fist closed over the box and opened again. He tilted his hand, and the enamel gleamed as the moonlight caught it just so. Altogether too much thinking he'd done tonight. He'd be useless at cards if he couldn't quiet the rest of his brain. He closed his hand on the box again and brought it back. He was just stowing it in a pocket when footsteps sounded in the corridor. For no good reason he withdrew to the armchair with its shadows, whisking his legs back to keep his Hessians away from the spill of moonlight. Unaccountable reflexes a man brought back from war. It wasn't as though the French had made a practice of sneaking up on one soldier at a time, nor, of course, was it likely that the footsteps, if indeed they were bound for this room, could represent any threat. 2 sets of footsteps there were, one lighter than the other, and unmistakably bound his way. A man and woman. Yes, he ought to have anticipated this. Often enough he'd made like use of a darkened room at some gathering in his carefree days. Something stopped him immediately rising. The awkwardness, perhaps, of having to explain just why he'd been in here alone in the dark. The stubborn assertion that he'd been here first, and why should he have to give way to their sordid purpose? At all events, he was still seated, all the way in shadow, when 2 shapes filled the doorway and came in. The taller shape swung the door gently to behind them, and as the swath of illumination from the hall grew narrower, a green jewelled cuff stud glinted faintly. Roanoke and his mistress. Or perhaps Roanoke and some other woman. Indeed, that was the likelier case, given Prince Squarejaw could entertain his mistress at home, at his leisure, without need for skulking about. The door clicked shut, and Will abandoned the idea of a prompt exit. They could get on with their business, and he'd slip out while their attention was engaged. Perhaps he'd make some attempt to ascertain the lady's identity. For what purpose, though? If the man betrayed Miss Slaughter, that was nothing to do with him. Did he propose to finagle a seat next to her at supper and drop vague, dire hints of what he'd seen? The question was moot. The pair made straight for the bay window, and he knew her by her posture alone. Erect and somehow remote, as though holding herself apart from the very air through which she moved. They passed into the bay. He could almost have put out a hand and touched her skirts as she went by. Thank goodness their eyes were not so well adjusted to the dark as his, and the draperies creaked along their rod. The thin gruel of moonlight grew thinner. Then silence, save for a few vague rustles. Whatever their next order of business, it apparently required no preamble of conversation. Doubtless there were men who would enjoy sitting here, clandestine witness to such goings-on. A pity one of them couldn't take his place. All he'd wanted was a quarter-hour of darkness and silence. Now he must tax his weary brain by calculating how best to retreat undetected from this room which he, by any measure, had the better right to occupy. He'd make his try in 30 seconds. Any sooner, and they might not be sufficiently oblivious. Much later, and he'd be more visible to their dark-acclimated eyes. An indistinct utterance added itself to the rustles. His hands settled carefully on the chair's arms and gripped there. 20 seconds. No more. Confound these rutting fools, both of them. Confound her, especially, for letting Prince Squarejaw make this use of her not 40 minutes after he'd bandied her name about so despicably. Did she have no care at all for her dignity? Then, henceforth, neither would he. No more misguided gallantry for Cathcart to twit him with. 19, 20. They sounded absorbed enough. Slowly, he eased up from the chair, angling round the bookshelf for a furtive glance to assure himself they wouldn't notice him. He stopped, half risen. He'd been prepared for something sordid. A brute coupling between an importunate boor and a harlot who'd learned her trade at Mrs. Parrish's. And of course it was sordid by its very nature, this retreat to the library, and Squarejaw himself was everything sordid, with his mouth at the juncture of her neck and shoulder, and his hands groping here and there. She, though, she was... Confound him if he could even begin to find the right word. He only knew sordid wasn't anywhere close. She stood with her back to the drapery, eyes closed, chin lifted, whole person swaying with pleasure. While he watched, she sent her arms, ungloved he could now see, up the wall behind her where they twisted overhead, wrists crossing with serpentine grace. Like one of those dancers in a story who bewitched men into cutting off other men's heads. Her naked fingers closed over a fold of the velvet drapery, and he knew how that velvet would feel to her, thick and lush-grained, a cat's purr made tactile. Knew, too, how it would feel to be the velvet, trapped unprotesting in her hand. He found a grip on the bookshelf and held on tight. Down her arm he dragged his attention, down the sinuous curve, until his eyes rested again on her up-tilted face. Had he thought her less than beautiful? In moonlight, even in such scant moonlight, he could see the truth. Her bold features carved up the shadows and threw them helter-skelter, light and darkness dancing giddily over her nose and cheeks and chin. Her skin was pale as the moon itself, pale and tantalizing as an opal at the bottom of a clear, still lake. Pale throat, pale shoulder, pale bosom, magnificently formed, and half spilling out from the disarranged bodice. But he would not let his gaze linger there. Indeed, he ought to be removing himself altogether, as he'd meant to do. One last look at her face. Her head tipped a few degrees left, and then a few degrees right, as though to stretch the muscles of her neck. Her chin came down, rearranging the composition of shadows and light. And her eyes opened and looked directly into his. She said nothing. She didn't jump away from her lover, or yank up the bodice he'd tugged down, or cross her arms modestly before her. Only her eyes, widened and showing an excess of white, betrayed her consciousness of exposure. And that for only a second or two, though the interval was sufficient to make him feel like a thoroughgoing cad. The bookshelf's edge bit hard into his hand. He couldn't seem to look away, let alone make an apologetic bow and hasten from the room. He stood, frozen, as she regained her composure, and her face hardened into the unmistakable lines of defiance. "Judge me if you dare." Then that expression too subsided, and only her falcon-like blankness remained. She looked through him and past him, and altogether away. He'd ceased to merit her notice. Whether he watched or not was a matter of supremest indifference to her. Her hands came down from their place on the curtain, even now with the dancer's lissom grace, and settled on the oblivious biceps of Mr. Roanoke, who had continued at her shoulder and neck through the brief drama, but was now commencing to haul up her skirts. And finally Will let go his grip on the bookshelf. He didn't want to see what followed. He'd probably see it in his dreams, and that would be torment enough. Some impulse of obstinacy made him bow. She didn't look his way, and neither did she or Prince Squarejaw glance up as he stole light-footed to the door, opened it just enough to accommodate his long-overdue exit, and soundlessly closed it behind him. They did not appear at supper. Will soldiered through 3 courses that did nothing to appease the foolhardy hunger scraping at his insides. Nothing to the purpose. She wasn't for him. She pleased his eye and engaged his imagination, yes, but that hardly made her unique among women. When the time came to share himself with the lady again, he would look for a few qualities more. He'd yet to even hear Miss Slaughter speak. For all he knew, she might open her mouth and prove an empty-headed shrew. Indeed, he rather hoped she would. She'd be less of a distraction then. Whatever had kept them so occupied as to forego supper, they'd apparently had their fill of it by the time card play resumed. Roanoke took his seat at the 21 table, and this time his mistress sat on his knee. Gone was the attentive poise with which she'd conducted herself at whist. She leaned back and rested her head on the man's shoulder, watching the play idly from under half-lowered lashes, her entire aspect suggesting a lioness who just gorged herself on a kill and needn't think of eating or think of anything at all for at least a week. Will fixed his eyes elsewhere. He had a purpose here, a mission. He had a plan that required £3,000, and God knows the odds were enough against him with his wits entirely engaged. 3 o'clock came, and then 4. He knew this from Cathcart's jewelled pocket watch set down between them, the room being provided with no clocks, and he was nearly £200 to the good. Men were betting with sluggish brains. Some men falling asleep outright and having to be prodded awake by a neighbour when their turns came. A fellow who kept his head might do quite well here over time. The Viscount poked him with an elbow, and, when he glanced up, nodded in the direction from which he'd rigorously kept his gaze. Roanoke's head lolled on his left shoulder. His chest rose and fell with slumberous breaths. Still against his right shoulder was Miss Slaughter, who'd helped herself to his cards and was considering them with languid attention. Her hands, he could not help noticing, were still bare. Perhaps her gloves lay even now on that library floor. His skin prickled unhelpfully at the thought. Does she play? No other lady had sat down to the table all evening. I've never seen it. Cathcart had been coming here a good deal longer and would know. But she looks as though she has it in mind, doesn't she? And indeed, when the play passed to Roanoke, she made no attempt to wake him. Without the smallest sign of unease, she took £50 from his stake and added it to his bet, eyeing the banker expectantly. The card sailed in, and she lifted its corner. "Stick," she said, and Will's whole body vibrated to the tone of her voice. Even on an austere syllable with more than its share of clicking consonants, she put in texture and rounded the corners somehow. A man could savour that sampling, a sweet small dose like a cordial in a dainty glass. A man could very well get drunk on a larger amount and bathe in an abundance. She'd reserved a place already in his dreams. Now he knew she would speak unceasingly while she was there. She would not, however, play 21. Sadly, she proved to be no proficient. She chewed at her lower lip while studying her cards, and wagered erratically, and went bust in 3 of the 5 hands she played before fortune finally took pity on her with an ace and a 10 and the deal. Meticulously, she gathered in the cards, staggering them together to break apart the turned-up hands even before shuffling, as though by thorough discharge of this new duty she could somehow compensate for her lack of tactical skill. She shuffled, had her neighbour cut the deck, and dealt. And Will began to lose. He drew on a hand of 12, and a king put him over. He stuck at 19, and she proved to have 20. Even when he worked his pulse-pounding way to 21, 8, 7, 2, 4, she turned up an ace and 2 5s to tie, to win, rather, the banker always having that advantage. 5 straight times she dealt, beating him every time, until a grizzled-looking fellow hit 21 in 2 cards and mercifully took over the deal. Ruin tasted like this, like a mouthful of ashes or the sweepings from a carpenter's floor. In less than half an hour, his winnings had shrunk from £200 to 20. "Bad luck, Blackshear," muttered the Viscount, who had lost a mere 50. Will didn't bother to reply. Miss Slaughter was looking at him. Without any particular expression, to be sure, but her eyes rested steady on his. She picked up Roanoke's winnings and averted her attention to count out some bills before looking up again. Without counting along, he knew, in his bones he knew, that she'd peeled off £180 precisely. She dropped the large remainder in with the rest of Roanoke's stake. Still watching him, she folded the amount of his losses, and folded it again, and tucked it calmly into the bodice of her gown. Then she turned to the more compelling business of examining her new hand. Chapter 2. Edward was disposed to talk. Curse him to Hades. Why couldn't he roll over and drop off to sleep as men were supposed to do? But of course he'd slept abundantly at the card table. She might have skimmed double from his winnings, and he would probably never have noticed. What do you think of a house party at Chiswell? He lay on his back, one hand lifted above him that he might study his fingernails in the candlelight. In March? The bed smelled of carnal abandon. Every inhalation brought a forceful reminder of her senseless appetites, her want of restraint. 5 minutes ago she'd been ravenous for him, half out of her mind with need. Now she felt glutted and vaguely regretful, as though she'd shoveled down a pound or two of sugary blancmange. She would remember this disagreeable sensation, and next time she would know better. No, she wouldn't. She'd had 6 months to know better, and she hadn't managed it yet. Next month, I thought. At the Easter holiday. Parliament will be out and people in need of some amusement. Suitable weather, too, in April. Or at least I should hope it will be. Deuced cold winter it's been. Long winter, too. Damnably long. And cold. If only he would not speak. When she looked at him, at his clear hazel eyes and the elegant geometry of his cheeks and chin, she could easily imagine him to be a man of information. Thoughtful, inquisitive, a sparkling conversationalist, his brain always churning away beneath that modish Caesar haircut. When he spoke, he was like the leftover dregs of her blancmange orgy, a shameful, ravaged souvenir that she wished to her soul some servant would come and clear away. I'm sure your party will be everything delightful. Lydia covered a yawn. Perhaps she could make him yawn too, and hasten his progress towards sleep. I expect it will. The first set of nails apparently having passed muster, he was now examining those on his other hand. Only I suppose I shall have to be ready with some indoor amusements if this weather keeps on. Indeed. Shall I put out the candle? No need. I'll do it presently. He would not take a hint. She had no hope of sleep until he was gone from her bed, hours and minutes hence. No hope of rest even, until he closed his eyes and went unconscious. What provisions do you think I ought to make for the ladies? He lowered his hand and turned his face toward her. As to amusements, I mean. What things are fashionable now? How the devil would I know? My last house party was a lifetime ago. She swallowed and the words went down. I think a play is always popular. Archery, if the weather turns fair. Perhaps some of those games with blindfolds and kissing and so forth. How novel, how thrilling such games had seemed to her once. She'd first let Arthur touch her in the darkness of his father's orangery, every breath heady with the sense of citrus and damp potted earth, every delicate negotiation of hands and lips and clothing conducted in silence, that they might not betray their location in a game of hide-and-seek. She could probably fix the beginning of her fall to that exact occasion, if she cared to squander 1 minute contemplating the trajectory of her fall, and if she cared to spare a single thought for Arthur. Of course it must depend on the company. Kissing games might seem quaint to the ladies who are at Beecham's tonight, for example. But perhaps you mean to invite more respectable ladies. Gad, no! He laughed as though she'd said something very rich. I'm 26, Lydia. I needn't think of respectable ladies for years yet. 5 years, perhaps. But he'd tire of her before that time came. And if she had not put aside money enough to secure her future, she must cast about for a new protector. Or perhaps go back to the brothel. She could bear that, if she had to. Hadn't she borne it for 18 months before Edward took a whim to keep her? Indeed, she'd first gone there with a will, with the plan to extinguish herself from the inside out. She had other plans now. I played your hand for a bit tonight while you napped. Better he should hear it from her than from someone else. Did you? Clever girl. Have any luck? Luck. Good Lord. Who could be so complacent as to leave these things to luck? I think so. I think I may have won you some money. £480 all told, 300 of it in one of his coat pockets even now. Well done. He threaded his fingers together and stretched his arms straight up. The other fellows may say what they like. I know your merits. So do they now. You saw to that. With all the insolence she swallowed, it was a wonder her corset still laced. Retort after rejoinder, after sharp-edged remark. Why do you address me? What can I possibly have to say to a man who would split a pair of fives? Be quiet. Go to sleep. Go away. Come back when you have another erection. Sleep finally did overcome him, and after 4 minutes of listening to his even breaths, Lydia slid from the bed. Silently. Silent as that coxcomb of a lurker in the library. She took her dressing gown from a nearby chair, pulled it on, and padded across the carpet to the candle Edward had not, after all, put out. Sheltering the flame with her free hand, she took it to the dressing-room and closed the door behind her. By the window were a chair and table. On the back of the chair was a shawl that had seen her through many such long, chilly nights. And in a drawer, alongside the £180 she deftly extracted from her corset, sat 4 decks of playing cards, sans jokers. She took out 2 decks and sat down with her candle. He might be trouble, that coxcomb. She probably oughtn't to have baited him. He played with the air of a man who didn't lose lightly, and he might, after all, prove smarter than he looked. Though men so seldom did. One by one the cards flashed by, numbers combining and recombining in all their immaculate beauty. King, 3, 5, 7, ace, most beautiful of all. In stacks of rank she sorted them, low to high, left to right. Hang him anyway. Hang him and his Waterloo heroics. A man found himself in the right campaign, and his life thereafter was one long parade all embellished with fireworks and illuminations, regardless of how he actually performed on the day. A man found himself in the wrong one, and he perished of the ague, with no one but a desolate sister to remember that he ever lived at all. She pulled her shawl closer against the chill. Somewhere beyond the ever-present fog, the stars were fading, and the first pale traces of morning were streaking the sky. Jane would rise soon and light the fires. There would be coffee, too, to warm her and keep her brain awake. Now then, 12 players at the table, 2 decks in play, cards newly shuffled. 2 cards to every player, face down. Player number 5 would turn up an immediate 21, good for him, but bad for the composition of the remaining deck. First player would buy 2 more cards, which meant he must hold at least 3 low ones. Second player would go bust. 6, 6, and queen, let us say, giving the deck a high cards to low cards ratio of approximately 23 to 21, or 1 95,000ths. Methodically, Lydia laid out the cards, tabulating as she went. Edward wouldn't wake for hours yet. She'd have time to count her way through both decks, and then to play a few hands, watching for those places where she could take advantage of her tally to wager boldly. And night by night, through means fair or otherwise, with the help of Lieutenant Coxcomb and other men who made the mistake of estimating her lightly, she would tuck bills into a corset and hide them away at home, and draw ever closer to the day she could buy her independence. The disrespectable life was not without its consolations. A high style of living, of course. The central duty itself, where one had a skilled and agreeable partner. Entree into places, exotic and fascinating places, that no respectable lady would ever see. And acquaintance with people who wouldn't half turn up in any sedate Lancashire supper party. I only mean to say I don't think you should allow him to speak to you that way. Maria crisply turned a page in her Ackerman's repository. Tell him he has a choice, to enjoy your favours, or to enjoy discussing them in public. He cannot do both. Well might Maria issue that ultimatum to a gentleman and expect to be heeded. Such a confection of femininity, willowy figure, ivory skin, eyes the colour of a midday summer sky, was surely wasted in this world. She ought to be perched on the summit of a glass hill somewhere, smiling sadly at the princes who lost their footing halfway up, or perhaps combing her spun gold hair on some ocean-lashed rock, not sitting in a Bond Street dressmaker's shop, deciding how best to spend the money with which she was kept. They weren't at all what a sheltered country girl imagined, the mistresses of London men. She'd expected, when brought into Edward's social circle, to encounter better-dressed versions of the women she'd known at Mrs. Parrish's, coarse, uneducated, with a bovine resignation to the shabby hand life had dealt them. Instead, she'd found Maria and dark, rakish Eliza, both of better birth than she, both with a genteel education, and both generous enough to overlook her brothel background and address her as an equal. Lydia shrugged, flipping a page in her own fashion book. I'd wager all the gentlemen speak so when we're not about. I don't see what would be gained by asking him to pretend otherwise. Civility would be gained. Maria turned 2 pages, reviewing and dismissing their offerings with poised efficiency. We're not livestock to have our merits cried up at auction. Oh, I don't know. On the other side of the table, Eliza abandoned her Ackermans to lean forward, arms folded on the tabletop. Who is to say but Lydia won't get a better position out of such advertising? That Waterloo fellow was certainly taking note. He lost no time in finding out your name. That Waterloo fellow would have done well to mind his own business. A fine, indifferent tone of voice, betraying no sentiment beyond mild irritation at the memory. And it's not as though he sought my name from some indelicate motive. He only wanted to make a grand show of what he supposed to be his superior manners. I shouldn't be sorry if he sought my name from any motive. Did you mark those shoulders? Eliza appealed to both ladies opposite. Broad as a full-grown oak. Broad as a draught horse. I shouldn't mind a closer acquaintance with those. His speaking up so did him credit, I thought. Maria turned a reproving frown Lydia's way. And I'll grant him to have a pleasing appearance. Strong about the mouth. That is in his favour. Dark eyes as well. Smouldering eyes, I should say. Eyes like a pair of live coals. Oh, for heaven's sake. Live coals glow orange. The gentleman's eyes are brown. But even as she corrected Eliza, she knew what the lady meant. Dim as the library had been, she'd seen the heat in his gaze. She'd opened her eyes to find herself watched by eyes that looked as if they might bore twin holes straight through her. And for an instant she'd felt naked, more naked than she'd ever felt with any paying man. Only for an instant, though. And he'd paid for that, after all. He might have bought her favours for much less, if she were of a mind to sell. She sighed and shoved her book to the middle of the table. Someone else choose for me. I can't see that any of these gowns will become me better than any other. If Edward had asked, she should have told him not to waste his money on gowns, none of which would make her beautiful, and none of which played any part in his essential congress with her. Well, except for those instances of congress that occurred away from any bed. In Beecham's library, for example. She lowered her eyes and traced the seam of one glove with the opposite forefinger as the other two ladies paged through their fashion books, debating which styles would suit her best. She might have told them of the library incident. Eliza, at the least, would have had a good laugh, and the gentleman in question should have had to contend with more than one knowing smirk any place he crossed paths with them. But there was too great a risk the story would eventually reach Edward, and he might find grounds for blame in the fact that she hadn't told him herself, the very instant she opened her eyes and saw the lurker. His logic in such matters was not always sound. Better to keep her own counsel. This one? Maria set an open book before her. In an indigo, I should think, with royal blue trimmings, and you must wear your sapphires with it. And this one. Unceremoniously, she possessed herself of Eliza's volume and spread it out atop the first. The overdress in dark purple, the underdress in darker purple, the darkest you can find, like a black plum. If they can make the underdress of a knit silk to cling to the form, that will be to your advantage. Indeed, anything that draws the eye away from my face is to my advantage, I expect. But she felt a strange, stupid fluttering of her heart examining the plates. The first gown had a sort of Grecian draping, with split sleeves and a corded sash that crossed between the breasts and circled round the high waist. The second was comprised of an underdress, simple and narrow in shape, and a diaphanous overdress that fastened down the middle of the bust and fell open underneath, rather like a most insubstantial pelisse. No blushing young miss would wear such things. They were gowns for a worldly, formidable woman. Really, Lydia, you're very tedious when you speak so. Maria's lecture embroidered itself gently at the edges of her thoughts, leaving most of her attention for study of the pictures. Ladies of no particular beauty have elevated themselves to great consequence and earned the name of temptress. You might do just as well if you left off reminding everyone of how plain you are. Let the gentlemen decide for themselves. Very well. I'll order them both. Knit silk and all. Doubtless they'd cost more than her usual gowns. Perhaps she'd better skim a bit less of Edward's winnings the next time she played his hand. And so she did. 3 nights later they were back at Beecham's, and her protector fell asleep, one hand into a fresh shuffle. She'd felt him drifting, and taken note of all the turned-up cards as the first hand ended, and now she played with a good idea of what remained in the deck. She recalibrated her tally, delicately, with each twist or bust, dramatically as each hand finished and all the cards went face up. And she won. Quietly, unassumingly. With bets not quite large enough to catch anyone's notice, she fattened Edward's stake to an amount that could pay for 6 new gowns of the finest Chinese silk and Indian muslin. On the last hand, with too many 10 cards remaining in the deck, she stuck on 15, and sat back to watch man after man, including the banker, go bust. Not Lieutenant Coxcomb, though. He glanced at her from his place halfway down the table as they both raked in their winnings, perhaps hoping to see her put money down her bodice again. Well, he could hope all he liked. She shovelled what bills she could into Edward's various coat pockets. He must count on the honesty of his companions at the table for the rest. And rose to walk unhurriedly from the room, a modest £50 folded in one hand. The third-floor hallway had a window overlooking the street, a good place for quiet thought and general retreat from all the activity of the floors below. The hour must be near 3. A half-moon hung up above, its edges softened by the fog. £50. Between her corset and chemise she tucked the folded bills. 50 plus 180 made 230 in the span of just 5 days. She ought to have summoned up the nerve to start playing weeks ago, when Edward had first brought her here. It would serve her timidity right if he tired of the club and chose to do his gaming at some place they didn't admit ladies before she'd won all she needed. Nothing to be gained by thinking of that. Still less to be gained by reckoning the probability that he would in fact tire of her before he tired of Beecham's. That was all airy speculation, no place to get a good reckoning grip, and so it did not bear thinking of. She reached out a forefinger to trace the narrow strip of lead that separated one diamond-shaped glass pane from another. Divide each diamond with a meridian and an equator, and you could reassemble the pieces into rectangles to arrive at the window's dimension. This one, with 6 courses of 4 diamonds and 5 courses of 3, had an area 48 times as great as the area of a single pane. Henry had used to quiz her on these matters, in the years before he'd finally persuaded father to engage a tutor. To this day she couldn't stand before such a window without feeling her brother's presence behind her right shoulder, his giddy expectant pride as she ran through the calculations even faster than he could do. Her hand trailed off the window and fell to her side. No doubt he'd disapprove of the uses to which she put her brain now. Never mind. He ought to have stayed home if he meant to have influence with her. If he'd never gone away to war, perhaps he would have perceived how matters tended between her and Arthur, and perhaps he would have intervened before she could make such a disastrous mistake. Then mother and father would have had no reason to be travelling that day. Everything might have been different. Lydia swiped under both eyes with the heel of one hand. Speak of profitless speculation. She pivoted, forcefully, and started for the stairs. She'd gone 4 paces when a dark shape detached itself from the shadows along the wall and stepped out into the moonlit middle of the hall. "A word, Miss Slaughter," the dark shape said. She shrank a step backward, her heart galloping with alarm. How the devil had he got up here without her hearing? And how long had he lurked, observing her in secret and planning to take her by surprise? She went still, the better to will her heart into steadiness and to deny him any further triumph than the one he must already be enjoying. She would not speak, or even rest her eyes on him. Her remaining there, and a slight upward tilt of her chin, were all the encouragement she would grant to him in his word. And apparently they were all the encouragement he needed. "I want my £180 back," he said. Poor fool of a lieutenant, too accustomed to being obeyed. "I don't doubt you do," she said, and pushed past him. Or not past him. Suddenly he was there. No arm held up to touch or restrain her, but his body nevertheless blocking her way. Black coat, buff tights, broad as a full-grown oak indeed. She would not look at his face, but neither would she draw back this time. Nor did he. "Forgive my not having been explicit." He spoke softly, now the distance between them was so small. "You've cheated me out of £180 4 nights since. I'm instructing you to return it." One brief bolt of panic shot through her, but cool outrage promptly filled up the place where it had been. Cheated? Really? She addressed his cravat, whose arrangement, one must note, suggested no appreciation for geometry. "Can you prove this charge? Do you deny it?" His breath grazed her forehead. No doubt he thought to intimidate her with his size and his nearness and his bold accusations. Let him try. "Just as I thought. You've no proof. If you will excuse me." Crisply, she cut to the left, but swift as a shadow, he twisted round in front of her again. Very well. Now she'd absorbed the initial alarm, he didn't frighten her a bit. She backed up against the wall and folded her arms to wait. He followed. Not so near her this time. He took up a position 2 feet away or so, with his shoulder to the wall and his body turned to face her. "I watched you play tonight. I saw you stick on 15 at the end. That strongly implies some knowledge of the banker's hand, or knowledge of what remains in the deck." Finally, she looked at his face. There were those eyes, warm and intent in the hallway's moonlight. "I am persuaded your early losses of the other night were all deliberate. Your uncertainty, your ineptitude, your lip-biting, all part of an act intended to put the men, and me in particular, off our guard. Nobody suspected you of any skill. Thus, nobody watched you for trickery when you dealt the cards. A pity, that. She was equal to this. Perhaps you could have told me by what methods I cheated. As it is, I'm inclined to blame your losses on your own poor play." His gaze went to her mouth as she spoke, and he cocked his head like an inquisitive dog. "Where were you born?" he said when she'd finished. "I beg your pardon? That's no Cheapside tongue, nor any London accent I know of. Where did you grow up?" "I fear my station has led you into some mistake, sir." Her words came out cool enough to frost the air between them. "Has it?" He made the reply absently, his attention still engaged by the study of her mouth. Like as not, he'd proceeded from puzzling over her accent to imagining lewd uses he might make of her lips and tongue. "Regarding the liberties you may take in addressing me, asking familiar questions and making free with my name when I never gave it to you. Yes, forgive that. My own name's Blackshear. I didn't ask. I don't care to know. And I must say, Lieutenant Blackshear, it's plain Mr. Blackshear. I sold my commission." He dropped his attention briefly to the carpet, and when he brought it back he was all business, the diversions of her voice and mouth forgotten. "Why should you want to gull me out of a night's winnings?" "This line of inquiry grows tiresome." She sent the opinion straight out before her, words marching in single file toward the opposite wall. "If you cannot offer any evidence of my purported cheating, then I suggest you abandon the subject." Silence fell between them. He moved a step away from the wall, setting one hand on the wallpaper and considering his outspread fingers. Men and their hands. Like Edward and his constant preoccupation with the state of his nails, one wouldn't think they could find so much to engross them in. Is it to do with the library? Again, the lightning flash interval of nakedness. "I have no idea what you—" "Spare us, Miss Slaughter, me and yourself both." A rougher edge came into his voice, even as he kept his gaze fast on the wallpaper. He would have sounded like this when speaking to his fellows in the army. "Is that the reason for your animosity? Did it not occur to you that I might have been in the room first, minding my own business, with no desire whatsoever to be witness to any erotic spectacle?" Did he think to shame her now? Well, he'd picked the wrong harlot for that. Please, Mr. Blackshear. She pivoted, shoulder to the wall, to face him. I am entirely capable of staging an erotic spectacle if I so wished. What you saw was nothing near. That would be a fine remark upon which to exit, but she stayed. His eyes, perhaps, were to blame for that. They'd cut from his hand to her face with such an expression as, what had Eliza said exactly concerning coals? One could easily imagine a tiny man behind those eyes with the tiny bellows fanning the coals into full conflagration. I shall take your word for that. His eyes dimmed down to a steady glow. He eased his shoulder back to the wall, trailing his hand down the wallpaper less than 2 feet in breadth that lay between his arm and hers. She did notice that. The distance between them and the way his hand trailed. Once a lady had learned the better uses of men, she could not help noticing these things. I only ask you to consider that I, in fact, may have been the affronted party in this affair. He meanwhile went on. Dismayed by the intrusion, and only wishing to get out as directly and with as little awkwardness as I could, you didn't appear, as I recall it, to be in any hurry. No. You're quite right. His cheek, now she looked, had a shadow below the close-trimmed side whiskers, a texture that made her palm tingle. 3 o'clock in the morning, and his last shave must be a day behind him. I did mean to hurry, but I was distracted from my intent. Perhaps I owe you an apology for that. I should think you do. Had he leaned closer? He had. That would be why her voice was creeping into this lower, warmer, not to say intimate range. Very well. His eyes glimmered with sudden mischief. I apologize if I violated whatever version of modesty permits a lady to entertain her gentleman protector in a public place. Now will you give me back my money? Good God! Her voice sailed back up to its regular octave. Who taught you how to make an apology? A strict governess whom I disregarded as often as I could. Who taught you to curse like a gentleman? That's not your concern. And what soldier worth the name counts good God as cursing? I told you, I sold out. I follow gentlemen's rules now, and gentlemen don't say good God in front of ladies. His mouth spread abruptly into a lopsided grin, revealing imperfect teeth. The 2 front ones had a slight space between. He was teasing her, fully acknowledging that she in fact had been the one to utter the phrase, and perhaps acknowledging as well the absurdity of observing any gentleman and ladies' rules with such a woman as herself. Perverse, ill-judging man! What business had he to tease her, to smile with such undisguised good nature as though he expected good nature in return? A soldier ought to be better at distinguishing friend from adversary. Give me the money, Miss Slaughter. His voice went lower, honeyed and coaxing. Merriment still creased the corners of his eyes. You've set me down admirably, and made a fool of me at the table as well. Let that be your revenge for my having seen you in flagrante. The money itself can be of no consequence to you. Well, that resolved the question of whether or not he was brighter than he looked. Please tell me what sort of life you imagine me to have, in which money is of no consequence. The life of a kept woman. Promptly he matched her arid tone, all traces of honey thrown off. Someone pays all your expenses, from your fancy gowns and bonnets to the roof over your head. Perhaps money is of some consequence to you, but I assure you it is of greater consequence to me who must pay my own way in everything. So that was how he really thought of her. Not friend or even foe, but a mere trivial creature with no weightier concern than her next fancy gown. A vision surged up of the two pattern book plates, frivolous and accusing. Her fingers curled into tight fists. You are a gentleman, though. A man. You have every advantage. No advantage that will pay my bills for candles, or keep my boots in repair. Indeed you do. You can find a situation. Nothing, perhaps, commensurate with the expectations and delicate tastes to which you may have been brought up. But there are 100 respectable ways for a man to support himself in London. Another thought occurred. And surely you have money from the sale of your commission. They fetch a handsome sum now that the war's over, I'll warrant. To be sure. Impatience laced his words. But part of that profit is bound up elsewhere, and I need every penny of what remains. Then I sincerely hope you're not using it to gamble. Miss Slaughter. The tiny man had his bellows going again. Surely such a stare would turn her bones to jelly. I would have let this drop by now if the money were only for me. But other parties depend on what I can do with that £180. It is a matter of utmost importance that you return it. Her intransigence faltered, briefly, at the urgent warmth in his speech. He wasn't lying. He needed the money for some vital purpose. Well, so did she. Without you prove I cheated you. Your other parties and your utmost importance are beside the point. She would set him the example of what tone of voice to use in such a discussion. I think we profit nothing by taking this any further. With a nod, she pushed off the wall and started for the stairs. Please, Miss Slaughter. His voice, low and unguarded, halted her steps like an arrow to her breast. I won't threaten you. I won't cajole. I cannot, as you say, prove you took my money by fraud. I can only lay out my need before you and make my appeal to what charity lies in your heart. She half turned, not far enough to face him. My heart. Poor fool's time would be better spent pitching pennies down a bottomless well. Mr. Blackshear, you're 3 years too late. She pushed on toward the stairs, and this time he made no move to stop her. Chapter 3. Again, the dark library with that moonlit bay window. His grip mangling the chair's padded arms. He ought not to look this time. She'd be angry. She hadn't liked him broaching the incident in their hallway conversation upstairs, and doubtless find a way to part him from more of his money. Fool that he was. But he could no more stop himself than he could push back a tide. Slowly, inexorably, he came out of the chair, angling for one illicit glimpse. Another inch, another, and he saw round the bookshelf into the bay. He could almost believe she was made of moonlight itself. Moonlight undulating, the way it did on an ocean when you'd sailed away and left shore behind. Arms twisted up above her head, face tilted. If only confounded Roanoke wasn't there to spoil the view, and then, as though she'd read his thoughts, one pale arm sank away from the drapes. She set her palm to the middle of the man's chest and pushed. Roanoke stumbled backward and, most obliging of him, wavered and dissolved altogether. She opened her eyes. Will's heart lurched up out of his chest to thunder directly between his ears. Would that instant of awful vulnerability repeat itself in her face? But no. She registered his presence, and her generous mouth quirked just slightly at the corners. He hadn't caught her off guard this time. His heart rebounded to its proper place. She didn't reach for her pushed-off sleeve. Steadily, without shame, she returned his gaze. Her arm lifted and snaked back up the velvet. The other one drifted down and stretched toward him. She turned her palm up, crooking her forefinger. Yes. He let go the bookshelf and stepped out into full view, and she did avail herself of the full view. Her eyes raked down his form and went wide when they got below the waist. Don't flatter yourself. She worked in a pleasure house. She'll have seen all sizes. Whose intrusive voice was that? Ah, his own. That was certainly odd. No matter. Things were looking promising. He could straighten out the odd bits later. He stood still a moment, to let her finish her perusal, and when her eyes came again to his face, he went to her, shadow to moonlight, and they would play exquisitely as shadow and moonlight always did. A sound. A bird? In this house, in the middle of the night? No, that would be... He'd left a window open before for morning breezes, and so he wouldn't sleep to... No, no. To complete any of those thoughts would bring some dire result. He couldn't quite lay his hands on it, but no, even that, to identify the dire result, might bring it about. Urgency flared up in him as he took her face in his palms. A delicate rose-petal scent wafted from her, just as it had done whenever he got near enough in that dark hallway. Now he'd find out whether she tasted of roses too. He bent his head quickly and brought his mouth to hers, but she was gone. His hands sat suspended in the air where her face had been. Despair clenched his innards in its fist. He'd been so close. And suddenly he felt a touch on his coat sleeve. She'd got behind him somehow, slipped away like quicksilver. But no matter, because here she was turning him, backing him up against the velvet where she'd been, and then... She stared at him with her falcon ferocity and sank to her knees. Yes, oh God, yes. Hurry! His unaccountably clumsy fingers stumbled over his buttons. It's a dream, you see, and we have to finish before I... But no, that had been a mistake, to say so out loud. Already the velvet was feeling like linen at his back, and the midnight darkness was beginning to lift. Hurry, please! Though, please, he already knew had no effect on her. If you could at least get... No, she was wavering just as Roanoke had done, even as he moved frantically from one button to the next. She leaned toward him, slowly, her lips parting, but he could hear traffic from the street below. Horses. Someone shouting. Confound his open window! He finally got himself free of his breeches and felt a single faint, dissolving touch from her lips. And it wasn't enough. He came awake, hard and ravenous, and alone in his bed. Will swept a hand across the mattress's empty expanse. One of these mornings, surely, he'd wake to find a woman there. One morning he'd wake to a better comfort than his own right hand. He touched himself, nevertheless, eyes closing as his fingertips roamed over the sensitive skin. What he needed, once the time came, was a lusty, carefree sort of partner, with blitheness enough for the both of them. A lady who knew how to take things lightly, and who risked nothing by being with him. What he didn't need was someone else's mistress, and a ruthless one at that. Bragging of her heartlessness, taunting him with mention of erotic spectacles, helping herself to his money at will. His breath came quicker as he wrapped his whole hand. How unearthly she'd looked, kneeling before him. Her posture submissive, but her eyes, the eyes of a creature who would eat you alive and spit out your bones. He'd shaped her that way, of course. It was his dream. And what did that say of him? More evidence he'd come home to England unsound. No matter. His hand was sending quick spirals of pleasure from his loins to the top of his skull, and he need not think at all now, unless it was to imagine her ruthlessness put to most gratifying use, and then to imagine the ruthlessness with which he would answer, laying her right out there on the library floor, and showing her that what she'd heretofore believed to be pleasure was but a pallid facsimile. Yes, she would say in that liqueur of a voice. He could hear it. She'd render his name like some complex bittersweet confection, and she'd give up the most sumptuous, maddening moans ever heard by mortal ears as he drove her from one climax to the next. He gasped, and arched up off the mattress, and spent himself in the sheets. Breath burned in his throat, his mouth, leaving behind a faint flavour of shame as he sank back down to his solitary bed. Lord, without question he was wrong in the head. He might never be fit for a proper woman again, to say nothing of a proper lady. What did he mean, dreaming so of a demi-mondaine who'd made her contempt for him clear? Too long a stretch of abstinence did this. His black moods had been so frequent in those first months home, and so potent, that to share any bit of himself with a woman had seemed unthinkable. Even now, with those moods relaxing their grip, he felt... Well, he had lingering debts, hadn't he? Accounts to square, solemn trusts to keep, atonement of a sort to perform before he could turn his thoughts to the pursuit of pleasure. He threw off the covers and swung himself out of bed into the shock of cool air on his sweat-damp body. Yes, he knew he'd left that window open for a reason. No lying abed this morning. His sister was due here in a bit above an hour, and then he'd be off on his latest trial of penitence. Now what had he done with his best waistcoat? Lydia pinched at her reticule and wound its strings more securely round her wrist. No cut-purse had accosted her on the long walk from Clarendon Square to Threadneedle Street, and certainly none was likely to do so now that she actually stood within the imposing walls of the bank. Still she held tight, rubbing silk back and forth over the bills on which she would begin to build her future. 100 in her purse. 130 waiting in the drawer at home. Only 1,770 more to go. £2,000 invested in the 5% would bring her £100 per annum. £100 was income enough to buy a single lady a respectable life. Not a luxurious one. The house would be small, the candles would be tallow, and she must probably learn to like her tea without sugar. But everything would be in good repair, and she'd be able to spare perhaps £10 a year for a maidservant. She glanced over to the bench where Jane sat, waiting patiently for her mistress to progress to the front of the line. She was a good girl, the maid was, industrious and uncomplaining, and she deserved better than to be dragged across town on obscure errands. But a respectable lady wouldn't go abroad, and certainly wouldn't go into a place of business without a companion. And since Lydia was counterfeiting to be a respectable lady today, Jane must counterfeit to be the companion. A clerk in a frock-coat finished his dealings with the bespectacled man, and finally it was her turn. Jane came obediently to join her, favouring one foot as she walked. Likely she'd raised a blister on the 2 miles from Somerstown. They'd be in for a difficult trek home. Time enough to think of that later. She sat, arranging the skirts of her plainest, most respectable dark blue gown. Jane sat some seconds after. She'd paid careful attention when Lydia explained the rules by which a lady's companion behaved. And then the clerk sat, too, folding his hands atop his desk. He smiled, a sheen of amused indulgence already polluting his countenance from the crown of his wig to the tip of his insufficient chin. She cleared her throat and sat as straight as possible. "I'd like to purchase a certificate of annuity." Had she said that correctly? "To invest in one of the annuity funds. The Navy annuity, to be specific. We're all eager to support the Navy, aren't we?" The indulgence leaked into his voice, too, as he bowed his head in acknowledgement of her patriotic fervour. "But that's just one of the annuities we offer, and one of the newest at that. Perhaps you've heard of the consolidated annuities. They've been a reliable investment since the last century, a good choice, I've found, for ladies who like a guaranteed income." Good Lord, he thought her a cork-brain. "As I understand it, an annuity by its very nature guarantees an income. And the consols are paying only 3% now. The Navy pays 5%. She turned an imperious glare on Jane. "Isn't that what you read to me out of the paper, Miss Collier? 5%? Jane took the cue beautifully, nodding her bowed head while directing one apologetic glance toward the clerk. "So I thought. I am decided on the Navy funds." The clerk tilted his head back, as though to estimate her from a broader angle. "Have you a man of business? Do you suppose I'd drag myself into this bank all alone if I had?" "My means are not so great as to require one." No looking down, no looking away, and for God's sake no wavering in her voice. "At present I wish to invest only £100. She saw the little jump in his eyebrows before he leaned forward to possess himself of a dry pen, which he then tapped several times against his lower lip with a meditative air. "That's a small amount indeed for investing. Even the Navy annuity would net you only £5 additional at the end of a year." "Your calculations agree with mine." "Really, do you get many customers who can't work out 5% of 100? "It's £5 more than I'd have if I didn't invest." His pen kept tapping. An odd look came into his eyes, and his brow knit slightly, as though she and her £100 were not only absurd, but vaguely troubling to him. Impudent coxcomb! She inched forward in a chair. "The £100 are a beginning. I hope in time to be able to add to them." "Have you done business with us before?" His gaze darted from her eyes to her mouth, to a tasteful gold necklace, and the crease in his brow etched itself deeper. He scratched his nose with the end of his pen. "No, I've never yet had the pleasure of—" The words broke off. She hitched a breath. It felt like a lungful of brackish water. Something in his gesture, or some angling of his head, had unlocked a certain cupboard in her memory, and now the contents of that cupboard came thundering out. She hadn't done business with the bank before, but she had done business with him. She dropped her eyes to her own hands, twisting her reticule strings tight enough to stop her blood. She'd looked at faces as little as possible in the brothel, and she'd willed herself to forget what faces she saw, not, however, with complete success. She cleared her throat, as though that had been the impediment to her speaking. "I haven't had any dealings with your bank, no." She forced her chin up. His odd expression made sense now. He was trying to work out where he'd seen her before, and she saw the exact instant when he knew. His brows dashed together, and his nostrils flared. His mouth curved slowly, all smirking prurience, and he set his eyes roving with thorough liberty over her person. Then over Jane's. Lydia shot to her feet. She might have stayed and borne the insult if it had been hers alone to bear. Lord knows she had practice with that. But Jane was guilty of nothing more sordid than taking a position as housemaid to a gentleman's mistress. She'd likely never even heard of Mrs. Parrish's, and she didn't need to be told of it now. I've no more time to waste on your pointless questions. She edged in front of her maid to shield her from the man's foul view. I see you consider a lady's £100 too insignificant to merit your attention. I shall seek some other home for my investment. Come along, Miss Collier. The clerk didn't even rise. He only looked at her, and looked round her to Jane with an expression that roiled all her insides. She turned away and left the bank as quickly as she could, or rather as quickly as her bewildered maid could follow, with her one foot sore. Curse her selfishness! 2 miles she'd dragged the girl, and now 2 miles she must drag her back, all to no purpose. The £100 wouldn't earn her even 5 more. Martha drove up in a red-wheeled curricle of all things, her straight, stern person at odds with the flash equipage, her subdued dress quite put in the shade by the stylish green velvet livery of the groom perched behind. "You may believe it was not my idea," she said, after Will climbed up beside her and took the ribbons. "But Mr. Mirkwood insisted. He said it was the only proper conveyance for a social call. Did he drive this same rig while he was courting you?" The horses felt marvellous from this end of the reins, springy and responsive, and they were, of course, a perfectly matched pair, glossy black and just of a height. "He didn't court me precisely. He couldn't have done." Martha stared straight ahead. "We formed an acquaintance during my early widowhood, and his conduct as a landowner earned my esteem. Then when Mr. Russell's estate passed away from me, Mr. Mirkwood was so good as to offer for my hand." Her cheeks had gone progressively pink as she spoke, ending in a full-fledged blush. Things changed while a man was away. Life moved on without him, sometimes in unaccountable directions, and the people to whom he returned were not quite the same ones he'd left. His unsentimental little sister had developed a taste for matrimony in his absence, and married not once, but twice. The first husband must remain a bit of a cipher, having perished before the marriage was a year old. The second was only too much in evidence. A great lusty, extravagant fellow who'd lost no time in getting a child on her, and who inspired her to blush with disconcerting frequency. How does little Augusta get on? He pulled lightly on the reins to let a walking party cross in front of them. The team needed no more than a suggestion. "Quite well. She's robust." That, of course, was something no Blackshear parent would ever take for granted, with as many of his siblings miscarried or lost in infancy as there were grown up. "Crawling all about lately. Pulling herself up on furniture to stand. The usual accomplishments, I expect, of a baby 10 months old. I don't delude myself they're of much interest to anyone besides the mother and father. I assure you those things are of interest to uncles as well." God, how exactly had this come about? Wasn't it only yesterday they'd sat side by side in the schoolroom, 7 and 10 years old, she upright and attentive, he with every muscle poised against the moment Miss York would dismiss them and he could go tearing outside? "Does she say any words yet?" "Mr. Mirkwood thinks so. I have yet to be convinced. But you may come by and see for yourself any time you like." She turned her dark gaze on him. "I wish you would." Ah, here came the concern. The attempt to draw him deeper into the circle of family where he might properly heal from whatever ailment was preventing him from matching up exactly with the brother of her recollections. "Perhaps I could give a dinner party, and invite this lady upon whom we're going to call. Have you learned nothing from Kitty of how a married sister ought to behave? You must invite young ladies of your own choosing, and foist them upon me with adamants directly proportional to my lack of interest." He took one hand from the reins to pinch the brim of her bonnet. "However, we should leave Mrs. Talbot off your list in any case. She's no prospective sister, only the widow of a fellow I knew in the 30th. I promised him I would look in on her sometimes, if things turned out, as in fact they did. I hope you haven't grown too grand to step foot in Camden Town." He kept his eyes on the road, watching for a chance to cut left and round the slow-moving dray ahead of them, but he could feel her steady attention, felt the way she passed his explanation, gently swirling and resettling his words as though they were tea leaves at the bottom of a diviner's cup. "Have you looked in on her very often?" Will shook his head. "I called some months ago to return a few of Talbot's possessions, letters and so forth. For a purely social visit, I thought it best to bring a female relation." "Yes, that's proper." "Proper and pragmatic. I should soon run out of conversation to make on my own, but she has a child, a little fellow, 2 years old or so, and I expect the two of you can fill 15 minutes in comparing what you know of babies." "Camden Town." She brushed at her skirts, soft swish of kid over wool, as though the knowledge of their humble destination required her appearance to be more impeccable even than she'd originally intended. "That's a long way to travel from St. James's for a 15-minute call. No distance seems long to a man when he has a fine curricle to drive." He flicked the reins and chirruped to the horses as a space opened up left of the dray. "See if your husband doesn't second me on that." He could feel her quiet disappointment at this resort to flippancy. He wasn't beyond a slight sense of gnawing grief himself at the want of openness between them. But what could he ever say to make her understand the nature of his obligation? He only wound the reins round his left hand and gave his attention to steering the horses into the clear. And 15 minutes, thank goodness, went fairly quickly. Not that there was anything to object to in Mrs. Talbot. Indeed, he could easily see how a soldier might sustain himself with thoughts of coming home to her gentle grace, her warm, unaffected manners, the sweetness in her clear blue eyes. She'd brought out the child, whom Martha duly admired. "He features his father, I think," his sister said, after patting the boy's mop of unshorn auburn curls. "He's quite the image of Mr. Talbot. I hope he will continue to be so. My husband never had so much as a miniature portrait made, so Jamie is all I have in the way of a likeness." Mrs. Talbot watched the child as she spoke, and then raised her eyes to Martha with a smile so abrupt she must have pasted it on to cover melancholy feelings. Will looked away. At his hands. No, at the sofa cushion. A blue brocade, faded and worn thin enough almost to show the stuffing in places. "He may not have left a picture, but he did leave a good sum of money for when the boy comes of age. Not many children are so fortunate." This was the other Mrs. Talbot, wife of Talbot's brother and mother of several children who had not been so fortunate as to lose their father and gain the prospect of an early independence. "It's a pity he didn't arrange it so Mrs. Talbot could get at some of the money to help with the rent and other expenses. I'm sure nobody with any pride likes living on charity." "Indeed, I should have asked him to do that, if I'd known of the investment." The widow Talbot was blushing, her gaze averted to the floor. "But we weren't in the habit of discussing such matters." Her stick-straight posture alone spoke volumes. She had probably not relaxed for 2 seconds since coming into this house, where she must be reminded at every turn of the burden she and Jamie made. He looked again at the worn cushion, and dragged a fingertip over one flower in the damask pattern. Lord, how he hated the feeling of helplessness. She needed to be taken out of here, delivered into a home of her own, and he didn't have the power to do it, and couldn't say when he would. The remainder of the call centered round the topic of small children and their ways, with particular emphasis on when teeth might be expected, and at last the 15 minutes were through, and it was time for him and Martha to take their leave. "How did her husband die?" said his sister as she stepped up into the curricle. To keep his footing suddenly required a conscious effort. "At Waterloo. I don't, He sat, gathering up the reins, and angled his head to face her indirectly. "I can't imagine you want to hear the exact nature of his wounds." "Wounds." She considered the word. "Not an immediate death?" "Not immediate, no. No need to trouble her with more information than that. Better she should be kept in ignorance of just how long a man could linger. A wretched bit of refuse that neither life nor death felt much moved to claim. Though I've told Mrs. Talbot otherwise." He flicked the reins and the horses started off, their heads bobbing in steady rhythm. "You did what you could," the surgeon had said. "The outcome might very well have been the same." He'd repeated the words to himself so many times. Why could he never hear absolution in them? "That's very good of you." Like sewing pins poked into him, his sister's words of praise. She was grateful for the call, I could see. "I expect it's rather a dismal existence, in such close quarters with that disagreeable sister-in-law." Sidelong, he could see her turn her frown on him. "How is it she must rely on family charity? Shouldn't a war widow have some sort of pension?" Talbot wasn't an officer. He settled his feet, one forward and one back, and eased his clutch on the reins. "The army tries to keep married men out of the enlisted ranks, and it doesn't provide anything to the widows of such men." "Then he knew the risk he took, I suppose. Only it's unfortunate that a widow should suffer for choices her husband made." "He's suffered too, Martha. Believe me, he's suffered beyond anything you can imagine, and thank God you can't." He'd been fighting a black mood since halfway through the call at Mrs. Talbot's, and of a sudden he was tired of fighting. Let them come, the sorrow and anger and bleakness and, oh, the tireless self-recrimination that swirled up from the pit of his stomach like plumes of coal dust. He was nothing if not accustomed to their company. "Unfortunate, to be sure," he said in as light a voice as he could manage. "It's a pity nobody's undertaken to establish some policies for the welfare of widows." Here was just the sort of topic to consume his sister all the way back to St. James's, with little need for him to contribute anything beyond the occasional grunted assent. Indeed, by the time they were approaching High Holborn, she'd proceeded from the plight of the military widow to the fundamental unfairness of the commission system to God knows what else. He'd lost the thread somewhere along the way. But a change in her voice hauled his attention back. "Look at those poor women." She reached across him to point to the near side of the road. "I think one of them is hurt." Will looked. If the women had been facing away, he would not have recognized her. Nothing in her posture or her person was familiar. She wore a plain, high-necked, dark blue gown, and she walked slowly, one arm about the waist of a girl who was leaning on her and taking every other step on the ball of a foot. Her face was bent near to the girl, and she was saying something. Words of encouragement, no doubt, or whatever words could just move them one step nearer to wherever they had to go. He breathed in deeply. He could feel the fragile burden of that girl's arm as though it lay across his own shoulders. He knew everything about how another person's weight took your balance off center. A person carried on your back required you to cant your posture forward. A person carried in your arms meant you must sink your center of gravity down into the pelvis. A person at your side would no doubt leave you with an aching spine and shoulders. He exhaled. I know that lady. Was this an acquaintance he wanted to acknowledge before family? Too late. He'd just done so. The taller one. At least I've met her. Already he was steering the team to the side of the road. He was helpless to do otherwise. She doesn't like you, said a coal dust-tainted voice in his brain. She won't welcome your aid. And don't go thinking this is a chance to get right what you got wrong with Talbot. That voice could go to the devil. She was in need, and nothing else mattered. His heart pounded with unexpected resiliency as he leaned over the side of the curricle and called her name. Chapter 4. Miss Slaughter! Lydia looked up. Stopped at this side of the moving traffic was Mr. Blackshear in a lacquered curricle with the young lady at his side. Heat raced into her cheeks. She should certainly never have spoken so freely with him in their last meeting if she'd known there was a young lady in the case. An exceedingly pretty young lady at that, dark-eyed and slight-figured, in a fawn-coloured gown with the matching pelisse. He swept off his hat, the reins clasped tight in his other hand. "May I present my sister, Mrs. Mirkwood?" he said. And suddenly the resemblance was obvious. Lighter-coloured hair, to be sure, peeking out from under the bonnet, and no hint of mischief about the mouth. But those eyes had unquestionably come from the same stock. "Martha, this is Miss Slaughter." He nodded toward Jane. "Has your friend hurt herself? Can we be of some assistance?" As though she weren't ashamed enough already of what she'd imposed upon the girl. "No real injury. Only I'm afraid I've made Miss Collier walk a long way today, and she's raised a blister on her heel." The sister leaned forward. "Where are you bound?" "To Clarendon Square, in Somerstown." A spark of hope kindled, irrationally. The curricle wouldn't hold another person. "Why, we've just come from that way. We've been calling on an acquaintance in Camden Town." She said something to her brother, who answered at the same unintelligible volume. Then he put the reins in her hands and jumped down. "Would you be so good as to let Mrs. Mirkwood drive you there?" He spoke with a self-conscious formality, miles removed from the man who'd trailed his hand down the wallpaper and accused her of cheating at cards. "I've rather been craving a walk, and that would make room for you both if you don't mind a bit of crowding." He waited, still and poised, but for the fingers fidgeting on the brim of his hat. Jane's arm tensed across her shoulders. Was she hoping for a ride, or was she shy of these strangers? "May I have a word with Miss Collier?" Lydia said, and Mr. Blackshear stepped backward with a bow. "I think you ought to go with her." She pivoted round to shield their conversation from the others. "I don't care for crowding, and I don't mind the walk, but you ought to ride. The sooner you're at home, the sooner you can sit in an armchair and put your foot in warm water." "They're worthy people, aren't they?" Jane threw one anxious glance back toward the curricle. "I shouldn't like to go with a stranger, unless you're sure of them." That the girl should trust her to render judgment on the worthiness of such obviously respectable people sent a bittersweet pang straight to Lydia's core. She did deserve better. "I'm quite sure of them. I wouldn't countenance your going unless I were." She caught the maid's hand and gave it a quick squeeze. "Do your best to be discreet in speaking to her, but I don't suppose it's any disaster if she learns a gentleman pays my bills. I'm not likely to see her again." Jane nodded, and Lydia turned them both back about. "You're so kind to offer. I'd be greatly obliged if you would convey my maid home. I shall walk myself." Mr. Blackshear stepped forward at once, and the green-liveried groom sprang down from his perch at the rear. Together the men boosted Jane up to the seat, from where she surveyed her surroundings with not a little satisfaction. The brother and sister made some arrangements for meeting again, and then she lifted the reins and took the vehicle smoothly out into the road, the groom back aboard, and Jane turning to wave over one shoulder. "That was very good of your sister." They stood side by side, watching the curricle pull away. Now she would say what needed to be said if the effort killed her. "Even better of you, everything considered." She could see how he turned his head to regard her, though she kept her own eyes fast on the receding carriage. She drew a breath. "I thank you for not allowing any prior unpleasantness to stand in the way of your aiding a lady in need." He looked away from her to his hat, which he still held in his hands, and now rotated several times. "It pleases me to be of use," he said after a moment. Then he pivoted to face her and restored his hat, one hand at the front and one at the back, angling it just so. "Somers Town, you said? Shall we set out?" A jolt of surprise raced through her limbs, and then a jolt of self-impatience because she had not foreseen this misunderstanding. "I beg your pardon." She put a step of distance between them, and her voice put half a mile. "I intend to walk alone. I ought to have made that clear." "Come now, Miss Slaughter. You cannot expect me to allow that." It was exactly the wrong thing for him to say. And it was exactly the thing she needed, the rope she could seize and climb to escape the slough of unwelcome sentiments into which she'd floundered all day. The panic at being recognized by that clerk, the vexation at failing in her errand, at failing to take proper care of her maid, the shame in that instant when she'd believed Mrs. Mirkwood to be something other than a sister. All these she could leave behind if she clung instead to outrage at yet another man's presumption. She swung to face him square and wrapped her reticule strings another turn about her wrist. "It's not for you to allow or disallow anything where I am concerned." Without even a curtsy, she spun and started walking. She must not have taken him aback for so much as a second. All at once he was there, just as shadow-quick by daylight as in the dark, filling up the place where she'd intended to be, albeit at a respectable daytime distance. "I chose my words poorly." He inclined his head to grant her this point, but raised it with undiminished purpose gleaming in his coffee-dark eyes. "What I mean to say is, I will not send you off on your own through the streets of London. I can't believe you supposed I would. I should never have agreed to spiriting off your maid if I'd known this was your intent. No, don't you dare have a care for me." "I'm sorry you should have misunderstood." An inhalation brought her the faint scent of starch. He'd taken extra trouble with his cravat today, or perhaps with his shirt, whose crisp linen rose and fell with his breaths under a copper-coloured waistcoat, and— Never mind. She gave herself a quick shake on the inside. "If you reflect for 2 seconds, I'm sure you'll agree that to be seen walking with another man, particularly another man who has already brought himself to my protector's notice in a pointed discussion of me, can be nothing but detrimental to my interest." Mistake, mistake. His eyes widened and his jaw went tight, and he loomed, somehow, taller and broader than he'd been an instant before. He reached across to catch her by the shoulder, and then drew his hand back again abruptly, as if he'd touched hot iron. "Does he—" Up and down her face he looked, combing for clues. "Do you mean to say you have something to fear from him?" Her insides all writhed under the ferocity of his attention. He had no right to ask, or to look at her so. He was utterly mistaken in his assumptions, and this was not his business in any case. "He doesn't beat me, if that's what you imagine. But if he thought me unfaithful, I could lose his protection. That's more than adequate grounds for fear, I assure you." He studied her the way he must often have studied unreliable soldiers, his thick black brows pushing low over the bridge of his nose as he weighed the probable veracity of her words. "Very well," he said at last. "I shall follow you, 6 paces behind. No one will see that I'm with you. A block behind would be better." He shook his head once, adamant. "A block is too far for me to be of use." "I don't know what use you're imagining Your purse," he said, though his eyes never left her face. "From the way you're holding it, I suspect you've got more than a fan and a handkerchief in there. Any thief with half a brain is likely to draw the same conclusion. And I can run down a man with a 6-pace head start, but I shouldn't like to try a whole block." He looked capable of running down the fastest entries at Newmarket with his muscular build and his fierce determination. More than capable of running herself down if she attempted to bolt. She lowered her eyes to a reticule and repositioned the strings. "I'm sorry, Miss Slaughter." These words came in a lower pitch. "I know I sound peremptory, and I can see how that offends you. But the long and short of it is, you will not dissuade me from seeing you safely home. And the longer we stand here arguing, the greater the risk of our being seen together, as you feared." She glanced up and caught a flicker of some stark emotion in his eyes. "He needs this." The knowledge floated in, delicate as thistledown. A disreputable lady developed a skill for divining the things men needed, and not only the fleshly things. She walked. He moved nimbly aside and, one must presume, fell into step 6 paces behind. Among the many boot heels sounding about her, she couldn't be certain of his. It wasn't so much a question of concern for her, then. He was one of those men who must always be concerned for someone or something, who went racing out to tilt at dragons wherever he could find them. He'd shown his colours that first night, hadn't he, when he'd broken into a conversation that was none of his concern to stand in defence of a lady he didn't even know. Of course, not an hour later, he'd stood in the library darkness, having a good long look at what was not for his eyes. More man than noble knight in that moment. She'd do well to remember. And so she did remember, when she finally turned the corner into Clarendon Square. The sinews in her shoulders tensed. If he had untoward intentions, if he expected some sort of recompense for his chivalry, now was when he'd make the fact known. With a few long strides he'd catch up to her and show his gentlemanly solicitude to be a sham, and she'd answer his presumption with the blistering contempt such falseness deserved. He didn't come. On the doorstep of her house, she finally glanced back and saw him, halfway down the square, his attention seemingly on the grand polygon buildings in its centre. One, then another of her shoulder sinews relaxed. Then all of them. She made a small gesture, fluttering the back of her hand at him. "Very good, you're free to go." He answered with a rolling motion of his own hand and a jab of one finger. "Finish. Open the door. Go inside." So she did. On her way upstairs, she stopped at the first floor and went to the front of the house. Out the window she spied him, a distant figure in a charcoal grey coat starting his long journey back to wherever he lived. Eastward he went, along the square's southern edge, until the polygon buildings blocked him from view. A thought slipped in just as his shape quitted her prospect. Not once had he mentioned the £180. Lydia touched a knuckle to the pane of glass that had last framed him. Then she gathered her skirts and hurried up the next flight to see to Jane. "I dare say you could poach her with a bit of effort." Lord Cathcart slouched on the Beecham's ballroom wall, arms across his chest and one boot heel up. He nodded toward the place where Miss Slaughter was working her way through the set, as though Will's attention were not entirely engrossed there already. "You're wrong. I sense she's taken a dislike to me." He folded his own arms. "Besides, I haven't the means to keep her. And if I crossed Roanoke in that way, I suspect I'd be unwelcome here altogether." He shook his head. Not worth the risk. Truly it wasn't. Beecham's is but one club among dozens. You'd find another. Cathcart changed feet, shifting his weight and putting his opposite heel against the wall. "You might try one of the higher stakes houses, if only for the sport of it. I expect I could get you into Waterloo's some night. Or we could visit one of the truly down-at-heels properties if you've got a taste for adventure." The prospect had its temptations. 9 days into the month of March, his third night now at Beecham's, and between wins and losses, he'd gained only £60 toward the 3,000 he needed to hand to Fuller by the end of April. One good night at a high-stakes hell, and he could have the full amount. One bad night, and he'd lose not only the 60, but the 800 he'd kept from his commission. The clubs I'll consider. The mistress I won't. Liar. He'd considered her in lavish detail this morning, after waking from a dream in which she'd thanked him, tirelessly, for his kindness in seeing her home. That was as far as it could go, of course. He'd learnt enough in that brief conversation on Tottenham Court Road to redouble his resolve against any dalliance. His gaze slid from Miss Slaughter to Mr. Roanoke, who was partnered with a different lady, and just this moment bending to murmur something in her ear. Will's blood stirred darkly. No, no, no! He already bore the burden of one lady who wasn't his, and that one had every claim on his sympathy as well as on his sense of honor. Why the devil would he want to get involved in the fortunes of a woman who'd bridled at his well-meant overtures, who'd cheated him, for God's sake, of £180 he couldn't afford to lose? "I'm for the card room," he said abruptly, and pushed off the wall. Discipline. He'd come here to win money, not to moon about over unsuitable women. Henceforth he'd keep to the task. And so he did, admirably. Even after Roanoke wandered in and took a seat opposite, mistress on his knee. By 4 in the morning, he had £100 more than what he'd brought, and a mind no less agile than when he walked in the door 6 hours since. The usual number of men had fallen asleep all round him, with several of the remainder drunk enough to make ill decisions when it came their turns to deal. Prospects looked promising in every direction. Naturally, then, Miss Slaughter, having taken over Roanoke's cards an hour or so past, must turn up 21 on the deck's last hand and secure shuffling privileges as well as the next deal. Will slid his cards face up across the table and let his hand loiter, lifting it just in time to effect a slight glancing collision between his fingertips and hers. For the first time that evening, she looked at him. He wouldn't compromise her in any way. But if she was at all inclined to read him, she could not possibly mistake what was in his thoughts. "I'm watching how you handle those cards. Don't expect to make a fool of me twice." She gave him no reaction whatsoever. Her impassive eyes considered him the way they might consider wallpaper, while her hands swept cards in from all directions. She shifted her gaze to some other man, and when she'd formed a haphazard stack, finally dropped her attention to the deck. Whatever trickery she employed must come now. But she only straightened the cards and shuffled in rather stolid fashion, and passed the deck to her left neighbour to cut. Then she dealt them out, an initial card on which each man might determine his bet. His fingers and thumb took hold of the card at the very place where she'd touched it, his prints mingling with hers. Ace of diamonds. Damnation! She would tempt him, wouldn't she? Across the table, she was studying her own card, a single slight crease in her brow. Maybe she was playing fair tonight. Maybe his warning look had done its job. Last week, she'd watched the cards as she'd gathered them, and intermixed them with such care as suggested in hindsight some deliberate arrangement. This time she'd raked them in without looking. And hell, it was an ace. A sad excuse for a man he'd be if he didn't risk a little. He pushed £25 forward. A second card came round to each man, and he lifted the corner to find a 3 of spades. Soft total of 14. 4, if he preferred. No chance of going over on the third card. 2 different paths to 21. Of course, if he turned up a 10 next, that would change the outlook. Hard 14 was a considerably less attractive hand. The fellow at his right side finished his turn, and Miss Slaughter's eyes came once more to him. "Do you care to buy another card?" she said. "I might twist as well, recall, unless you've effected some change to the rules." Their first words exchanged since he'd convinced her to let him follow her home. His consciousness of that fact, of their night-long pretense to be less acquainted than they truly were, was the only possible excuse for his failing to be struck immediately by the oddity of her question. "Of course," she murmured, chin dipping as though chagrined by the mistake. Buy or twist? Now it did strike him with full force. She knew the rules. Of this he had no doubt. She'd said what she'd said on purpose. She was telling him to buy. For whose benefit, though? Did she mean to help him, or to amuse herself by taking him in even when he ought to know better? She'd brought her chin up again and watched him, all disinterested patience. Damn his sluggish instincts and her placid mask. He couldn't read her worth a farthing. If she had his ruin in mind, her eyes and mouth showed not the smallest hint of twitchy eagerness or ruthless resolve. He set his head at an angle, peering at the underside of the ace. "Another, face down," he said, and counted out £25 more. The new card dropped in, and he palmed it up. 2 of clubs. The back of his neck prickled as all his short hairs stood on end. 2 + 3 + 1 made 6. He was more than half the way to a 5-card trick, with 15 pips to give. What the devil was she about? If she'd done anything irregular to arrange this, he hadn't seen it. Yet what were the chances he would draw 3 consecutive cards so low, without some manipulation on her part? He threw her a quick look, but her face, as always, gave away nothing. Without question, he must buy one more at least. A 5 or anything lower would guarantee him the trick and the double payoff. He slid his money forward. And of course, the next card was a 6. Hard total of 12. A 10 or a court card would be fatal now. If pure chance governed this hand, he was due for one. If the vexing creature across the table was pulling the strings, she could dismantle him in brutal fashion, having lured him down the garden path with her 2s and 3s and aces. Buy, she'd said. Pure chance was nowhere to be found in this room. Will sat back in his chair and tapped his fingers to his lips, letting his eyes settle on her in absent fashion. If she would give him some sign. He still wouldn't know whether to credit her. He might imagine something kindling in her empty eyes, some cryptic message meant just for him, some scrambled communique that he would decode until it spelled out, "Trust me." And then could he? Little matter. He was bound by the rules to take another card. The only decision was whether to twist or to buy. She had him for £75 already, if she was fleecing him. The 25 he'd save by pulling up now wouldn't be near enough to repurchase his pride. He sat forward. In for £1, in for 100, he said, and found 2 10s and a 5 to throw in. Like some part of a spring-loaded machine, her thumb moved, a single efficient motion, tugging the top card off the deck to be caught by her fingertips and tossed down before him. He turned it face up. Ace of spades. His lungs filled with lovely tobacco-tainted air, and only then did he realize he hadn't taken a proper deep breath since she'd first begun to deal. Nicely done, Blackshear. The fellow to his left was addressing him. An unexpected nudge of generosity from a gentleman whose name he hadn't bothered to learn. He grinned, and didn't that face come easily, and acknowledged the kindness with a nod. Good Lord! £200 in a single hand. His 180 back and 20 more besides. Double the amount he'd worked the 6 hours previous to amass. More than 3 times his total Beecham's take before he'd sat down here tonight. The cards snapped delightfully as he turned them all face up. Miss Slaughter didn't even look at him. Already she'd progressed to the next man's turn. Play continued round the table, though the game could hold little interest for him now. To quit in the thick of success was discipline of the sweetest sort, and he should hope he knew better than to misprize her gift, or to tempt fate, or hell to tempt her, by staying to risk any of his windfall in even one more hand. When the last man had gone bust, and the banker had counted out payment to the 3 players whose totals bettered her own, Will pocketed his winnings and rose. He hesitated where he was for a second, battling a desire for some tiny acknowledgement of what had passed, intelligible to him and her, but opaque to everyone else. She didn't glance up. Rather, she leaned back, all heavy-lidded languor, against the shoulder of the man on whose lap she sat, and lifted an absent hand to graze her knuckles along his jaw. Right. Let that be a reminder of what was what. He caught up his gloves and left, jamming his fingers impatiently into the respective sheaths as he went. She doesn't like you. She doesn't want you. She's neither generous nor kind. Good, bracing phrases, worth repeating to himself all the way home. But every repetition prompted the question, what, then, had possessed her to restore his £180? Chapter 5. The woman in the glass wore a faint, enigmatic smile as she smoothed her hands down her indigo front, over the blue silk cords that crossed one another in the centre of her bosom and wrapped round beneath it, fettering the gown's fullness in that crucial region. Where most of her gowns merely hinted at curves, this one owned them outright, without apology or coy reserve. This was the shape that belonged to her. That gown becomes you very well, just as I knew it would. Maria, having already approved the fit of her figured white muslin, made a picture of perfect self-satisfaction as she looked on from one of the modiste's chairs. "The style shows off the merits of your form without being quite so daring as the purple gown. I prefer the purple." Eliza, at the next mirror, craned over her own shoulder to admire the back of her gown, a gold-threaded creation with a wide band of scarlet at the hem. "This one leaves everything besides your bosom to the imagination. The purple one will cling when you move." That it would. The knit silk underlayer had been cut very close to her own dimensions, and would scarcely allow for one petticoat underneath. The overdress had a more traditional shape, but was of such thin sheer mull as to leave the underdress and its close fit entirely visible to anyone who looked. "They're both very grand." Maria left her chair to come and make some adjustment to the split sleeve, smoothing the indigo layer away to show more of the royal blue silk underneath. "But I think this is the one you must wear to Mr. Moss's musical evening." That brought a groan from Eliza. "He's not truly expecting us to attend, is he? It seems to me a fallen woman could be spared such dreariness. It's really too bad I should be subjected to insipid harp pluckers and persons warbling in some language no more than half the room understands, same as any respectable miss. Courtesans are respectable. Will you never grasp that?" Maria frowned into the mirror as she fussed with the layers of the second sleeve. Even a Philistine with no taste for music should appreciate the social occasion. Heaven knows it will make a welcome change from the gaming club. Lydia ran her palms once more down her silk front. She ought to change out of this gown and have it wrapped. "Mr. Roanoke speaks of giving a country house party next month. Has he mentioned it to either of your gentlemen?" "A house party?" Eliza swiveled to meet this news. "Now there's an idea with promise. Do you suppose he'll invite Captain Waterloo? House parties are always better with unattached masculine guests." Unattached masculine guests, indeed. Captain Waterloo, indeed. "He's not a captain, you know. He was a lieutenant, but he sold his commission, so I don't suppose he's anything now." The words rang gracelessly in her own ear. Fine way to answer his charity to Jane. But she'd made her answer at the table, hadn't she, 3 nights since? No need to go turning generosity into a habit. "He's a gentleman merely," she added after a moment, because decency demanded that much. "Plain Mr. Blackshear, if you want his name. I heard someone say so." She beckoned to one of the assistants and moved away toward the dressing closet at the back of the shop. Blackshear. Eliza bit into the word the way she might bite into a juicy piece of orange. I like that. Well, maybe Eliza would like to amuse herself with him when they all went to Chiswell. Why should she not? Likely it would do him some good. If he could set aside his hopes of rescuing, he might have a very fine time. So might Eliza. She held her arms up as indigo silk rustled away, its cool touch at her shoulders, at her neck, at her face, over the crown of her head. The dressing closet had a mirror too, a smaller, dimmer one. Very little enigma to the woman reflected here. In chemise and stays, she looked like nothing so much as the sum of her disappointments. Abandoned, orphaned, left barren, tired and forlorn and long past rescue. Lydia turned her back on the reflection even before her old gown came over her head. What rot! Rescue! That had never been possible. And even if it were, she would not welcome it. She would laugh in the face of any man who tried. Out in the shop, there was a burst of merriment from the ladies, perhaps still on the topic of Captain Waterloo. But for herself, she was finished with that subject. Claret-coloured satin shut out the world as her gown slipped on. He'd shown her kindness. She'd repaid him with what she valued most. Now their accounts balanced, and she could devote her attention to more important things. Jack Fuller wore his scars on the outside. He'd been a laughing, sandy-haired devil of a man when they'd met in the 30th 2 years since. Logic suggested that his hair must still be sandy, though only patches remained, and those severely shorn, perhaps to minimize contrast with the places where hair would never grow again. He was, by general reckoning, lucky to be alive. What might be his own reckoning on the subject, Will had never yet discerned. It will be 3-masted and ship-rigged like this one, but bigger. 350 tons to this one's mere 300. He made his way to the port railing, his stout walking stick bearing a bit of his weight on each step. Besides the burns, he'd come home with a limp. No one had bothered to amputate on a man not expected to survive, and his wounded leg had healed up uneven. Will frowned. Past the port side was the massive dock, lined with warehouses, where cargo from the ship's last journey had been unloaded some days since. "It's a good time to be in timber, I expect. Better than you know." Fuller swiveled and pointed with his stick. "Do you see on the south bank, where they're building? New docks dedicated to the timber trade. We'll have a warehouse there in time, I hope, just suited to our cargo." The ship rocked tranquilly in the river currents. The yards and all the rigging had been brought down from the masts and lay about the deck in what looked, to a land dweller, like riotous disarray. The scent of oakum edged his every breath, stirring memories of the trip across the channel and the trip back home. A mere step across a gutter by the side of what this ship did. And then, of course, the American markets opened now, as it wasn't just a few years since. He brought the walking stick back and stowed it under one elbow. Wide open to the independent trader. No East India to grab it all up for themselves, as they've done with tea. You do remarkably well, considering you never planned to run the family business." Fuller laughed, a single bark that stretched his mouth painfully and made no impression in the ruined skin about his eyes. "I do remarkably well, considering I ought to be mouldering in a mass grave at Hougoumont, you mean, and my brother still calculating how many emigrants must pay passage to Newfoundland, and how many barrel staves and great oak masts must come back to make a profitable voyage." He pivoted to look out at the north bank again. "He was the one with the gift for this, and our father before him. I think it's only a perverse family pride that stops me from letting it all go to the devil." Score a point for perverse family pride, then, and another point for the practical-minded resilience of the merchant class. They were an admirably resourceful and industrious lot. Any blue blood who'd come home in Fuller's condition would probably not have had the mettle to refashion his life on these new terms. Without question, a gentleman investor would do well to put his money in such hands. The question was whether the merchant ought to put his faith in the investor. £3,000 he'd promised the man. At present he had 1,160, and that was counting money that must go to rent and living expenses. Will stooped to pluck up a bit of the pitch and oakum caulking that had come loose between 2 planks. They had to replace the stuff constantly, Fuller had said, while the ship was at sea as well as in port. Someone or other must always be mending a sail, fashioning a new spar, wetting down the deck with salt water. No time for idle meditation on a sea voyage. "Do you ever think of going along?" He twisted the fibers between his fingers. "Getting a glimpse of the new world for yourself?" Fuller shook his head. Too much risk. Storms, sickness, rations that can spoil or run out. I've looked death in the eye once already. I don't expect it to blink a second time. You, though? He threw a glance over his shoulder. Think you'd fancy an Atlantic crossing? Not the storms and spoilt rations, certainly. Pitch was rubbing off on his gloves. Stupid of him. He couldn't be throwing away money on a new pair. But I admit there's an appeal in the notion of leaving all one's encumbrances behind to make a new start. I haven't that option. This face follows wherever I go. He dipped his head to gaze down into the waves. And encumbrances don't sound half so encumbering when they're put beyond your reach. A leg shackle, for instance. If I'd known I was going to come back as damaged goods, I should have married the first girl who'd have me. She'd be stuck with me now, scars and all. I suspect most men come back damaged, one way or another. Tentatively, the words hung in the air, as though looking over their shoulders to see whether any more would follow. If not in a way that prevents marriage, then perhaps in a way that makes an unjust encumbrance on one's wife. I know I shouldn't have liked any sister of mine to marry a man who would burden her with nightmares, or with forgetting his whereabouts and imagining himself back on the battlefield whenever he hears a loud noise. I've heard of such afflictions. Fuller nodded, but didn't turn, inviting just as much confidence as Will cared to impart. Nothing so capricious plagues me. He twisted to drop the bit of caulking over the side, and lost sight of it at once among all the other rubbish littering the Thames's surface. It's only that my disposition has changed. I think marriage requires a certain hopefulness of outlook, and I can't seem to be hopeful quite as I used to do. The flotsam danced over the waves below. He stood still with his back to the railing, only his shoulders twisted, away from where Fuller stood at his left, to look down into the water. Words danced there, too. Words he'd once been so arrogant as to say aloud. I'll get you to the hospital, and then I'll get you home to your family. I swear on my soul I will not let you die. Other words. Words he would never say aloud to anyone. The outcome might have been the same if I'd waited for the litter-bearers. He might have been lost in any case. But I'll never know. And he trusted me. He looked to me as a leader, and he believed a promise I should never have made. And then the pitch-dark bit of flotsam, too dark for words. Incomplete fragments of memory stored in his senses. The clammy chill of that early morning hour. His hands. The pulse in Talbot's throat, ticking patiently against his thumb. The sounds. What else were you to do? Leave him to suffer for God knows how many hours more among corpses on the field, or in that hellish church? Will drew a sharp, cold breath. This was a mood. That meant it would pass. He'd come safe to the other end of every mood before, and so would he do with this one. I'd be surprised if that weren't common. A want of hopefulness. The sound of Fuller's voice told him he'd raised his head and was now addressing the horizon. Still, I think a woman could be the cure. A warm sort of woman. Patient, with a hopeful nature that can brace you up when your own is lacking, remind you of what's good and worthwhile in yourself as well as in the world. Nothing better for attaching a man to life unless it's children, and if you're lucky, those will follow. Sorrow prickled up and down Will's throat, leaving a metallic tang in its wake. Never mind his own unfitness for such a woman, for children. Fuller himself could have little hope of ever gaining the comfort he described, and described in such terms as suggested no small degree of longing. What a perverse place the world was, all in all. I don't doubt you're right. He brought his shoulders back round so he was facing out over the deck again. Only I find I haven't much patience for the events at which one encounters such women. Routs, musical evenings, card parties for polite small stakes. Musical evenings? Fuller cocked his head, like a hound catching an unexpected scent and contriving to isolate it from among the general bouquet. An idle pursuit of the well-born. He rubbed at the pitch on his fingertip and thumb. Some lady who wouldn't dream of performing in public stands up and sings, or perhaps plays the pianoforte, and everyone claims to enjoy it whether they do or no. Singular. But I confess I had this sort of thing in mind when I invited you to buy in. He waved a hand vaguely. You have the air of a gentleman about you, with your bearing and your knowledge of musical evenings. I fully intend to trot you out before the Americans when they pay their visit here. You'll make my business look a sight grander than if it's just me." Will laughed and nodded, even as uneasiness stirred in the pit of his stomach like silt kicked up from the bottom of a stream. "I must tell you, I'm not at all sure of having the money by April's end. I cannot in good conscience advise you to make any plans that depend on me." No, he would get the money, somehow. March wasn't even half over yet. He must not be as lacking in hope as he'd thought, because he was not ready to give up. Musical evenings, he muttered instead. I suppose I'd better make myself an expert then. Indeed, I think I may have been invited to one this very week. Self-pity was a vice for the feeble of spirit, not for her. If she had, at one time, known the pleasure of singing before an audience of cordial neighbours, well, it would behoove her to recall she had never been but the third or fourth young lady entreated to perform for the company after the more talented took their turns. Lydia stripped off her second glove and dropped it across her lap. Decidedly, Mr. Moss had too much money. She'd peered into 3 doorways along this hall, and each time found at least half a dozen lit candles and a fire in the hearth. And in this room, finally, she'd found a game table. She split the deck and shuffled, cards accommodating one another with a dulcet ripple reminiscent of music-room applause. There was all the accolade she required. She could feel, but not hear, the place where 8 cards went by undisturbed, admitting not a single card from her other hand into their number. Let any drawing-room nightingale try that. 8 cards, 9 cards, 10 and 11 had passed through a shuffle intact when a black-coated shape loomed into the open door on her left periphery. At the back of her neck, a muscle ticked once. Mr. Blackshear. She knew without turning. She'd glimpsed him in the last row of the music-room, when she'd made her way out at the interval, and apparently she'd taken better note than she'd realized of what coat he wore. What waistcoat as well. He'd put on that same copper-coloured one she'd first encountered out on Tottenham Court Road, when he and his sister had been coming from a call in Camden Town. Even from the corner of her eye, she could see its threads burnished by Mr. Moss's exorbitant firelight. Who in Camden Town had merited such finery? She hadn't stopped to wonder until now. Not her concern. He could pay calls wherever he liked. She'd given back his money, and thus ended the intersection of his fortunes with hers. She dealt 2 cards without looking up. "Have you come to spy on me, Mr. Blackshear?" In case he supposed he was taking her by surprise again. Not at all. Forgive the intrusion. The threads in his waistcoat winked as he made a slight bow. I noticed you'd left the gathering. I was under the impression we had an interval. Yes, of course. I mean, you left the company, where they were gathered in the room with the refreshments. Nothing is amiss, I hope. Nothing whatsoever. She turned up the first card, Ace of Clubs, and the second, King of Clubs. And I must say I liked you better when you marched up and accused me of cheating. I haven't any use for chivalry or nice manners. Some plain speaking, then. How quickly he shucked the cloak of gallantry. That was interesting. I came looking for you because there's something I want to discuss. I expect you can guess it. Oh, she could guess it, surely enough. Unless he was a royal nodcock, he would naturally have questions about last Saturday night at Beecham's. She'd known that before dealing the ace of diamonds, and she'd dealt it just the same. Well, he could have all the questions he liked. He would see in what style she chose to answer. Indeed. She lifted her chin finely and faced him, angling her body his way, laying one forearm on the table and the other along the back of a chair. I surmise you've sought me out to compliment me on my new gown. You surmise incorrectly. I've come for something else. He paused, though, his gaze flicking down over the yards of indigo silk and back up. But I'll grant you the compliment willingly. I suspect there's not a man alive who wouldn't appreciate that gown. Possibly. Though I might advise you to reserve your panegyrics until you've seen my other new gown. She palmed up her king and her ace with a smart flourish. Are you flirting with me, Miss Slaughter? His eyes narrowed briefly, like a sailor trying to make out the colors of a ship on the horizon. Then his mouth curved and sent smile echoes through his whole body, loosening his posture as he folded his arms and leaned his shoulder into the door jamb. You must want very badly to divert my attention from the topic I came to pursue. Now here was a man she had use for, spirited and ready to spar. Nonsense. King and ace went back into the deck at precise intervals. If my purpose were to distract you, I should have commenced my erotic spectacle. Oh, he did like that. His eyes narrowed again, or rather, the lids dropped halfway, and his lopsided smile took a turn for the wicked. It's a solo act, then. I'm intrigued. Perhaps. Ha! Did he think she was so easy to shock? Or perhaps it's an act that requires the participation of some willing audience member. She owed this man nothing. She didn't have to mind her words with him the way she did with Edward. She could say any reckless thing she liked. Now that, I'll grant, might have succeeded in diverting me. Mere flirtation will not. He held that same relaxed posture, weight against the wall, but he was undeterred in his purpose. I'd like you to explain to me what took place at the table when we were both lost at Beecham's. She divided the deck and shuffled. You had an admirable run of luck, as I recall. Rubbish. You fed me those cards. She didn't look up, but she could feel his cool patience. He had no intention of leaving this room without an answer. I'm nothing but grateful. Ah, that lower pitch, the same one with which he'd finally convinced her to let him see her home. Only I can't guess for the life of me how you did it, or why. She did something with her brow, something to make her look more than ever absorbed in the cards, and bent her head for good measure. Nobody but you has ever accused me of cheating. I expect that's because you're so good at it. Flattery. And probably true. You must know I won't tell anyone. It wouldn't be in my interest, would it? Maybe, maybe not. But that was nothing to the purpose. Regardless of whether it was in his interest, he would not tell. Certain things a lady could discern about a man after a few meetings, and this was something she discerned about him. She ought to send him away, of course. Closeting herself with another man, particularly with Edward on the premises, would be imprudent. But Edward was in his cups, and would probably sleep through the second half of the concert and never notice whether she came back or not. Besides, she was in his very good graces this evening in consequence of the new gown, which had come off once already when he'd arrived to collect her, and would doubtless come off again when he took her home. And it wasn't as though Mr. Blackshear sought her out for any improper purpose. He'd come to ask her about cards. No one ever asked her about cards. Close the door. She turned the deck and struck its edge on the table. Come take a seat. 6 strides brought him to the chair at the game table's other side. For a man who must have drilled at marching in formation, he had a remarkable ease to his walk, all nonchalant, unself-conscious grace. She hadn't had the chance to notice when he'd been walking 6 paces behind. He sat. She leaned a bit forward to set the deck before him and caught an unexpected scent. Bay rum. That hadn't been there in the upstairs hall at Beecham's when he'd stood so near her. Whatever occasion had warranted the fine coat and waistcoat apparently demanded new soap as well. Not her concern. Deal out 10 hands. She straightened, the bay rum receding like the last wisps of an agreeable dream. No fewer than 3 cards in each hand, no more than 5. He dealt, smoothly and unspeaking. He didn't ask why. That was to his credit. Good, she said when he'd finished. Please turn them face up, with every card showing. In her wrists, in her throat, in the middle of her chest, her pulse thrummed, fretful with anticipation, even while her thoughts went calm, and all the room's sights and sounds lurched into perfect clarity. A sweet, mellow percussion, his fingers striking the tabletop, sliding over the backs of the cards, then the muted slap of cards going face up, sloughing over one another as he edged them apart to show her each king and 10 and 7 and 3. He sat back, and when she raised her eyes, he was watching her expectantly, brows edged a wary fraction of an inch together. She clasped her hands on the table, straightened and curled her bare fingers, gave her mouth permission to issue a sphinx-like smile. Now then, speak, please. Speak. He'd caught her smile. It hovered at the corners of his own mouth. On what subject? Any subject you like. Your aim is to distract me. Eyes still on his face, she sent her hands out after the cards. Distract you? His brows jumped, and then bent at devilish angles. I'm afraid I neglected to rehearse my erotic spectacle. Good. This was exactly the right sort of thing. I shouldn't have permitted it anyway. Your distraction must be effected through speech. However, I will allow any subject. Until I've gathered up the last card, you have license to speak with just as much familiarity as you like. The cards fairly sang as she swept them in, feeding each one deftly into a growing small pack. That sounds very like a dare, Miss Slaughter. He sank into an outright slouch, one wrist resting on the table's edge. Really, he ought to give up that chivalry business altogether. He was infinitely more interesting this way. You're wearing stockings, I suppose? And here was the voice he would use for seduction, its soft rasp a kind of promissory note for the touch of his weather-beaten soldier's hands. But she would not permit the use of hands, and the only kind of seduction worth recognizing was the kind that came with an offer of carte blanche. Of course I'm wearing stockings. No change whatsoever in the timbre of her own voice. What colour are the garters? His eyes were steady on hers. Blue tonight. So were hers steady on him. Blue. He repeated the word as though to take possession of it. He might possess a lady piece by piece in this way, if she weren't strong-willed and otherwise occupied. Blue indeed. That's one point settled. Is that your idea of distraction? She ought, of course, to feel his hot attention creeping up like fingertips to the place where her garter was knotted on her thigh. Perhaps she would, later. For the moment, his words only redoubled the lucidity with which the needful facts came to her. Here would be a queen of clubs, and her left thumb knew precisely the spot at which it must slide into the deck. Give me time. His voice sank a few notches down the scale. Dark blue like the body of your gown? Or medium blue like the trimmings? Royal blue it's called, not medium. And I told you your time is limited. She gave her head a slight toss, just to show how little she was affected. If you mean to make an inventory of my underclothes, you'd better pick up your pace. Hasty men miss so much. There's a pleasure in lingering over these things. Lingering indeed, and over garters of all things. What a vexing sort of lover you must be. 3 more cards to go. All that meandering about would drive a lady to distraction. That, as I recall it, was my mission. Did I succeed to any degree? See for yourself. She clapped the cards once against the table, edgewise, to make them all even, and set the pack down before him. He picked it up. Ace of clubs sat on top. With his long, agile fingers, he peeled off that card, and peeled off the next, and the next, and the next. Assuredly she was vain. How could she not be, watching all his features soften with wonder as he turned over card after perfectly sequenced card? Aces, 2s, 3s, 4s, and he shot her one glance. 5s, a 6, 7s, and 1 8 had got in with the 7s, not due to any distraction, but simply because her fingers sometimes misjudged the count. By the time he set down the king of spades, he was sitting up straight, his whole face alight with such a look as Paris of Troy must have worn when those 3 goddesses showed up to demand he judge one of them most beautiful. No man had ever looked at her that way. No man would likely ever do so again. But he made her insides feel like clockwork for a moment. Ingenious, subtle clockwork instead of fallible flesh. And it occurred to her she might stay in that moment forever, given the choice. She might bask wordless in such a transformative gaze for as many moments as remained to her life. No, not transformative. This was who she was, quick and gleaming and intricate. She'd known that already. Now, someone else knew. Chapter 6. How the devil did you do this? Will sat motionless, all energy diverted to receiving her reply. She faced him like a Grecian goddess, sure, potent, ravishing. And for all that the goddess-style gown still draped her, advertising the bounty of her figure and deepening the blue of her eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that she'd just undressed for him. Through a certain facility with numbers and an excellent memory for what I've seen. On the tabletop, she folded one hand in the other. Practiced fingers as well, of course. Undressed? Devil take her! She was parading about the room naked now. He touched a finger to the king of spades, topmost on the pile. You looked at these cards when I turned them up, and remembered the contents of all 10 hands without looking again. I had a picture in my mind. Quiet pride lit her features and simmered at the bottom of her voice. I remember things that way. If you recited a list of 38 cards, I doubt I could repeat them all back. But if I see them laid out, I can make a sort of map. 38. Did you count them? Not deliberately. But the hands had 3, 3, 5, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 4, and 3 cards. Good God! He didn't even try to check her addition. So your memory tells you where each card is, and a numberish brain gives you the proper stacking order. But how do you then put them in that order? You didn't look away from my face even once. Practice. She turned her hands palm up and flexed them. I've taught my fingers to know the feel of 6 cards, of 19 cards, of 38 cards. I dare say you might have seen me feeling for the right place if you'd watched. But when I told you to distract me, I wagered you'd pick a topic distracting to you as well. That smile crept back, knowing and seductive, the same one that sent his wits out the window and impelled him to talk about garters. I don't usually have to place them so precisely, you see. Usually what I want is just to alternate high cards with low, or in the case you witnessed the other night, to set up a run of all low cards. That's easier, as you may imagine. Hell and damnation. She'd plied 6 kinds of witchcraft and discussed it the way she might chat about a sampler she'd sewn. He wrested his gaze from her to study the cards. But surely your whole arrangement must come undone when you shuffle. If you shuffle cleverly, you can keep a sequence of cards from mixing with the other side. All it requires is nimble thumbs and plenty of practice. Very well, but someone else cuts the cards. I distinctly remember the man to your left doing so on the evening we're discussing. You had no way of controlling how he arranged the deck. That's the easiest bit of all. She leaned forward to catch up the 38 cards and add them back to the 14 that had sat this exercise out. Cut the deck, if you please. The pack came down smartly before him. He closed his fingers on a good half the deck and lifted it away. Stop. He did. Did you see where you've divided it? If he put out every candle in the room, he could see whatever he liked by her prideful radiance alone. A bit more than halfway down. 60% approximately. She nodded toward his hand. Everybody divides it there. Simple as that. Put the cards you want 60% of the way down, and the person who cuts the cards will set them at the top for you. Confound her! 1,000 times! Confound her boldness and her incandescence and the crafty skills that made him feel giddy and light-hearted as a boy watching a juggler at the fair, when he had abundant reasons to never feel light-hearted again. Still, though, giddy he might be, but he hadn't lost the capacity for rational thought. You had to deal cards to men before me, and you couldn't have known exactly how many each would take. You must have had a good long run of low cards to ensure I got them. And then, how did you avoid gifting the men on either side of me as well as myself? They weren't all low. She held out her hand, palm up. He surrendered the deck, his fingertips tingling as they met the tender flesh at the heel of her hand. I did include a few court cards for that purpose. She squared the deck's edge on the table. Only I took care not to give you one. If your thumbs are accomplished and well rehearsed, you can draw back the top card enough to get a quick look at its underside. And then if you don't like it, you catch the second card, where you've exposed it by drawing the top one aside, and deal that instead, right out from under the first. She suited action to words, he must assume, though for the life of him he couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. See, King of Hearts. With the forefinger, she mimed turning his card over. King of Spades was topmost. The King of Hearts, a rather vacuous-looking fellow in this particular deck, stared up at him when he flipped the card. A second later, the King of Spades fell face up beside it, as though she could really have believed he'd require any proof. He sat back. "You've staggered me, Miss Slaughter." Probably he was wearing an expression not altogether unlike that Red King's. "Where on earth did you acquire such skills?" A change came to her face, though as usual he couldn't scry its meaning. "We used to play cards to pass the time in the establishment where I was formerly employed." Her gaze slid to somewhere over his right shoulder. "I learned those shuffling and dealing tricks from a woman there, and once I'd mastered those, it occurred to me I could make an advantage of my memory and my fluency with numbers. One wants occupation for the mind in such a—" She curbed the thought, the way she might curb a headstrong horse, and brought her eyes back to his. "I do well at 21, though, even when I'm not dealing, because I've always kept a tally of what remains in the deck. And that's not cheating, just being attentive. And important distinction to you, I'm sure." She grinned, all delinquent swagger once more, and then the grin subsided. "I could teach you. I beg your pardon." A keen, calculating light had come into her eyes. She sat up straight again, and even leaned a bit forward. "Not how to remember cards exactly as I do. I don't believe that can be taught. But I could help you practice some ways of shuffling and dealing such as I've shown you tonight, and I could teach you how to keep a reckoning when you play 21. I presume you'd want something from me in return?" Though for the life of him he couldn't guess what it would be. "I have some money I'd like to invest in an annuity." No, he certainly would never have guessed that. "I need some gentleman, some solicitor or clerk, to act as my man of business." She set her hands atop the table, one over the other, and studied them. "It occurs to me you must have developed a broad acquaintance in the army. Perhaps you know such a man, and perhaps you might prevail upon him, for reasons of friendship, to do this service for such a woman as myself." By the time she'd finished speaking, her cheeks were pink. She didn't look up. Where did this discomfited manner come from? Before today, he'd never seen the least sign she felt any shame over what she was. Even when he'd faced her round the groping, rotting body of the man who paid her bills, she'd stared back unabashed. What could account for? Something broke through his preoccupation, like pebbles dropped into a pond. Into the room's quiet, above the pop and murmur of the fire, fell notes from a distinct harpsichord. "Good God!" He sprang to his feet. "The concert! I forgot completely. You've got to go back." She blinked up at him and furrowed her brow. "Surely Mr. Roanoke will notice your absence. If he notices mine as well, it could do harm to your prospects." What the devil had he been thinking? Shrugging off any care for her welfare the instant she offered him a chance to play at rakishness, gaping like a foolish boy at card tricks when he ought to have been a mindful grown man and sent her back to the company. Her brow went smooth. Her whole face went placid, mask-like. "I assure you he's not in a noticing frame of mind tonight. And I confess I dissembled somewhat, that day on the street, when I spoke of the hazard of being seen with you. Whatever he might think of you, he's entirely sure of me. I'd have nothing to fear." It was like facing her across the table at Beecham's all over again. He had no way to tell whether she was lying. That didn't matter. He knew what was proper to do. Nevertheless, I'll take my leave now. He stepped behind his chair and pushed it neatly in. I'm going home. One person returning late to the concert will give people less fodder for speculation than two. Do we have an arrangement, though? I'll teach you to better your play, and you'll help me find a man of business. On the tabletop, her clasped hands tightened. We might start the next night we're both at Beecham's. We could meet at midnight in one of the rooms on that top floor. No one ever goes there. Just what I need, to be alone with you at midnight in a room where no one ever goes. Refusal, sensible grown man refusal, poised itself on the tip of his tongue. But an inconvenient recollection came. The smell of oakum and the gentle rolling of the deck beneath his feet. Everything depended on his winning money at a better pace than he'd so far done. Midnight, then. He let go the chair back where he'd been gripping it. 21 only, and only honest play. I haven't the temperament for the other business. That was judicious. He had sound, solemn reasons for agreeing to be tutored. And still he rose from his farewell bow with the creeping sense that he was embarking on something monumentally unwise. She hastened up the aisle in the lull between two songs and slipped into the place beside Edward, who didn't wake. Mr. Blackshear had been wrong to worry, not to mention presumptuous. He stirred in his sleep, her protector did, and the length of his thigh pressed against the length of hers. She pressed back until she felt the clear outline of her garter. Her blue garter, and the top of the stocking it tied. That garter and stocking had lain crumpled on the floor with her gown earlier this evening, spoils of a swift, purposeful conquest. Edward was not a man to linger over garters or anything else. Her hands curled into fists in her lap, snagging a bit of silk skirt on the way. He knew what she liked. He gave it to her. There was the beginning and the end. You've staggered me, Miss Slaughter. Never mind. She had other ways of staggering, and more suitable men to stagger. She crept her chin round to get a view of Edward's profile. A jaw like granite, cheeks that might have undergone a carpenter's plane, lips that smiled with consummate symmetry to reveal a mouthful of teeth that would do a horse proud. She'd never bedded a handsomer man, at least so far as she remembered, and this one prided himself on satisfying her. That was more than many women might ever enjoy. She slid her hand over and let it rest on his thigh. She would lay waste to him tonight, to herself as well. She would hurl herself against him like a wave breaking over a rock. She would claw her way to oblivion as many times as she must, until no fragment of human feeling remained. Her fingers inched along until they met his breeches buttons. His eyes half opened groggily, and when he'd blinked about enough to sort out the circumstances, his mouth spread into a smile that promised her everything, everything she could ever expect from a man. Chapter 7. No flirting this time. He would devote all his attention to the substance of what she taught, that he might keep their time away from the company short, and keep them both out of trouble. Any number of such admonitions Will had for himself 2 nights later at Beecham's, as he waited for the appointed hour. He'd been too free with her at Mr. Morse's house. If he could not keep his own dignity in mind, he must remember to think of her interest. Safeguard her place with square jaw and all of that. It was the honourable thing to do. 4 times over the course of the evening, he slipped away from cards or supper to work at provisioning a room upstairs, and when midnight rolled round, it was ready. From a hodgepodge of furniture piled in a room at the end of the hall, he'd picked out a game table, 2 chairs, and a candle branch, now alight with 3 candles, pilfered from the supper room. Also a carpet, in the interest of keeping noise down. A far cry from the Mayfair drawing-room where they'd last sat down together, to be sure, but it would serve its purpose. He was standing in the doorway, arms folded, facing the stairs, when a creak on one of the treads announced her approach. A single spark of anticipation hurried up his spine. He would not let it catch fire. Stair by stair she ascended into view, her back to him, all pale gown and pale arms in the stairwell's dim, a spectre on a mission. She reached the last step and rounded the railing to face him. Face the moonlight, too, filtering in from the window at the hall street side end to bathe her features. Blank eyes, sharp brow, hair the colour of weak coffee, and a frankly prodigious nose. "Solve me," that face said to him, the way it always did. "Unwrap me. Find me out." More sparks went up his spine. This rendezvous might have been a terrible idea altogether. She paused some 10 feet away, taking in his own person and posture. Some shift occurred in her countenance as her eyes came back to his. "You've done this before. Coaxed a lady to leave a gathering and meet you in some secluded room. I can see it in your stance. You're not going to make this easy, are you?" "As I recall, the coaxing was all on your side." He unfolded his arms and stepped away from the doorframe that she might precede him into the room, and that he might not betray anything by stance. Another remark shaped itself as to pots and kettles, glass houses and stones, the library downstairs. Prudence smothered it. Perfectly true. She moved past him into the room. "Only it occurs to me you're not nearly so much a gentleman as you strive to appear. On this occasion, I am." Now she'd brought the conversation into indelicate territory, he could at least make use of the candor. "Forgive my bluntness now. This will be the 3rd time we've met somewhere away from the company. 4th, if you count my walking behind you on the street. And it's my duty to assure you nothing improper will occur. More improper than closeting myself with another man's mistress, that is. I won't attempt any liberties. You have my word." She stood at the white stone chimney-piece, the candlelight flickering over her bird-like gaze and her slight smile. "Very good. Close the door and sit down." He did. She didn't join him. "We'll begin with a bit of theory." She clasped her hands behind her and began to pace, quite like a lecturing school-teacher. "Tell me why no gambler with a brain would ever play at roulette, for example, when he could be playing 21. I suppose because the outcome in roulette is dependent entirely on luck. Is that your other new gown?" No, emphatically the wrong sort of thing to say. Only her smile had sunk into his skin somehow, and her gown had caught his attention as she walked, and then the question had sailed forth of its own accord. "This? I should hope not. Didn't I say it was a gown suited to a gentleman's taste? I know better than to believe any gentleman would be stirred by plain white muslin." Her pacing had brought her nearly to the door. Now she spun and started back. "And as to your answer, let that be our last reference in these sessions to luck. A wise gambler recognizes only odds. Odds, of course. Hanged if he didn't feel a bit like he was squirming under the gimlet gaze of his old governess once more. To be specific, in most games, the odds start fresh every time. Every roll of the dice, Every spin of a roulette wheel, the odds of each possible outcome are the same as they were on the last turn. Those hands clasped behind her made her shoulders draw back, elevating her bosom and pulling her bodice snug. He sent his gaze past her to the wall. In 21, however, the odds keep changing until the deck is shuffled again. The player who keeps a reckoning can wager accordingly. Naturally, high wagers when he's likely to get a good card, low when he's not. Naturally. You have some grasp of odds, then, as opposed to luck? Her head tilted to a considering angle as she halted behind the opposite chair, and her voice betrayed an ungratifying degree of doubt. Enough understanding to gamble, I should think. Very well. We'll play a game. Not 21 just yet. She palmed up the pack of cards he'd set out. Do you care to wager? Risk more money with you? Not likely. He sat back in his chair, arms folded. I'll consider other stakes. Yes, that sounded provocative, but he'd already assured her of his honourable intentions. She knew she had nothing to fear. And fear, indeed, was nowhere to be found in her eyes when they snapped round to where he sat. She'd been sorting through the cards. Now her hands went still. Her gaze lingered for a few speculative seconds on his face. Then down it roamed, clinging and unhasty as half-melted ice cream sliding from a tipped-up plate. Cravat, shoulders, hands, resting before him on the table itself, under which the rest of him lurked. Then back to the cards, and her brisk sorting recommenced. Good Lord, Miss Slaughter! Her audacity woke half a dozen impulses in him, not least an ill-advised impulse to laughter. Did you just mentally unclothe me and find me wanting? Her mouth tightened into a private smile for the benefit of herself and the cards. How could I have made any such judgment? She twitched a card out from the pack and set it on the table. 3 of hearts. It's an imperfect art, mental unclothing. One relies to a woeful degree on one's own imagination, at least as far as all the interesting particulars are concerned. I'll spare you the effort. It's big. Splendid. Not 5 minutes in her presence, and he'd come to this. And before you make a reply, let me assure you that you'll have to take me at my word. I've no intention of furnishing evidence as part of a wager or otherwise. Her smile went wide, as abruptly as if he'd reached out and tickled her. Of course I wouldn't doubt you. All men are so favoured, aren't they? Certainly every man a harlot beds is the biggest she's ever seen. 2 of diamonds took its place beside the 3 of hearts. However, the truth is, I won't make that kind of wager either. I was provoking you merely because of your decorous manners. I'll try to refrain in future. Yes, please do try. Smiling all the wider, she set down the ace of spades with the other 2 cards and finally took the opposite seat, pushing the remainder of the deck to rest by the candle branch. What wager then, Blackshear? In an entirely businesslike manner, she started peeling off her right-hand glove. Several of his internal organs changed places at the sound of his name without the honorific. He glanced away from where she was gradually baring the alabaster smooth skin of her arm. A question. Yes, that would be the way to put her off balance. If I win, I'll ask you a question and you must answer. If you win, you can ask one of me. She drew the glove off and dropped it in her lap. I might lie, you know. I know that very well. She tugged at the second glove. And you don't even know what game I'm proposing. More than that, I know you have no qualms about cheating. He shrugged. Let's play. It's not even much of a game for wagering. But so you'll see. The glove slipped off and fell with a whispered slap of leather against the other in her lap. Her bare hands stole forward to sweep the ace and the 2 and the 3 off her side of the table, out of his sight. She did something with the cards, a tiny frown at one corner of her mouth. Then back they came, face down, set before him in a row. Tell me which is the ace, and you may ask your question. None of them. You switched it out while I couldn't see. Again the smile so sudden, it seemed as though pleasure had caught her unawares. No. But I like your thinking, so I'll give you another chance. Guess again. I hope you know I'd never make this wager with money, any more than I'd play roulette. Nevertheless, he tapped his first and second fingers on the middle card. Her hand came forward, but instead of turning over his card, she flipped the one on its left. 2 of diamonds. Now, Mr. Blackshear. Her eyes reflected the candlelight with a peculiar intensity. If I offered you the chance to change your pick, would you do it? Will, said his lips and his teeth and his tongue without sanction from his brain. The space between her brows pleated, hard. I'm giving you my Christian name. He cleared his throat. And permission, of course, to use it. His face felt suddenly warm. And I don't care to switch, thank you. I'll stay with the middle card. Then you don't understand odds as well as you think. His name, apparently, made no impression at all. What precisely do you think I misunderstand? Really, she needn't be so pert. 2 cards remain. Each has 1 chance in 2 of being the ace. All else being equal, I prefer to trust my original impulse. Oh, good Lord! Please don't tell me you give any weight to impulse in gambling. You'd think he'd just said he based all his play on numbers given to him by gypsy fortune-tellers. She leaned forward, forearms on the table, whole person suffused with officious purpose. Your calculation of the odds is incorrect. Your original choice has 1 chance in 3. The other card has 2 in 3. You're a fool if you don't switch. Had she gone mad? There are 2 cards. 1 is the ace. How on earth do you calculate the odds as anything other than even? Because there were 3 cards to begin with. Your chance was 1 in 3. That doesn't change just because we have a look at one of the other cards. Her upper body inclined lower, closer to the tabletop. Think, Blackshear. He could see the agitated rise and fall of her bosom. Her features were fierce with concentration, willing him to understand. You said you would never risk money in this wager. Surely that's because you didn't like the odds. Not to begin with, no. In other words, with odds of 1 in 3, you knew your pick was likely to be wrong. Her attention had heat and weight. He could feel it like a pair of warm hands pressed to his face and dragged down his front. Odds tell you the ace was more likely to be one of the 2 cards you didn't pick. Will you dispute that? Well, no, he couldn't, really. Her tirade was beginning to assume a faint aura of logic. Then forget everything else and remember only that. Your first pick is probably wrong, so why in God's name wouldn't you switch from it, given the chance? She wore that alluring flush of a woman both mastered and powered by passion, and he would bet all of his £1,160 that no mere lover had ever inspired such ardour as she felt for her numbers and her odds. And to her question, he could make no good answer. Or no, maybe he could. He set his elbow on the table, chin in his palm, and with his free hand turned up the middle card. Ace of spades. He looked from the card to her, allowing himself the smallest arch of one eyebrow. Oh, but he'd stepped in the hornet's nest now. She stared at him, throat working silently, mouth a straight-shut line, bosom keeping its dainty rhythm. Without question, he'd come home as warped as Jack Fuller's leg. What else could account for the lightness in his heart as he awaited the next fusillade of abuse from a woman who was anything but warm and patient? She had none of those qualities that could remind a man of what was worthwhile in himself or the world. She could never provide the children that would attach him to life. But devil take children, devil take the world, devil take him and whatever worthwhile remained in him. Those things must bide their time out in the hallway, on the other side of the shut door. For these few minutes, she and her fiery attention were all the world, all the life he required. Good God! He was hopeless. Either he truly didn't grasp the concept, or he placed a higher value on his contrary games than on the solemn truths she'd laboured so to impart. Lydia flattened her hands on the table, fingers spread for maximum stability, and took a deep, calming breath. Yes, 1 out of 3 times your choice will prove correct. The calming breath had predictably brought his gaze to her bosom, where it now lingered. That's exactly what 1 in 3 odds means. Over time you do better to switch, and please have the courtesy to look at my face when I'm speaking. You may review my bosom during the silences, if a bosom is indeed such a novelty to you as to require scrutiny. His eyes came back to hers, and his mouth spread into a smile of pure, crooked delight. Please tell me you speak this way to Prince Squarejaw. To whom? But there could be no doubt of who he meant. Your flashman with his big square chin. Tell me you dictate when he may and may not look at each part of you. It makes a most agreeable picture for me. She'd encouraged him too much with her flirting. She must reel him back to business now. His name, let me remind you, is Mr. Roanoke. My transactions with him are not your concern. I'd be obliged if you would return your attention to the lesson at hand. The lesson, yes. He frowned down at the cards as though seeing them for the first time. I believe I've won the game, Miss Slaughter. Are you ready to answer a question? Yes, ask. A smile flared over his features, but when he raised his chin to address her, he'd scrubbed away all traces of playful triumph. He eyed her without tilting his head, or pursing his lips, or bringing a considering hand to his chin. He knew exactly what he wanted to ask. Perhaps he'd known for some time. What happened 3 years since? In a perfectly conversational tone of voice, he launched the words. Her hands, still spread atop the table, slid back until she could hook her thumbs under the edge and take a grip. He remembered. You're 3 years too late to do business with my heart, she'd said, or some such flippant remark, and he'd plucked it out of air and put it in a pocket and kept it ever since. He watched her, waiting. He knew he couldn't read her. He must take what answer she gave. Lydia dropped her gaze from his. One of her fingers found a scar of some sort on the tabletop. A dark indentation, perhaps, where some lout had dropped a cigar and, too drunk to notice the loss, had let it lie until it burned this shallow channel just wide enough and long enough to fit the end joint of a last finger. A number of things went wrong that year, culminating in the loss of my parents. Both at once? That was a second question. She'd only agreed to one. But she could answer this, and still keep a great deal back. She nodded. They were travelling. There was an accident. even these incomplete truths felt like handfuls of flesh scooped from her by some creature with claws. I'm sorry. She didn't want his sympathy. I've lost both parents as well. Not at once, but it's a fearsome blow, no matter how it comes, I know. Do you really? Did you lose them with their hearts broken from the shame you'd brought on the family? Did you lose them after you'd thrown away everything else? If he dared to speak further on the subject, she might say something injudicious. But he didn't. He took up the 3 cards and shuffled them one behind the other. Now, I presume you'll want to repeat this exercise 2 or 3 dozen times to prove your contention as to odds? Yes. She lifted her attention away from that scarred place on the table and let her hands relax their grip. Yes, that's exactly what I wish to do. The trial of repetition proved her correct, of course. 36 times they repeated the exercise, and in 22 instances Will picked the wrong card. Really, it was as simple as that. The card she showed him would never be the ace. The ace must be either the card he'd picked or the remaining card he hadn't. Ergo, it all came down to whether he'd picked correctly to begin with, and with odds of 1 in 3 most often he did not. Do you begin to see? Something had changed in her over the past half hour, or however long they'd been in here. Alongside that prideful, purposeful intensity was something new. Some almost vulnerable desire. He knew better than to call it need, to share what was meaningful to her, and to see it grasped and properly prized by someone else. Had he effected that change? With this question, had he pried open a weak joint in her armor through which he might now reach her? Time enough to dwell on that later. You've convinced me. He closed up the pocketbook, where he'd kept count of his right and wrong guesses, and stowed it back in his pocket. Or rather, the results have convinced me. I grasp the essential principle now, for all that my intuitive sense of logic first revolted against it. Intuition is no more to be relied upon than impulse. She swept up the 3 cards and fed them back into the deck one by one. If you will give up consulting such things and trust strictly to what you know of odds and chance, you'll have an advantage over most of the men against whom you play. I hope tonight's lesson may have begun to persuade you of that. Are we finished, then? His voice rang hollow with forced lightness. Until this instant, he hadn't realized just how ill-prepared he was to forsake this circumscribed world in which one's worth depended on nothing but the ability to master odds. That his voice had betrayed him was evident from her response. Her lips pushed together in a slight symptom of effort, while her eyes flicked back and forth across his face, as though his sentiments were actually written out there in paragraphs. I think we ought to be, she said at last. She put down the deck on his side of the table. I recommend we return to the company 5 minutes apart, and return to different rooms. I'll go after you and appear in the ballroom. You may choose any other room you like. Very good. He pocketed the cards and rose. Shall I count on another such midnight session the next time we're both here? She nodded, studying the way her fingers laced with each other on the table's smooth top. She didn't speak. Will pushed his chair in. She didn't glance up. Her brows sank with severity as she worked her fingers harder together, reviewing and regretting, perhaps, every familiarity she'd allowed tonight, patching that weak place in her armor, totting up the inches of distance she'd ceded that she might not take that much back again. Nothing he could do but leave her to it. He bowed and made his way across the carpet. "Mr. Blackshear," she said, just as his hand fell on the knob. "Will." He turned. She'd made a tight double fist of her hands and stared at it as though some oracular wisdom were clutched on a slip of paper inside. Her cheeks, if he did not mistake, had gone faintly pink. "I believe you've heard my given name. I don't know whether you will remember. Lydia." It tumbled off his tongue like a commonplace, like the answer to a most mundane riddle, because that was the way to put her at ease. She nodded, looking already as though she would retract the overture if she could. So he left without giving her the chance. And all the way to the supper room, he rolled her name round his mouth like a rare wine. And if his foot touched one single stair on the way down, that was more than he could tell. Chapter 8. Prince Squarejaw, really. With the first two fingers of her left hand, Lydia tipped Edward's chin up and back. With her right hand she applied the straight razor. The tiny rough beginnings of a beard tickled against the blade and gave way, up the column of his throat, up the underside of his jaw, to the clean right angle of his chin. She swished the razor in her water bowl and wiped it deftly on a towel, one side and then the other. He'd closed his eyes while she was brushing on the soap and still sat that way, head tilted, outspread hands resting on his trouser thighs, as calm and relaxed and accustomed to this as a prince. Perhaps a square-jawed one. She applied the blade again, clearing another path of smooth skin among the lathered stubble. In the mirror she saw her own shape behind him, prim and workmanlike, the prince's diligent valet. Often she did this naked, or in some interesting state of dress. Today she wore her plainest, high-necked nightgown and a flannel dressing-gown belted tight. She had a lesson to prepare, and no time to squander on the dissipated romp. "By the by," he said, as the blade came off his chin and arced through sunlight to the water bowl, "I'm afraid I must ask you to give up the diversion of taking over my cards sometimes at Beecham's." "I beg your pardon?" Her hand froze where it was, just above the bowl. "Only the proprietors have a certain image they'd like to keep up." He didn't open his eyes. "To have a lady playing with the gentleman is a bit too reminiscent of one of the lower hells, or so it was put to me. I'm sorry, love, I know that was one of your pet amusements." "Don't call me love." She plunged the blade into the water. Really, what he called her was the least of her concerns. She'd known her time at the table might end. She ought to have been better prepared. "I hadn't realized I offended anyone." £410 sat in the drawer of that table by the window, and £410 were not nearly enough. "Nor I, else I should have said something before. But now we're both the wiser." Indeed. The razor beat a bitter chime against the china bowl, striking resolve into her marrow. If one path was blocked to her, she'd just have to find another. She touched the blade to the towel again and spoke lightly. "There are gaming halls where ladies play. I shouldn't call them ladies." His half-smooth, half-stubbled throat rippled with a chuckle. "Desperate creatures, and the proprietors know it. Think nothing of raking in a woman's last farthing and allowing her to play on for graver stakes." "Those sound like dreadful places altogether." One more stroke up the length of his throat. "Do you mean you must play against the house itself, not against each other, as at Beecham's?" "To be sure. The fellow who deals the cards or spins the wheel is in the establishment's employ. No chance of him forgiving a loss." "No chance of getting a turn with the deck, either. and ordering the cards to her liking. She swished the blade in water and watched in the mirror as it cleared a swath of his jaw. I don't know why anyone would wish to play under those conditions. To never be the banker puts you at a disadvantage in games like 21, for example, where ties are awarded to the banker. Oh, but the rules differ. Ah, now they came to it. I think there are houses where a tie simply counts for a tie, no money passing either way. And some houses place constraints on the banker's play. Constraints? Mildly, she repeated the word, while her attention sharpened to an edge that might put the razor to shame. There are houses where the players may stick at 15, but the banker must keep drawing cards until he reaches 17. And then he must stick once he's reached it. And often you see the first card dealt face up. She'd held the blade away from his face while he spoke, and a sudden jagged glitter of light told her her hand was shaking. She doused it, razor and all, in the basin, shaping that chaotic agitation into a few fierce flicks of the wrist. "The banker's first card shows," she said, because she must say something. "The player's first card as well, so I don't suppose there's really any advantage." Fool of a man! There was every advantage. The visible cards alone. Late in the deck, they would make a tremendous difference in her knowledge of what cards remained. Even early in a shuffle, the banker's first card could tell her things. If he showed an ace, she would know his prospects were good, and she could wager accordingly. Add to this the unutterably elegant constraint of the banker's continuing to draw until he reached 17. Something overhead caught her eye. A dozen spots of sunlight dancing to the rhythm of her razor in the wash basin. She let her hand go still and watched the spots slow and subside, each sliding into its proper place like a number in a solved equation. She might devise some calculations. The variables were too many for her to know exactly how to play every hand, but with pencil and paper and hours of rigorous, satisfying work, she might— "Lydia!" The word barged into a sweet symphony of thought, like a screech from one of the reed instruments. Singular. She'd never supposed there might be a right way and a wrong way to pronounce her name. "Have you gone into a trance there?" He'd opened his eyes, finally, to investigate the lapse in her ministrations. "Forgive me. I was distracted by the light." She wiped the razor dry and glanced at the mirror to find he'd closed his eyes again. Some men there were who knew how to look at a lady and make her feel she'd been seen. Or perhaps there was no question of knowing how. Some men just looked at ladies that way. Nothing to the purpose. Here was the man to whom she'd attached herself, and here was the task immediately before her. She angled the blade, set it to his cheek, and drew it back, the soap mounding up as she went. But some men, one couldn't help observing, would have kept their eyes open. "Tell me what absorbs you so," such a man might say. "I wonder at your thoughts." He might even guess. "It's to do with the cards, isn't it?" She brought the razor away and tipped it above the wash basin, its dollop of lather and bristles sliding off to land with a faint plash among the rest of the sudsy flotsam. Some men had no valet or even mistress and must see to their own shaving. Standing shirtless before a mirror, perhaps, the towel draped carelessly over one well-articulated shoulder. Not that anything was amiss with Edward's shoulders. Indeed, his whole form could bear comparison with any man's. Still, when she'd shaved her last stroke, wiped the remnants of soap from his face, and then glanced in the mirror to find him eyeing her with the first stirrings of unmistakable intent, she pivoted away to catch up his waistcoat. Perfectly timed. She gave the waistcoat a brisk shake. I do believe that's your phaeton I hear outside. Perfectly timed indeed. The shave was usually followed by several minutes of more particular attentions, if not a full-scale return to the bed. He glanced over his shoulder at the window, though of course he could not see to the street below. One corner of his mouth pulled down with indecision. His palm, flat atop his right thigh, smoothed the nankeen of his trousers. Clearly he was struggling with some personal calculus involving the questions of how quickly she could work, how long he could decently keep his driver waiting, and whether or not his appetite had been roused to such a pitch as to render the first two questions moot. She moved her thumb infinitesimally over the fine stitching at the waistcoat's armhole, her only outward manifestation of unease. What would she do if he bid her come and kneel? She'd never refused him before. No, I don't want to. The novel words loitered just back of her teeth. She could taste them. She could feel the way they would resonate from the roof of her mouth to the bridge of her nose. She could picture Edward's astonishment, but her brain balked at picturing what might come next in answer to such open defiance. Never mind. A clever woman needn't resort to defiance. What a fine waistcoat this is. She moved a step nearer. Did you choose it on purpose because you knew you'd be going to luncheon at your mother's house? She would mention his mother just as many times as were necessary to wilt his ardour. Hang it, Lydia! He got grudgingly to his feet. Why did you have to squander so much time in staring at the ceiling and talking of cards? I had no idea the hour had grown so late. Next time you must keep to the task. Indeed I shall, she said, as she helped him into his waistcoat, and the fault is mine, and your mother is fortunate to have so dutiful a son. Near a dozen such trifling pleasantries she'd uttered by the time the front door closed behind him. She stood for a moment with her back pressed to the door, her palms flat against it at thigh height on either side. Her muscles all tensed unaccountably, gathering themselves as though Edward might turn about and pound on the door to demand his indulgence after all. Of course he wouldn't. And as though she might dig in her heels and oppose his efforts with all her weight and strength. She wouldn't. She couldn't. But she stood, nevertheless, poised above her own revulsion, like a tightrope walker above a moat boiling with sharp-toothed eels, until she heard the clop of horses pulling his phaeton into the street. Then she mashed the strange sentiments small, put them away, and went to begin her work. I vow I can't tell one from another. You? Nick spoke in an undertone, though there was little chance of his being overheard. The tiny red-faced one that can't so much as lift its head is Andrew's latest, Master Frederick. Kitty's got him now. Will nodded toward the corner of the room where babies were being passed about. Well, for heaven's sake, I hope I know that much. Indeed, they'd all been invited expressly for the purpose of viewing that most recent addition to the family, though by some obscure process the event had mushroomed into a full-on celebration of Blackshear fertility. Already there were 10 children in the next generation, and all 10 were present in his elder brother's drawing-room, some doing their best to sit straight and be worthy of the honour, some conducting themselves with blissful infant ignorance of manners. Keeping track of the very smallest is no trick. It's when they get a bit older that they all start to blend together. Nick gestured at the sofa nearest the bow window where they stood. I believe one of the two climbing on Mirkwood may be my godson, but I'm hanged if I can tell you which one. Don't look to me for help. I would have sworn those were both girls. He oughtn't to say so. Doubtless he'd offend some parent if he was heard, but his brother's poorly stifled snort of laughter was a tonic he couldn't resist. It seemed years since he'd laughed so easily, so carelessly with Nick, with any of his siblings for that matter. Across the room, his elder sister glanced up from the baby she'd been admiring and smiled. Kitty was Miss Slaughter's precise opposite, wasn't she? All he needed was half a second to see her fierce joy and relief at the sight of her two younger brothers giving way to some secret hilarity, as they'd been wont to do in simpler years. He cut his own gaze away from the emotion in hers, fixing vaguely on the sofa where Martha's Mr. Mirkwood was in conversation with Kitty's Mr. Bridgman. Surely he would soon come to feel as though he belonged among these people once more. They were his kin, after all, his blood, the only souls in the world who shared his memories of a delicate mother and a sober-minded father who'd both left the breathing world too soon. And yet he'd found himself making excuses to avoid them, these months since coming home. He'd had more to do with Nick than any of the others, but that had been largely on account of business. Even now, though he might have gone on joking about the little nieces and nephews, a particular obligation was tugging at him. He brushed a bit of lint off one cuff. "Do you remember that Grigsby fellow you introduced me to? The one who set up the trust? Saw him just yesterday by Lincoln's Inn." Nick swung about to fix him with the full force of his curiosity. "What? Are you wanting his services again? Found another orphan in need of an anonymous benefactor?" Will shook his head. "Rather, I'm hoping to do a service for a lady this time. Not the boy's mother, I hope. According to what Grigsby tells me, you've already done more for that family than anyone could reasonably expect." Grigsby needed to learn a bit of discretion, clearly, and he was in no position to render judgments as to the degree of Will's obligation. "No, it's another acquaintance, and the money is all her own. She's put a bit by, and she'd like to invest it, but she hasn't the means to retain a man of business. I offered to see whether I couldn't find someone to help." He laced his hands behind his back and stretched his shoulders, a gesture that would, with luck, suggest an attitude of casual indifference. "What is she? Someone's spinster aunt?" His brother's eyes held more bafflement than suspicion. That was to the good. "What sort of company are you keeping these days?" He nodded vaguely, with uncomfortable thoughts of perjury. "She's a connection of someone at the club I frequent." That was entirely true. This prodded Nick's curiosity in another direction, and he was now obliged to tell a bit about Beecham's in terms that left vague the character of the place. Nick had never set foot in a gaming establishment of any sort, and heard the club's name without a glimmer of recognition. From the corner of his eye, however, Will saw Mr. Mirkwood straighten and throw one quick glance their way before taking a sudden animated interest in some story Kitty's Bridgman was telling. World's worst dissembler, his little sister's husband. He'd been a bit of a good-for-nothing before marriage, if Andrew was to be believed, and obviously the name of Beecham's wasn't new to him. And indeed, no sooner had Nick gone off in search of some refreshment than the fellow hoisted himself up from the sofa, one child in the crook of his arm, and made his painstakingly casual way round to the bow window. "Hold this for a moment, will you?" he said, brandishing the child with both hands. A dirty trick, that. Will couldn't very well excuse himself and dash away if he was holding the man's child. "Does my sister know you refer to your daughter as this?" His hands fumbled for a second. Even a sturdy baby seemed an impossibly fragile thing. But then Mirkwood let go, and her weight was all his. her arms flung out to either side and her legs pedalling in the air as though she thought she might lift off like a bird. Panic simmered up his spine. If he should drop her, those tiny vulnerable bones! He hauled her in against him, his elbows bent awkwardly out, his hands clutching her under her arms, his heart thudding so hard she must feel it. Confound people and their young! Clearly this wasn't the right way to hold her, but— "Not on the shoulder. You see what she's done to mine." Milkwood had pulled out a handkerchief and was dabbing at a damp patch on his expertly tailored coat. "You might sit her at your waist and support her with one arm round her back. That way she can look about, see who's holding her. You have the sort of face babies like." "Indeed. What sort of face is that?" Carefully he rearranged her. She'd been a mere insensate bundle of 3 months when he'd last held her, on his one visit to Martha's grand Brook Street residence. She'd grown a good deal less floppy since then. Dark hair, dark eyes, brows. She's very fond of looking at Mrs. Bridgman, too. He folded his handkerchief to produce a clean spot and wiped her chin. She was drooling like some rabid thing, and she was, as her father had promised, studying Will's face with rapt attention. Lord, but she was absurd in her innocence. No idea in the world of the mistakes a person could grow up to make, the wreckage he might leave behind. To her, he was nothing more than what her eyes could see. Black hair, black brows, brown eyes, and a mouth threatening all in spite of itself to smile. "She'll feature you, won't she?" With his free hand, he lifted one wavy lock of her pale hair, paler and wavier than anything his own bloodline had yet produced. "I think so. Mostly." Fool was scrubbing at his shoulder again, as though Will would not know a pretext when he saw one. "Everything but the eyes. You've got proper Blackshear eyes, haven't you?" He wouldn't croon, as some people did when addressing a baby, but he did pitch his voice to let her know that his words were meant just for her. Her downy, infant brows pushed together in response, giving her the air of a scientist confronting some puzzling outcome. Did he look at all familiar to her? She wouldn't remember him from that earlier visit, but might his eyes remind her of her mother's eyes? He sent her a smile, and abruptly she returned it, in such open-mouthed, toothless glory that he nearly had to avert his gaze. "I knew you were her sort." Bastard was playing him like a fiddle for all his clumsy subterfuge. He folded up his handkerchief, finally, and stowed it back in a pocket. "Listen, Blackshear." Now they would come to it. "The fact is, nobody here much likes me. I should hope Mrs. Mirkwood does." "To be sure." He nodded once, his mouth straightening into what must pass for a serious expression with him. But between persuading her into remarriage so early in her widowhood and, well, and some general concerns in regard to my character, I suppose, I've never quite found my footing with your brothers and your elder sister. Altogether, I'm in need of an ally in this family." Will waited, a wary humming in his blood. "So, if I could put myself in the way of doing you a service, I should consider it a favour to myself, really." Oh God, charity. Of all insupportable things, charity under the guise of fraternal fellowship. He angled his head to face the baby again and touched her small fingers, which curled immediately round one of his. "I have a great deal of money and no dependent relations. Pardon me for saying so." From the corner of his eye, Will could see him glance down at the carpet as though considering whether to proceed. "For all I know, you might frequent Beecham's for the company, but most men don't. And damn it all, I don't see any sense in letting some members of the family want for capital, and perhaps pursue it through imprudent and degrading means when others have more than they need. His well-intentioned words fell like hot cinders, and clearly he knew it, and the fact that he knew it somehow made it that much worse. That's quite generous of you. He sounded like a schoolboy slogging through an ill-rehearsed recitation. If I ever find myself in such a position of need, I shall remember that offer. Every word of this was delivered to the baby, who listened with an increasingly sober face. Probably he was being perverse, but it wasn't Mirkwood who'd promised a dying man to look after his wife. The promise, the penance, the debt was Will's to shoulder, and what would he be worth if he allowed some other man to relieve him of that burden? She's a charming child, your Augusta. He caught her under the arms and lifted her briskly toward her father. You must be quite proud. Prouder than I've ever been of almost anything. Bless the man. He knew when to quit. Martha has been wishing you'd come to visit. Nothing formal. He busied himself with arranging the baby in the crook of his elbow, attention half averted, as though he knew that this, too, might be an uncomfortable topic. So she said, I must see whether I can't find a day soon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've been waiting for a chance to address my other sister, and I see she's between conversations. And away he hastened, lest enough time spent under the influence of kind intentions and a winsome child might, after all, shred his resolve and persuade him to succumb to charity. In a full deck, how many cards have a value of 10? Miss Slaughter's sharp features warmed as she leaned near the candles, removing her left glove. She'd arranged her hair to include a few curls tonight, about the cheek and temple, and they swayed distractingly when she moved. 16. He dragged his mind back to business. 10s and court cards, 4 of each. And that leaves 36 cards of other denominations in case you intended to ask. Good, you're on the right path. She bunched the glove down to her wrist and started working her fingers free. Tell me the ratio of non-10s to 10s. A simple problem of division oughtn't to be beyond him. 16 into 36 went 2 times, with 4 remaining. 2 1/4. There are 2 1/4 times as many non-10s as 10s. That's not the new gown, is it? I'm almost sure I've seen you in it before. It was a dreary reddish thing that didn't near emphasize her curves. I assure you, Mr. Blackshear, when you do see that gown, you'll know it. There'll be no need to ask. She punctuated this stylishly, with a little toss of her head that set the curls dancing, while she meanwhile drew her glove off and dropped it in her lap. I begin to doubt the existence of this gown altogether. Very soon I may begin to doubt your knowledge of 21. Last week we spent the whole lesson looking for the ace of spades, and now you quiz me with division problems. Shall we ever actually play a hand? We'll come to that in good time. That voice of hers could make anything sound like a lascivious promise. She dispensed with her second glove and picked up the cards. I'm going to deal out the deck, slowly. You keep count of 10s and non-10s. She turned over the 7 of hearts, her thumb releasing it with a snap. Queen of spades followed, and 3 of clubs. Count. Her head tilted slightly toward the table. She looked up at him from under her lashes and her sternly arched brows. 34. 15. Ratio. Lord, he knew she was going to ask that. 2 with 4 left over. 2 1/3 nearly. 2 4/15, closer to a quarter than a third. She dealt a knave. 9, ace, 4. Paused to shoot him that look again, wordless this time. 31, 14, meaning a ratio of... Christ, this was beyond him. I can see you thinking. I don't want to see you thinking. Ha! There's something I don't suppose you often need to say to Squarejaw. Barely under his breath those words emerged, as if of their own accord. 2 and 3 left over, 3 to 14. A bit more than 1/5. 3/14. No need to round, and please confine your attention to the cards. Prince Squarejaw is my own concern. 3, 7, King, 8. 28, 13. He could see how the counting bit would get easier with practice. Perhaps the division bit might as well. She gave a sudden shake of her head, as if to relocate a curl that had fallen so forward as to encroach on her vision, and he glanced up at just the instant when her face was turned fully toward the candles. And now she might as well have been laying down the 12 of Sickles and the Princess of Petunias, for all he could see of the cards. Pity any woman who didn't have such a profile. Pity dainty noses, rosebud mouths, insipid brows, and delicate chins. By the side of Lydia Slaughter, a pretty girl must look like the work of a sculptor who hadn't known when to stop, but had gone on chipping and nicking away until the forceful beauty of the marble was all smothered and subdued. I've lost it. No point in letting her go further. I've lost the count. She nodded, lips pressed together. She'd expected this. It's 26 and 12. Keeping a tally takes practice. You're doing respectably for a first try. I confess I'm not grasping why I must organize them so. 10s and non-10s. Do you ever go into gaming hells, Mr. Blackshear? 10, ace, queen, 26, 9. I haven't. I fear ruin. One hears of it, to be sure. 6, knave, ace, 7. But one also hears of certain intriguing variations such establishments apply to the rules of 21. Oh, 24, 7. 3 and something. For example, I've heard that in some halls the banker is not permitted to stick below a total of 17, and that he must stick once he reaches that total. Do you see how those facts might change the game? Of course. A player would never stick on 15 or 16, for example, unless he knew there was a good chance of the banker's going bust. Ah. Unless, let us say, he knew there was a high ratio of 10s to non-10s remaining in the deck, and I'm afraid I've lost the count again. It's 19 and 6, 3 and 1/6. Not at all favourable. Abruptly she set down the cards. I've been told I'm no longer welcome to play at the gentlemen's table here. It's unseemly, I'm informed. I'm sorry to hear it. He'd be sorry indeed not to watch her deal any more, knowing he alone was privy to her witchcraft. Do you mean to try your luck in the hells? One heard of some clubs where ladies played alongside the men. I don't mean to try my luck anywhere. Good Lord! What an ill man he was to enjoy her scolding so. I've told you already I spare no thought for luck. I have a plan. Of course she did, and it almost certainly meant he'd see her here less often. He sat forward and gathered the cards to engage himself with something other than the sudden dull weight of disappointment. Prince Squarejaw has no objection, then, to spending his evenings in such venues? And taking his woman there, too. You'd think the man would have a bit more pride. Prince Squarejaw has nothing to do with it. Haven't you been paying attention, Blackshear? She clasped her hands before her and looked him dead in the eye. I'm going to do this with you. Chapter 9. He didn't altogether like that. The sharp vertical line between his brows told us so. Maybe she ought to have softened him up with more flirtation. Maybe she ought to have worn the purple gown. Nothing for it now. She leaned forward. Neither of us plays for amusement. Other people are depending on you, you once said, and I am depending upon myself. I need to win a certain amount of money quickly. I as well. He was turning the cards over one by one, that crease still present between his brows. He glanced up. Are you in some trouble? No more than any lady who depends on a gentleman's whims for her security. I'd like to free myself from that state, and I calculate I can do that with £2,000. Won't Mr. Roanoke provide for you? He addressed these words to the cards with a frown. I thought that was the custom when these things had run their course. I thought you worked out a settlement right at the start. Generally, it's done that way. She cleared her throat. But as you may recall hearing, I was employed in a disorderly house at the time Mr. Roanoke decided to engage me. I knew nothing of settlements or negotiation. He did, though. A muscle tightened at the corner of his mouth. He ought to have told you what was customary. He paid a generous sum to Mrs. Parrish to procure me, and for all I know he may yet settle money on me. But in the absence of a contract, I cannot count on that. She sat straighter. He was taking her off course. He'd be trying to ask more questions about her past soon, if she wasn't careful. I have £410 at present. Obviously, I need 1,590 more. Now that I cannot play here, I think the Hells may be my best and only chance. His mouth twisted. He picked up the 7 of spades and turned it in cartwheel fashion, his fingertips touching one corner after another. I need a bit more than you. 3,000 all told, and I need it by the end of next month. At present, I have 400 I've won here, and another 800 left from the sale of my commission, though I depend on having some of that to pay my rent and expenses while I wait for the 3,000 to do its job. His eyes strayed from the card to her face. The Hells have not been anywhere in my plan. I know you fear to lose money. She inclined forward just a few degrees. But once you've learned to keep count of tens and to wager accordingly, you'll be better off in a Hell than at Beecham's because of the different rules, I promise. A tiny spasm crossed his face. Clearly her promises weren't worth much. Speak of something else, lull him. What plans do you have for your 3,000? I expect it's something more stirring than the 5%. The 7 of spades went through several more rotations. He was unaccustomed, obviously, to discussing such matters with a slight acquaintance, a woman at that. But there seemed something else at work in him, too. The subject was even more delicate than it ought to be. I have an acquaintance who imports timber, he said at last. The card cartwheeled on. He'd like to add a second ship, and needs capital for the purpose. I'd be a part owner, with a good share of the profits. Good enough to provide for you and someone else as well. Indeed. The card turned faster. His brow sank, and he watched his fingers. Is it a lady? Good God, this wasn't her business. I beg your pardon? The card halted, pinched between 2 fingertips. He raised stricken eyes to hers. I don't... Only I thought... Unaccustomed heat flooded her cheeks. Suddenly she couldn't meet his gaze, and must turn hers to the row of candles burning at her left. That day I met you on the street, when you'd been to Camden Town. You wore fine clothes, and I... What in God's name was she doing? Clothes such as one might wear to call on a lady. I was. I did. Terse, minimal replies, as though he couldn't trust his voice to stay steady if he spoke at length. Only I wondered. It doesn't matter. She was too near to the candles, and the smoke hurt her eyes. Brilliant. He'd fancy her brought to tears by the knowledge of this other lady. At all events, I hope you'll consider my plan, or at the very least, consider helping me to discover which clubs permit ladies and which of those utilize the rules I've mentioned. Would you happen to know the time? Regardless the hour, they'd been in here too long. He felt about, somewhere on his person below the table's edge, and brought out a watch. She touched a knuckle quickly to both eyes as he flicked it open. midnight. We can stop the lesson here. I have the hang of it. I'll just need practice now. He regarded her for a moment, watch still open in his hand, looking as though there was something he wished he could say. Then he smiled. A great deal of practice, if I'm to keep up with you in the hells. He dissented. Relief flowed through her in warm torrents and took out the connection between judgment and her tongue. Or maybe it was the smile alone that undid her. You ought to practice soon. Build on your skill before it can begin to slip away. She held the next words like potatoes hot from the hearth, shifting them from hand to hand, and half inclined to drop them altogether. You might call it my house. My days are my own after 3 o'clock or so. I spend most afternoons occupied with this sort of thing anyway. She'd bent her head to gather back the cards, so she could only imagine the effect upon his face of this speech. I'm sorry. His watch snapped closed, its crisp percussion muffled in his palm. But given all the circumstances, I think that would be prodigiously unwise. He was right. That was the worst of it. She knew better than he did how ill it might go if Edward found out another man had called, and to burden Jane with keeping such a secret would be unjust. As you think best. She pushed the cards across the tabletop and fumbled for her gloves. Enough time spent on fitting her fingers just so, and she needn't raise her eyes again before he was gone from the room. His chair creaked as he pushed it back over the carpet, and his black-coated form rose up into a peripheral view. Perhaps he would bow. She'd be too busy with her gloves to see. She tugged the right glove up over her wrist and wiggled her fingers to work them in. Vaguely she saw him pocket the deck and move out of a field of vision. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps across the carpet to the door. That was that. Lydia. His voice was like a long arm reaching all the way back to catch her by the chin and make her turn. He himself had not turned. Damnation! Do I need to say it aloud? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Her pulse hammered in her throat. He heaved a sigh that elevated his shoulders and dropped them again. His face angled a few degrees to the left, not even far enough to show his profile. He kept his hand on the doorknob. I want, very badly, to take you to bed. You said you wouldn't. Parched and panicked, she sounded, like a lady who'd woken to find her bed curtains on fire. And I won't. There are more reasons against it than just Mr. Roanoke. His hand turned and took another hold on the doorknob. We flirt for sport here, and we can continue to do so. You needn't fear I'll... He trailed off, and she was left to imagine all the things she needn't fear he'd do. But don't mistake me. I want you. I've wanted you since that first night when you fleeced me. His voice had gotten lower, half made up of shadow, half made up of the same rich chocolate that colored his eyes. And if I were in your house, with your bed but a closed door away, I fear I would forget your best interest and my own as well, and I cannot. His voice broke off suddenly, and he tilted his head to gaze upward near the top of the door. "I've made mistakes enough, believe me. I don't need to add this one." A second of heavy silence. Then he inclined his head and was gone, closing the door behind him without waiting for a reply. Just as well. Between the tempest in her brain pan and the stoppage in her throat, he should have had a very long wait. "Do you never mean to wear this gown?" Jane stood at the clothes press, lifting the tissue-thin purple outer layer between thumb and forefinger. "You've had it a week and a half now, and I vow Mr. Roanoke hasn't seen it once. I'm saving it for a suitable occasion." With her pencil hand, Lydia pushed a stray lock of hair back behind her ear. "And Mr. Roanoke likes the gown I have on very well." The girl made a small sound in her throat, considering. "Is this sarcenet, the black part?" "I don't know. Knit silk of some sort. And is it black? I had thought it was a very dark purple." Her pencil was growing blunt. Twice already she'd pared it to a better point, and she'd need to take up the penknife again soon. 3 essential problems confronted the serious player of 21. First, how to play a given hand. Second, how to wager on that hand. Third, how to manage one's stake over the long term. Because proper strategy relied on the power of odds, and the longer a time one gave odds to work, the likelier they were to, "I want very badly to take you to bed." She screwed her eyes shut. No. Opened them. Fixed them on her paper, with its numbers and letters and braces and square root signs, none of which had yet added up to an ideal strategy. Her deft, easy hold on the pencil had turned into a rigid, gripping fist. This was ridiculous. She was no blushing virgin, and Mr. Blackshear had flirted with her enough by now that she might have deduced he wouldn't mind a tumble. He was a man, for heaven's sake. Men liked bed sport wherever they could get it. Why the devil should his plain statement of the fact make her insides race and wheel about like a frantic flock of swallows? A soft throat-clearing sound brought her attention back to where her maid stood by the clothes press, her hands now folded before her. "Do you plan to wait up for him very much longer?" She swiveled to squint at the clock on her candlelit dressing table. It was past midnight. Edward had said he'd call at 10. She put down her pencil and rose. "I have a good bit of work to do yet, but I can do it just as well in night clothes. I suppose Mr. Roanoke must have changed his plans." This happened from time to time. Jane dressed her and did up her hair in some style suitable for an evening out, only to take it down again when Edward found some more compelling way to spend the night. It made a poor impression for a young lady. Proper men aren't like this, she ought to say. A man with true regard for you will keep his promises. But how could she say so? Arthur's regard had been true, and still his promises had given way like rotted-out floorboards under the weight of his parents' disapproval. Too many men shouldering their way into this small room. Edward, Arthur, Mr. Blackshear and his bold declarations. "Are you familiar with the martingale system of wagering, Jane?" She crossed to the dressing table and sat. She would force her mind back to business. "I don't think so. I've only ever played for pennies." Jane undid the circlet of pearls she'd pinned into her hair some hours since. "The principle is simple. Each time you lose, you double your next bet." This was better. Already she was feeling more herself. "Let us say you bet a penny, and you lose it. You follow by betting 2 pennies. If you win, you've gained back the penny you lost, plus a penny of profit." The girl nodded, rather dutifully, as she straightened the pearls and set them on a lacquered tray. Of course, you might lose as well, and then you'd be down threepence. But if you bet 4 pennies on the next hand and won, you'd have back all 3 plus 1 more in profit. She closed her eyes and tipped her head forward to have the hairpins drawn out. The principle and outcome are the same, no matter how many times you must double your bet. Eventually you win a hand and recover the amount of your losses plus 1 penny profit. However, the martingale system has several obvious flaws. She opened her eyes again to address her maid's reflection. Perhaps you perceive them? Only it seems a deal of trouble for a profit of only 1 penny. Jane dropped a handful of hairpins into a dish and took up the hairbrush. The betting unit needn't be a penny. It's more likely to be £10, £50, 100. Martingale, in theory, recovers your losses and returns 1 betting unit besides, no matter what the unit might be. A disloyal thought flitted through. Mr. Blackshear wouldn't have needed this explained. Then a worse thought. He might have liked to discuss it, though. Naked, with his head on a pillow. This was Edward's fault, leaving her alone here to fill her idle imagination with other men. The system's chief flaw is that it depends on an unlimited stake. She put up her arms that Jane could undo the latticed cords of her gown. A long run of losses is improbable but not impossible. If you went into a gaming establishment with £1,000, then even if you began with a wager of only £1, 9 straight losses would be enough to do you in. You'd be down £511, only £489 remaining, and no way to put up the 512 that must come next in the martingale sequence. I've never known such a lady for reckoning numbers as you. Stand now, if you please. Indigo silk, or dark blue as some called it, shut out the world for several seconds, imposing a break in her lecture. 2 full-length petticoats followed. Then there she was in the mirror, down to a corset and chemise, and rattling on once more. The more pertinent shortcoming, however, in regards to my present efforts, is that martingale presumes the same odds on every wager. An astute player of 21 recognizes varying odds from wager to wager. You must make larger bets when the deck is favorable, and smaller bets when it isn't. The last thing you want to do is double your wager in an unfavorable situation. I see. Jane had learned to say this at suitable intervals, whether she saw or not. I don't doubt you'll invent something better then. She gathered Lydia's hair and laid it forward of her shoulders on either side before starting on the corset strings. If I do, I shall certainly teach you. Lydia let her head fall forward again. You'll rob your friends of all their pennies. She made a vaguely feral sight in the mirror, peering up from under her lashes and out between twin curtains of unbound hair. This would be a man's view of her, if he should wish to undress her with his own hands before taking her to bed. A whiplash of impatience cracked through her, and she forced her gaze away from the reflection. Bed. That was quaint. As though they couldn't make do with that faded carpet on the upstairs room's floor. For that matter, he could just bend her over the card table and toss up her skirts, or back her up against the door on tiptoe. No, even tiptoe wouldn't bring her high enough. He should have to crouch in that ungainly way taller men did when they took it into their heads to couple upright. She might prevent that, though, by scaling his body as if she were climbing a tree, one leg hooked over his hip and the other wound high across his back. No niceties would be possible in that position. No lingering. They'd satisfy their curiosity with ruthless, unsentimental efficiency and be done. They wouldn't, though. He had reasons against it. So he'd said. She picked up a scent bottle and turned it, the facets catching candlelight one after the next. A lady didn't have to puzzle long to deduce what his reasons would be. He was promised elsewhere, or at least paying attentions, and he would not dishonour that connection by indulging whatever appetite he'd worked up for her. That was to his credit. A man who could master his impulses would be likely to keep his head in a gaming hell. That was the important part of all this. The rest was mere distraction. She set the bottle down firmly. They had a bargain. She would teach him to play with the reckoning, and he would scout the hills for her and find her a man of business when the time came. That was all. I think I must consider the difference in odds for a deck whose composition is known as opposed to a deck of unknown proportions, she said, and watched Jane's face settle into lines of patient resignation. Sunday morning. He ought to have stayed in bed. Bells rang out from the dark brick tower of the Church of St. James as Will walked past. People in their sober Sunday best were streaming the opposite way, and he must fight the current, threading a path through like one of those fish who braved rapids and waterfalls to find its way home. He hadn't yet been inside that church since coming back to England, nor had he darkened the doorstep of St. George's in Hanover Square, though Andrew or one of his sisters must always be extending the invitation. Difficult to be sure of the proper protocol when one had cast away one's immortal soul. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets and pulled his greatcoat closer against the chill wind. Not for him to judge, of course. Soldiers of the world would be in a sad way if taking a life meant absolute condemnation. Indeed, enough of them filled the churches on Sunday to suggest a general hopefulness of outlook on that point. His case was just different enough to prevent him joining them. A stray end of his muffler flapped. He caught it and tucked it into his coat. Eternal damnation. Jolly subject for a long morning walk. Still, it kept him from dwelling on what he'd said to Miss Slaughter. To Lydia. He shook his head as though he might scatter the memory. What on earth had possessed him to speak so? Yet he must have said something of the kind sooner or later. She would surely have guessed before very much longer. He hid his sentiments poorly. This way, at least, the cards were laid out on the table between them. But he wouldn't dwell. He'd said what he'd said, and he could not take it back now. South and east he walked, through the Sunday quiet streets of the city until he reached the London Bridge with its view of the upper pool. More than once lately, he'd come down here to watch the boat traffic and test his recollection of what he'd learned from Fuller or read on his own. This nearest vessel at anchor was a two-masted brig, not large enough for an open sea voyage, so probably engaged in some coastal trade. Coal, perhaps, or wool. Something produced in the hinterlands of the north and brought down to supply the needs of London. Rather miraculous how it all worked, when one paused to consider. He folded his arms atop the stone railing and leaned into a breeze that stirred the surface of the river and tasted faintly of salt. To be part of this might be a fine thing. Of course, the urgent matter was to secure a profit that would make Mrs. Talbot's independence possible, to deliver her from such unfriendly confines, and to make his word worth something again. Beyond that, though, and beyond assuring himself of an income sufficient for his own expenses, he would gain a certain satisfaction from knowing he had some small hand in all this industry, this honest commerce. People might one day live in houses built from timber his own ship had hauled across the sea. Not the life he'd been brought up to, of course. And Andrew would probably blanch when he heard of a Blackshear brother having even so glancing a connection with trade. But an eldest son must always have more use for the gradations of rank than a youngest, to say nothing of a youngest who'd stood shoulder to shoulder with butchers' sons in square combat formation on the battlefield. He turned to lean his back against the railing and looked to his right, where the buildings of London rose. The city. St. James's. Clarendon Square, somewhere beyond what he could see. What hopes he held for the future were coming to depend in large part on his association with Miss Slaughter. He must be mindful, henceforward, of all he stood to lose by being careless with her. More than ever, he would practice circumspection. Now he'd confessed his attraction. They could surely set that matter aside and devote all their energy to the intricacies of 21. Chapter 10. But there was more than one way to scuttle their bargain, and 2 nights later she had him on the brink of doing just that. "How do you not see that 3/8 is greater than 5/14? How do you not see?" She stood dumbfounded, hands on her hips, her vexed pacing of the past 5 minutes temporarily arrested that she might aim her wrath at him with optimum accuracy. "For God's sake, Lydia, my brain doesn't work that way. Most people's don't." He sat with his elbows on the table, his hands at his temples, his weary fingers pushed through his hair. She walked 3 steps away and came back. "Surely if you make a picture—" "I can't make a picture. A simple one, I mean. 2 rectangles side by side, equal in height. Divide one with 7 horizontal lines and the other with 13. Then surely you can see—" He had to laugh. He could not forbear. "Good Lord! It really is that simple for you, isn't it? And you really have no idea of its not being like that for the rest of us." She took 1 step closer, arms dropping straight at her sides and hands curling into fists. "This isn't a jest, you know. This isn't meant to amuse you." Everything in her demeanour suggested a young girl furious at some elder who would not take her seriously. Did she have elder siblings? Any siblings at all? That wasn't where his thoughts ought to be. "I have spent hours and hours, and used up a whole pencil and countless sheets of paper, attempting to devise a system by which you can consult the degree of your advantage in order to determine the proper amount to wager. I can only think my time and effort will have been wasted if you haven't the necessary understanding to even keep track of your advantage." Perhaps your time and effort were wasted indeed. He let one hand fall to the table, where his fingers drummed lightly, to let out by increments the irritation that simmered in him. "Let me posit, though, that the fault may not be with my common understanding, but rather with the decision to concoct a wagering system that depends upon a common brain's recognizing that 3/8 is greater than 5/14. She stared at him, baleful as a hawk come face to face with a rival in a hunting grounds. Her eyes skipped back and forth, considering him. "You shall have to learn everything in hundredths," she said with new and sudden resolution. 3/8 is 38 hundredths, and 5/14 is 36 hundredths. Oh, good God! He seized the edge of the table and levered himself up. "Lydia, I cannot do that. You can with practice." The suggestion of violence in his movement seemed only to spur her on. Briskly she came back to a place opposite, pulling out her chair. "Surely you learned division in school. Just round everything to 2 places beyond the period." She sat. "Likely you'll need to practice with the pencil and paper to begin, but if you spend a little time on it each day, then I should think—" "No." He put everything he knew of calm and reason into the 1 syllable. "I'm sorry, but I should consider that a waste of my time." More calm and more reason, to smooth away the peaked creases in her forehead, to soften the tight line of her mouth. The chances of my ever attaining such proficiency as would allow me to execute those calculations while keeping up with the game of 21 are simply too slight to justify the investment of hours. He released his hold on the table and straightened. He'd been sitting for some while, and his legs were in no hurry to take the chair again. She swiveled her chin to the left, as though she believed the candles more worthy of her wisdom than he. I see. One flame swayed and buckled before her breath. You are unwilling even to try. That, in case you wondered, reduces your chance of success from slight to non-existent. 3 backward steps brought him to the wall, where he leaned, arms folded across his chest. He sifted words, though really, why should he take any care at all in answering her petulance? I am trying very hard to remain civil, Miss Slaughter, and to make allowance for what must be your feelings on hearing one of your favourite pursuits dismissed as a waste of somebody's time. I do not want you to make allowance for my feelings. Impulse and luck had nothing on feelings when it came to arousing her distaste. I've never asked you to give the least consideration to my feelings. He could picture her holding the word with fingertips at arm's length, like a scullery maid disposing of a dead rat she'd found in the larder. All I've asked of you is that you take this game seriously and apply some small fraction of the effort I myself have applied toward giving you every possible advantage when the time comes to wager. I'm very sorry you find yourself unable to do so. Everything in her aspect, the rigid posture, the averted face, the arms converging to suggest hands tightly clasped beneath the table's edge, made a silent rebuff to any sympathy or cordiality he might dare attempt. He expelled a slow, weary breath, tilting his own eyes to the ceiling. No one to blame but himself. He had an excellent idea of how to account for her irritability. He pushed off the wall and came round to the candle side of the table, where he crouched until his eyes were level with hers. She peered at him through the flames. Her lips thinned, warily, but she didn't turn away. Tell me the truth. At this distance, 2 feet at most, he didn't need to weight the words with any particular inflection. Their meaning alone would be sufficient. Are you angry at me because of what I said to you the last time we were in this room? You would think so. Her gaze shifted. Though she still faced him, she'd gone back to addressing the candles. You can't believe the cause of my frustration could truly be what I've stated. No, because I'm a woman, it must be some slight to my feelings that's put me out of countenance. Again, the scullery maid and the dead rat. Though this time she seemed set to swing it by the tail and pitch it over a far hedge. Or some injury I'm nursing in response to some one of the many things you said here 3 nights since. Lydia. He set his hand on the table's edge, 4 fingers atop and thumb underneath. I know you're not naive. I know you recall the exact thing to which I refer. He let those words stand and waited. She glared into the candles until he could see her eyes watering. No trembling about the lips, she wasn't weeping. Rather, it was as though she were punishing herself, deliberately, for some obscure failing. She blinked hard, 1, 2, 3 times. Water welled over and made its haphazard way down both cheeks. It glittered against her skin in the candlelight, stark as an accusation, and she made no move to wipe it away. She looked past the candles to him. I'm not angry at you for that. I should be a comical character indeed if I took offence at a man saying such things. He watched his fingers curl and straighten on the table's edge, flesh against faded oak. That wasn't the answer he wanted. He had rather she be angry at him, Will Blackshear, for the particular words he'd said to her, than that she should absolve him with the same sardonic policy that could exculpate every man in the world. He slanted his head a degree to the right and spoke carefully. It's not untrue, what I said that night. But with all my soul I will wish it untrue, if it means the loss of what cordiality we'd attained. I spoke impulsively, without giving sufficient thought to how those words must be received by a lady who has had your experience of men. I don't want you to see me as just another lout looking to make use of you. Why should you care at all what I think of you? She all but squirmed in her skin at the notion, and one more fact about her came clear. I want you didn't discompose her nearly so much as I like you and I want you to think well of me. And it was an excellent question she'd asked. Why, indeed, did he care so much for her good opinion? He tightened his grip on the table. There's the bargain, of course. I need to learn what you can teach me, and I cannot afford to jeopardize that with ill-timed candor. He would give her a bit more. She'd told him about the loss of her parents, after all. This would bring him even with her. Also, this is the first truly new acquaintance I've formed since returning from the continent. You're the first person to build her opinion based solely on the man I am now. His stomach was threatening to turn somersaults, but he would forge on, even if he must fix his gaze on the unlit candle at the end of the branch. I have more doubt than I once did about meriting a lady's good opinion. The room was so quiet he could hear her breathe. Lord only knew what she was thinking. She cleared her throat. Because you were changed by war, do you mean? A quick glance found her busying herself with one of her gloves, a finger tracing along its seam. It's difficult to explain to a woman, that is, to anyone who's never served. Again he looked at the end of the candle branch. But I suspect few men come home unaltered. I can see how that might be. The satin of her glove whispered as she rubbed it between finger and thumb. My brother was a soldier, though he didn't come home, altered or otherwise. I'm sorry. He plucked the cold candle out of the branch. Was he your only sibling? Perhaps he would have given her a home and spared her the descent into her present station. She nodded. Henry was his name. In the pause, he could almost hear her deciding whether to tell him more. Do you remember the Volcheren expedition 7 years since? Her fingers stilled on the glove, and she angled her head to face him. Of course. A sorry mess that had been. Troops stationed in swampy ground, more men dying of sickness than by bullet or cannon. He touched the candle's wick to a flame. Is that where you lost him? To the ague. Her eyes glittered like ice before the sudden flare of the candle. He hadn't even the honor of dying in battle. There's very little honor involved. You may trust my word on that. He put the candle back, finding the place by feel so he need not take his gaze from her. Was he clever with numbers too? Surprise flashed over her face. She hadn't expected this question, before giving way to a very sunrise of a smile that seemed to warm and loosen every knotted-up thing inside him. Clever doesn't begin to tell it, Will. Where I have a sort of dumb genius for calculation, he had depth of understanding and an interest in abstract concepts that I don't share. By his side, I always felt a bit like one of those trick horses at the fair, pounding out answers with one hoof. He must have been proud to have such a sister, I imagine. 7 or 8 thoughts and feelings were running riot all through him, chief among them, this is what she looks like, sounds like when she loves someone. I suppose he was. Her smile subsided. He'd said something wrong, or perhaps she'd simply moved from remembering her brother to remembering his loss. The compulsion to cheer her was primal of a sudden, the same sort of drive that could keep a man staggering through a desert for days toward a rumour of water. Numbers, cards, that was the way. I wish I could claim either a depth of understanding or a dumb genius, but I think we must face the fact that I'll never be as proficient as you'd like at keeping the tally. He let go the table and came upright again. Might there be some way you can keep that reckoning and pass the information secretly to me? Her eyes widened a fraction, and he could nearly see past them to the furor of fireworks whizzing and spitting about her brain. Good Lord! He'd said absolutely the right thing this time. In fact, he might have stunned her with the clever idea. Yes. She'd completely forgot about war and ague and trick horses at the fair. Yes, that's exactly what we'll do. I'll manage everything. I'll tell you how much to wager and whether to buy or stick. We'll devise a system of codes. Her brow furrowed fiercely as she sent her gaze to the table. 4 seconds later she looked up. Mr. Blackshear, do you know French? Lydia left first this time, pulling the door shut behind her with the clean, immensely satisfying click of hardware. The prospects that had looked so grim but an hour before were looking crystal chandelier brilliant now, and if Mr. Blackshear truly cared to earn a lady's good opinion, he need only keep coming up with ideas like the one he'd voiced tonight. For heaven's sake, why hadn't she thought of it herself? She would manage the reckoning, and he would supply the larger stake that could weather the inevitable fluctuations in outcome. He would have to trust her, of course, and she would have to prove herself worthy of his trust. But with their interests lying on a common path, that part should see to itself. Down the staircase she went, light on her toes and in charity with all the world, until she turned at the landing to find Maria waiting at the foot of the steps, arms folded, posture rigid with disapproval, eyes fixed on the flight that led down to the next floor. Apprehension seized at her with cold fingers. She caught up her skirts and hurried down the remaining stairs. What is it? Don't act guilty. You've done nothing wrong. Mr. Roanoke came to the retiring room some half-hour since, looking for you. Maria kept her gaze averted. Eliza talked him into dancing a set with her in the ballroom. They must be on their second set now, and if he hasn't grown suspicious, you're greatly in her debt. How did you know where to find me? She took a tight grip on the balustrade, because it felt as if the floor were dropping out from beneath her feet. Do you suppose us entirely hen-witted? With one sharp turn of her head, Maria subjected her to the full force of reproof. Eliza noticed when you went missing 2 Saturdays since, and you know what sort of conjectures she likes to make. When it happened again this past Friday, she looked about and made sure of which gentleman was absent at the same time. Guessing where you'd 2 gone wasn't so difficult. There aren't many places here where 2 people may effectively closet themselves. We were only playing cards. Why did the truth sound like such a feeble, trumped-up tale? You know how fond I am of cards. But Maria didn't know. She had no reason to believe cards meant anything more to Lydia than they did to the other ladies. Only Mr. Blackshear knew that part of her. I don't concern myself with what you do. Mr. Roanoke has merited only the poorest claim to your loyalty, but surely you recognize the value of discretion. And the longer we stand here discussing it, the more time you give people to notice your absence. It was only cards. She lurched from her standstill, catching up her skirts and starting down the next flight as Maria trailed behind. She would not panic. Edward wasn't as observant as the ladies. Likely he'd formed no suspicions. But she must not risk giving him anything to suspect. With quick decision, she spoke over her shoulder. Nevertheless, I shall tell the gentleman we must give up meeting. You were very good to warn me, and I promise you won't be put to such trouble on my account again. She and Mr. Blackshear would have to make other arrangements. She had no idea what those could be. She reached the ballroom to find Edward altogether engrossed by Eliza, who was always happy to engross a man in service to a worthy cause. By the time the set broke up, Lydia had concocted a tale of a passing headache and the interlude outdoors that had cured it, and this, combined with her protector's residual enjoyment of the dance, and followed by the half-hour in the library for which he'd originally been seeking her, proved sufficient to satisfy him on all points. "I hope it was a first-rate game of cards," said Eliza some while later, as she and Lydia stood side by side along the ballroom wall. Her gaze rested innocently on the dancers in the middle of the floor. Her voice crept and twisted with merry insinuation. "I swear on my soul it was nothing more. Did Maria tell you otherwise?" She felt for a lock of hair that had come loose in the library, and busied herself with pinning it back in place. Sidelong she could see Eliza shaking her head. "You know she has a disdain for gossip, and I think she believes you. Indeed, I suppose I may end up believing you myself." Her near shoulder rose and fell in either a shrug or a sigh. "You're not likely to lie, are you, when you know such a scandal would only garner you more of my good opinion? I hope I'm sensible of your goodness in crediting me. Yours and Maria's both." Lydia pressed her lips together. She wouldn't answer the unvoiced questions. Why Mr. Blackshear? Why in secret? When did you arrange it? And what makes it worth risking your position? She wasn't in the habit of confiding. How to account, then, for her speaking of Henry the way she had? Mind you, I say nothing of his motives. I wouldn't be surprised if this business of cards were but the first step in an elaborate campaign. Then he's been a deal too slow about moving to the second step, hasn't he? Enough of this conversation. She pushed off the wall. I shan't be withdrawing upstairs with him any more after tonight. So I told Maria, and so I shall tell the gentleman myself. And so she did, in a moment when he happened to be at the end of the ballroom, where a cluster of potted palms offered partial screening for such a conversation. He nodded, his face tight with concern. Clearly he was blaming himself for the lapse in prudence, though he would not do so aloud because it would unnecessarily prolong what must be a brief, inconspicuous exchange. "We're nearly ready to go into the hills as it is," she said before he could suggest they abandon the scheme altogether. "Only we'll at least need to consult after you've scouted the establishments. I might be able to arrange a meeting place." He furrowed his brow at the nearest of the potted palms. "I have a friend who—" He checked his thoughts, angling his face back to her. "Can I write to you?" His efficiency sent a pleasant tingle down her spine. So quickly he absorbed these new terms and took the necessary tasks upon himself. Habit from his years as a soldier, no doubt. "I'll write down my direction. I'll leave the arrangements in your hands." Ordinarily, she'd at least want to know what sort of meeting place he had in mind. But she was going to have to depend on him in the gaming hells. She might as well practice depending on him now. His first impression, on setting foot in his first high-stakes gaming club, was that the men who'd told him tales of these establishments had neglected to give sufficient due to the decor. Clearly Beecham's was aiming for this, and clearly Beecham's was falling far short of the mark. "Try not to gape," Cathcart murmured at his left. "They'll mark you for a pigeon straight away." And Will made a mental note. Gape. When he came to a hell to gamble in earnest, he would do well to look like a man who didn't know his way around a pack of cards. Not that the astonishment would be hard to feign. The climb up a dim, nondescript stairway, 3 separate doors closing behind them to mark the stages of their journey into the sanctum sanctorum, had prepared him to expect something drab and utilitarian, its smoke-begrimed walls, perhaps, garnished with a painting or two, bawdy in subject matter, indifferent in execution. Instead, the room fairly sparkled with splendor. The enormous chandelier did sparkle, its illumination thrown back and amplified by grand gilt-framed mirrors that were probably meant to facilitate cheating at cards, but were no less handsome for that. The ceiling had been worked in a pattern of recessed squares, white with a relatively restrained gold outline. They neatly echoed the squares of the polished parquet floor. For a room of such ill purpose, it was remarkably pleasing to the eye. But then, it had better be, with no windows to offer a prospect on any world beyond this one. And then again, the splendor must go largely unnoticed by the establishment's clients, intent as they were on 8 feet of green baize, the racket of a wheel, the somersaulting of a pair of dice, the spring of the topmost card from a faro box. "Well, you've seen it. Can we go now?" Nick, on his right, dusted one cuff as though some foul particles of the place had managed to land there in the 10 seconds since they'd entered the room. But doubtless Nick had made up his mind to be unimpressed well in advance. "I begin to grow weary of Beecham's," he'd said to Cathcart. "What do you say to visiting a few hells?" And Cathcart, of course, had risen to the occasion, plotting out a long night of profligacy and suggesting they'd drag earnest, industrious Nick from his chambers to join them. Already it felt a bit like being at university again. Into how many such pranks or dubious errands had the Viscount cajoled them during the 2 years they'd all overlapped there? And how many times had his brother declared he'd never be drawn into such nonsense again? "Show a little spirit, Blackshear." Cathcart wheeled out front to precede them, walking backward toward the tables. "At the very least, you'll be able to describe the evils of these places in detail at one of your political salons. More likely it will be used against me." Nick flicked at the other cuff, in case his first such gesture had not made his disapproval clear. "Some opponent in court will question my fitness and produce all manner of wastrels who'll attest to having seen me in a hell, in multiple hells. How many did you say we must visit?" "As many as are wanted to sate my curiosity." Will clapped his brother on the back. "Come along. The sooner we start, the sooner we will finish." "What will it be, then, Blackshear?" The Viscount nodded from one table to the next. "Hazard? Chemin de fer? Roulette? Which path to damnation do you prefer?" "Something that will allow a small bet. I shouldn't like to ruin myself in the first stop of the evening." No women in this club, so he needn't scout the 21 table. But neither need he make his companions suspicious as to his true errand, so he'd stay a bit before proposing they move on to some other establishment. "Roulette, then. It will afford your brother the greatest opportunity for disapprobation." The other two fell to good-natured sparring of a style honed in their years at Keys. Will sidled after them into the crush of bodies standing round the table where the great wheel spun. A long night stretched out yet before him, and he didn't feel tired in the least. 5 days later, and nearly a week since he'd seen her last, he fought the urge to offer Miss Slaughter his arm as they walked down the east side of Russell Square. In public, they must always be the remotest of acquaintances. I haven't told him how I'm raising the money. He folded his restless arms behind his back. I've represented this whole gaming hell affair as something of a lark, a favour I'm doing for you. She nodded gamely. He won't learn otherwise from me. Her chin came up, and her face angled itself his way. What does he suppose to be the nature of our connection? I've left that vague. He knows we have a need for discretion, so he may have drawn the obvious conclusions. On the other hand, he must see that if we'd intended anything truly iniquitous, we would simply have gone to my rooms. Whatever his suspicions, I assure you he's too well-mannered to let on. That should be interesting. She sent him a grin, good-natured and mischievous, as if she was indeed his mistress. Or perhaps his friend. He was fortunate in his friends. Jack Fuller had listened stone-faced to a most irregular request. I have some business to discuss with a woman, and I'm in need of a place where we may meet out of the public eye, and offered up the use of his parlour without so much as a raised eyebrow. Of course, a raised eyebrow on Jack Fuller would be no easy thing to detect. One thing for which I must prepare you. He spoke quickly as they drew near the front door, and bent a bit toward her to keep the words confidential. He was badly burned in the fire at Hougomont, and the resulting scars have given him rather an alarming appearance. I shouldn't like you to be taken by surprise. She nodded again, silently making whatever preparations a lady must make before meeting a fearsome-looking man. And when they entered the house and were shown by a footman into the parlour, Will admired all over again the ability her face had to keep her secrets. She bore the introduction with perfect aplomb. No fixed quality in her smile, no wandering of her glance to the damaged leg as the man came forward from behind his desk to greet them. One would think there was nothing remarkable in Fuller's appearance, or else that Miss Slaughter met men with burn-blasted faces every day. She was more than polite. Within 10 minutes he could see she liked the man, and that Fuller was thoroughly diverted by her. She explained her scheme for winning at 21, and spoke of the thousands of hands she dealt in her solitary hours in an attempt to gain some knowledge of odds. Then the talk turned to timber, and the glittering prospect of a new-built ship with a capacity of 350 tons. How on earth do they determine the tonnage? She'd taken a seat on a high stool at the table where ledgers were kept. She sat with her feet on a rung and her hands gripping the sides of the seat, looking, despite the gown, like a young clerk who'd left off managing the accounts for a few minutes of affable conversation. It sounds like a matter for Archimedes' rule of floating bodies displacing water, but I know there can be no suitable tank for the purpose. Prepare to be shocked and dismayed, Miss Slaughter. What we call tonnage isn't true tonnage at all. How long had it been since anyone had visited Fuller? He looked happy as a boy come home from school for the holidays. They measure the ship's length and breadth and make some calculations using those figures. Length and breadth? She sat up straight as a spindle. Don't they include the depth? The depth of the hold is reckoned as half the breadth of the ship's widest point. There are other adjustments to account for the curving of the hull and so forth. Guesses, though, all of it, but your length and breadth. Then it seems the clever thing to do is build a ship with a narrow breadth and a very deep hull, and run more cargo while paying the lower port dues and pilot fees. How eagerly she entered into the mechanics of this business. Wave a few numbers in front of her, and you could lead her anywhere. Will sat back in his armchair by the fire, stretching his legs out before him. Not so clever, though, when a low tide runs you aground while your shallow-hulled competitors sail past you. He threw her a smile that was nearly accompanied by a wink. Ah, I didn't think of that. Her voice softened with chagrin, and her straight form wilted slightly. Apparently she expected of herself that she should grasp the intricacies of shipping, and probably everything else, just as readily as she grasped odds and calculation. Fuller proceeded to assure her that ships frequently were built on just that plan for traders willing to risk the hazard Mr. Blackshear had mentioned, and the deepest of them quite often did run aground, and sometimes even tipped over when the tide receded from beneath them. Will crossed one booted ankle over the other and simply listened, glancing from left to right, from the merchant at his desk to the sharper perched atop her stool. It wasn't so difficult to imagine, in a drowsy sort of daydream fostered by the fireplace's warmth, a life in which the three of them might meet often. When she'd bought her independence, she could visit wherever she liked. Perhaps she'd like to visit here, browsing through the ledgers and playing the occasional hand of 21 with two gentlemen she might come to count as friends. It was possible, wasn't it, that out of such an adversarial beginning they might safely navigate the shoals of flirtation and attraction and end as friends? The time came at last to conduct the business that had brought them there. He took out his list of the most promising hells, and as he gave his opinions of each, she listened with such keen-eyed reliance on his judgment as made his skin seem to shrink a size. Would he ever again in his life feel comfortable in the face of someone's trust, even on such a small matter as choosing which hell to visit first? But he did make his recommendation, and they agreed on a night and a time when he would come to fetch her. It was all down to odds and fate now, and the efficacy of her scheme. "Well done, Blackshear," Fuller said when she'd left for home in a hackney the man had insisted on hiring. "Where the devil did you find her?" "At a club, on another gentleman's arm, which is where she'll remain." He turned from the street, where they'd stood watching the hackney roll away, and stepped back into the house. "I'm pleased to do her a service, but it can go no further." "Pity. She likes you." Fuller followed him in. "I think perhaps she does. She didn't at first." A footman stood in the entry hall with his coat and hat. He shrugged into the coat. "But we seem to have attained a solid mutual regard." "Solid mutual regard, my arse!" His mouth was stretched into one of those painful-looking smiles. "There's got to be a reason she asked you instead of that other gentleman to do this with her." "Well, yes. She knew he needed the money, and she almost certainly believed Roanoke would disapprove of her playing in a hell. The former reason he could not offer to Fuller. The latter was Lydia's own business." "I suppose there's a lack of volatility in a plain friendship, as compared to a relationship with the element of passion that makes it better suited to the sort of business we mean to undertake." He took his hat from the footman and settled it on his head. Fuller only nodded, and if the scarred flesh about his eyes had not robbed him of subtler expression, there would almost certainly be a wry flavour to his persistent grin. But it was true, after all, the bit about the lack of volatility. So Will told himself as he took his leave and started the walk home. They must both bring sharp, uncluttered minds to the gaming table. They didn't need the distraction of wondering at the state of each other's sentiments. She likes you. Very well. So did he like her, But the more important fact was that she must rely on him in the hells, and he must do whatever was necessary to uphold her reliance. If that meant smothering all improper impulses, then smother he would, for the sake of her trust. Chapter 11. What kind of place is it? Jane stood back of Lydia's right shoulder, her eyes skipping about to avoid settling on any part of the scandalous image the pier glass showed. Not an altogether respectable one, truth be told. Not like the club to which Mr. Roanoke takes me. Her hands lifted to smooth her sarcenet front, but she checked the impulse and brushed fingertips over her curls instead. The women who usually go there aren't the nicest sort, so I must wear something like this so as not to seem out of place. You will wear the overdress, though. Oh, yes, of course. I only wanted to be sure this underlayer fell properly first. Properly. That was rich. The purple silk flowed over her body like cream poured from a pitcher, delineating her nipples for the edification of anyone who cared to look. And who could blame Jane for wondering just how undressed she planned to be? Not one petticoat came between her and the sarcenet, and the chemise she wore was hardly a chemise at all, having had its neckline lowered to meet the top of a corset, and its hem raised to well north of her stocking tops. The knots of her garters announced themselves when she moved. The mull overdress, when she put it on, made her marginally more decent. It fastened down the bosom to the high waistline before falling open. It would float out to the sides when she walked, no doubt, giving the world a view of the way the silk skirts clung. So much the better. They could notice that, and forget to heed anything she did at the table. Well then, no need for you to wait up. Her voice was striving a little too hard for cheerful unconcern. I'll watch for Mr. Blackshear and open the door myself when he comes. We'll be leaving directly for the club. If Mr. Roanoke calls— Jane had gone to the dressing table and now fidgeted with the comb and brush. He won't. He never does on Wednesdays. She crossed to the table, that her maid must look her in the eye. You remember, don't you, that Mr. Blackshear is a gentleman? You remember he gave up his seat in the curricle for you? He's not the sort to do anything improper. Jane nodded, though that might have been a rote response. He'll go with me a few times to these clubs. We'll each win the money we need, and that will be that. She hesitated. I want to have a respectable establishment, Jane. I'd like to pay my own bills instead of depending on a gentleman. I need money to do that, and I know of no better way to get it than by playing cards in a high-stakes club. Her pulse was ticking hard in her throat. She'd never confided quite this much to the girl before. All those hours you've seen me play at cards all by myself? All those papers covered with scribbled numbers? The maid nodded again, this time with conviction. This is how I mean to reap the fruits of that labor. All those hours have led up to this night. Indeed, more hours than those had led to it. Long mornings with the tutor, Mr. Sinclair. Those puzzles Henry was always setting her with diamond-paned windows, or the multiplication of one 3-digit number by another, while he softly counted off the seconds it took her to call out an answer. Finally, tonight, she would do the thing she'd been preparing for all her life. Jane retired to her room, and Lydia waited on a bench in the entry hall, wrapped in her cloak, until the creaking wheels and clopping hooves of some conveyance drew to a stop outside. She jumped up and pulled the door open. Mr. Blackshear, Will, was already out of the hackney and halfway up the steps, his face lit with a smile that would have exactly mirrored her own, had she the lopsided quality and the irregularity between the front teeth. He cut a rather Byronic figure in his carelessly draped greatcoat, with his cheeks unshaven and one of those faddish handkerchiefs in place of a cravat. The very picture of a man poised to ruin himself in romantic fashion. A pigeon ripe for the plucking, which, of course, was the role they'd agreed he would play. "Come in." She stepped back. "I'm ready. Just let me fetch my reticule." In fact, she'd left it on the hallway table, and had only to turn away, swipe it up, and turn back. But in that interval, his countenance underwent a change. She faced him again to find his smile gone. His gaze pitched to the bottom of her cloak, his attention keen as a bird dog's. "I've never seen this gown," he said, and his eyes rebounded to hers with an unvoiced question. "Ah, yes. Well, you'd better have a look now so it won't distract you at some critical moment." Often enough she'd spoken flippantly of this gown and its powers, but her insouciance now rang false in her own ears. When she caught her cloak's edges and swung them apart, she found she must look elsewhere than at his face. Like him, she had a role to play. Courtesan trolling for a moneyed protector. He knew that. He wouldn't be shocked to find her wearing something a bit brazen. Still, her nerves prickled along the cut edges of her too-short chemise, and the knots of her garters felt conspicuous as a man's ill-timed erection. Well, he'd seen it. Now they could go. She shrugged to flip the edges of her cloak too, and "Wait!" His voice came out half-strangled, and his hand shot across to stop her covering herself. "What is it?" But she could imagine. "You can't possibly go out in that. Do you have any idea what sort of men frequent these places? At least put a petticoat on." "Nothing. Just—" "Wait." She let herself look at him. He didn't notice. His hand still gripped her right wrist, holding that side of the cloak away, and his gaze ran over and over her gown as though he would never see it again and must fix the sight in his memory. She heard him draw a breath through his teeth. A sizzle ran from the nape of her neck right up over her scalp, and some base part of her brain scrambled to life. "Take him upstairs. The hells can wait. You'll never have a better chance." That base part could say whatever it liked. What would Jane think of her, after all that talk of respectability and Mr. Blackshear's propriety? What would she think of herself, throwing off this worked-for, planned-for expedition to get a bit of what any man could give her? This man alone had put his trust in her abilities, his fortunes in her hands. She knew better than to misprize that. Well, then. He let her cloak fall and took a step back. His voice wasn't quite steady, and his smile, when he raised his eyes to hers, seemed something he must sustain by force of will. "I presume that's the gown a gentleman ought to like?" It seemed appropriate for the occasion. "Exceedingly so. I think I just forgot my own name." His smile came naturally then, an easy admission of his own fallibility, an assurance that their partnership could absorb and transcend a scandalous gown and the animal response it inspired. He half-turned and crooked an elbow to her. Ready to bring Oldfields to its knees? And indeed, she'd never been readier for anything in her life. She did remind him, as the hackney made its way into central London, that they couldn't count on finding a favourable deck the first night, that he must be mindful of the fact that odds needed time and repetition to assert themselves, and that even under favourable odds the wrong cards would sometimes come up. He listened dutifully, or so she must assume, his expressions being lost to her from the opposite seat in the hackney's dark confines, and delivered reminders of his own, where and how to change her money for counters, the way she was to signal him if she were harassed by any of the establishment's patrons, the location of the side hallway he'd marked out for impromptu conferences, and the place a block away where she'd meet him with the hackney when they'd finished for the night. "This will be Berry Street," he said when the carriage made a final turn, and shivers of excitement chased down her spine even as the familiar, reliable self-possession descended to cloak her like the scent of her own soap. "I'll be 5 minutes behind you. I'll settle where I have a view of you, probably the hazard table." Lydia. Unerringly, his hand found hers through the darkness. She felt the stirring of air as he leaned in, caught the bay rum scent as he lifted her hand and pressed the gloved knuckles to what must be his mouth. "Good luck," he said. And she thought the usual thoughts concerning how a serious gamester knew better than to trust to luck, but she did not, this time, voice them aloud. £500 in £20 counters. He couldn't hope to pass himself off as an aristocrat in any case, but he might convincingly portray a man newly flush with the proceeds of his commission and determined to risk it in style. Will scooped the tokens from the silver bowl and stuffed his pockets. 5 minutes ago Lydia must have stood here, trying everyone's patience by purchasing mere 1s and 5s. Though perhaps the cashier and the other patrons would be in a mood to indulge her. She would have had her cloak off by the time she'd entered the room. She was right to dress so, of course. Several other ladies prowled about the room in similar garb, or rather, garb of similar intention. No other gown looked quite like hers. God above that gown! All over again he felt the electrical frisson, the nerve-sizzling, blood-simmering charge that had raced through him at the sight. Now his brain had had a bit of time to clear and to consider. He could perceive she'd left off some 3 or 4 of the usual layers that came between a lady and her gown. At the time, he hadn't known how to account for the blunt force of its appeal. Hadn't tried to account either, nor cared to. That gown had bypassed his brain to address his body directly, and his body had paid it the fervent attention of a treasure hunter poring over a newly discovered map. "You're here on business. She's depending on you. Time enough for those thoughts later." He clasped his hands behind his back and started a leisurely circuit of the room. Eventually he would come to land at the hazard table, just a bit removed from where Lydia already sat, bidding her scant pound counters at 21, and he would wait for the moment when he could sweep in and use her cleverness to turn his 500 into more. But an hour later, his nerves were raw from waiting. He was £40 down because he couldn't stand apart all night, watching other men play while his own pockets sagged at the seams with counters. People would wonder. So he'd thrown 20 away on the dice, and after an interval 20 more. He couldn't afford this, and she too must be losing, else she would have signalled him in. Naturally, you couldn't tell the state of her fortunes by looking at her. She was, to all appearances, a good deal more occupied by the would-be Corinthian at her right elbow than by the game. She frequently laughed at things he said, her body twisted toward him like a flower toward an overdressed, fatuous, self-satisfied sun. Twice the cod's head had to remind her to take her own turn, so caught up was she in marvelling over whatever play he'd just made. Will gritted his teeth and eased a step back, letting another man edge ahead of him in the crowd round the table. He was no idiot. He wouldn't mind her antics if he could have faith that a profit lay waiting on the horizon. But wasn't there some point at which a gambler must say, "This is not my night," and walk away before yet more money was lost? Lydia gave a helpless little laugh. The sound didn't reach him, but her attitude was unmistakable, as the banker swept away her wager with his silver rake. She reached out a hand to brush some invisible speck from the Corinthian's coat. The Corinthian puffed himself up like a cockerel on the rut. Confound it all! Enough! Will stuck his elbow up overhead and stretched that arm with his opposite hand. When she touched her fingers to her lips to indicate message received, he slipped apart from the hazard crowd and made his unhurried way out of the salon. She was late. He'd almost made up his mind she'd missed the signal after all when he finally heard slippered footsteps in the main hallway and put his head round the corner to see her approaching. The underlayer of her purple gown clung in every place imaginable when she moved. The overlayer skimmed and floated, a promise and a shameless tease. "We have to be patient, I told you." She was speaking before she reached him. Her straight arms ended in fists at her sides. Apparently she'd not had to wonder at the purpose of this conference. "We're wasting time. I say we ought to quit now and hope for better luck another night." With one hand he caught her elbow and drew her with him, deeper into the darkness of this hallway, where perhaps even servants didn't go. "You know I won't hear any talk of luck." An hour of cards had dissolved the adventurous good nature with which she'd addressed him at her house and in the hackney. She was all rigid determination now. He sighed and let go her elbow. "What I know is that I'm out £40. £40 wasted at a game I wouldn't ever play, but that I cannot just stand about waiting for a signal that might never come. How much have you lost?" "It's not important, Will." Her hand fumbled at his sleeve, awkward and endearing for the 2 seconds she took to find a grip. Then less awkward, but still a bit endearing, as he felt her concentration, her effort to lend him the confidence she possessed in such abundance. "We knew it might go this way. Remember? This hasn't taken us by surprise." A broken nose at Gentleman Jackson's wouldn't take a man entirely by surprise either, but that didn't mean he'd be wise to stay in the ring and fight on with blood spouting down his front. "Lydia, you might exhaust your stake without ever seeing a good deck. What will you do then?" She had £100 in counters, he knew. The idea of her going through that amount in ones and fives, going through so many hands without encountering a situation worth signalling him, had seemed so remote as to warrant no consideration. It didn't seem that way now. "I'll buy more counters. I brought more money along." She knew no doubt. He ought to be reassured by such unshakable faith. But a man could follow unshakable faith into unequivocal disaster. Ask any soldier of the Grande Armée who'd followed Napoleon to Moscow. For that matter, ask George Talbot. "I'll get you home to your family. I will not let you die." God knows his own bold assurances had given him reason enough to mistrust people who didn't doubt. She moved a step nearer, grip still steady on his arm, the light rose fragrance of her soap infusing his breaths. "Please," she said, "I cannot do this without you." She knew exactly where his weakness lay, didn't she? He couldn't walk away from a plea for help. Was she using that now? Contriving to yank his puppet strings the same way she was playing that Corinthian at the table? "Lydia." He angled his head to make the shortest path from his mouth to her ear without actually bending, and sent the word out on just enough breath to reach her. "I know I need to trust you, but—" "You don't need to trust me." Her second hand joined the first, the two of them clasped halfway between his wrist and his elbow. "In fact, I don't advise it. But please, trust the odds." Her fingers gave a quick squeeze. "If circumstances haven't changed in another hour, we'll consult here again. In the meanwhile, Apply yourself to amusements that will keep your counters in your pockets. Have a drink. Find a lady to flirt with. Just be sure you can always see me." Her hand slid down his arm to fold about his hand. His fingers curled in spite of themselves round hers. The longer they stood here, the more ways she found to seduce him to her will. He drew one more breath. "Very well. I'll drink and flirt. But won't it serve you right if I get into a brawl and go home with someone else? That will teach me a lesson indeed." He could hear the shape of her smile. She wiggled her fingers free of his and flattened her two hands with his between for an instant, as though she were patting out a mud pie. Then he heard the shush of her skirts as she spun and left him, striding with adamant purpose back to the gaming salon. He didn't, however, drink or flirt. Alcohol compromised his quickness. No point in adding that impairment to a situation that was likely already to tax his brain. As to the flirting, he'd succeeded in making only one circuit of the room and ruling out two ladies, both of them already juggling the attentions of several would-be suitors, from the list of contenders, before a quick glance at Lydia sent all the rest of his surroundings into a dim haze. She was talking to the banker with that same vapid animation he'd witnessed on his every previous glance, but she was leaning forward now, forearms on the table, hands clasped. The signal. His pulse pelted like hail on a slate rooftop. Finally, the deck had turned, and it was time for his part of the scheme. He made his careless way to the 21 table, where she glanced up as he pulled out the chair to her left. She smiled. Her glance flicked downward, taking in the ridiculous assemblage of clothing he'd thrown on, and her smile spread like spilled honey, slow and sweet and rich with sensual approbation. When her eyes came to his again, they were heavy-lidded, as though she'd been drugged by the mere sight of him. Yes, he'd known she might play it this way. If her guise was to approach every man as a potential protector, then an indifferent manner with him should have come off as conspicuous. He bowed, not too friendly, not too distant, and took his seat. 3 other men sat to Lydia's right. The Corinthian, to whom she now turned with some remark, no doubt calculated to keep him on the string, and beyond him, 2 older gentlemen who had apparently been proof against her charms. The seating arrangement, of course, would not be accidental. His place at the end, last in every deal, would mean she could incorporate the visible cards of the other players in addition to her own cards, when she made the mysterious calculations that would drive his wager. Will took the counters from his pockets and heaped them before him on the table as the first cards came down. 6, 8, 3. Lydia's was a 4, and he drew an ace. The banker showed 9. As the first man set out his bet, she angled left, facing him with a smile so bewitching it ought to be burned at the stake. "Let me guess." She made a quick survey that took in his person as well as the abundance of counters. One of her hands rose from the table and draped pensively at the ridge of her collarbone. "You've just come out of the Navy, and you've got prize money wearing holes in your pockets." Navy was the pertinent word. Any maritime reference must lead him to boat, from boat to sank, from sank to sack. 5 counters. She wanted him to bet £100 on his first card alone. No wading in gradually here. "Madame, please." The banker's tone of voice suggested he'd had to recall her attention too many times already from the gentlemen about her to the game. "Place your bet." With her free hand, She plucked up one of her pound counters and set it forward, her other hand still at her collarbone, performing an idle caress. He could almost hear the drag of her kid-gloved fingertips over her skin. He could even follow the logic of her strategy in regard to his wager. A 10 would bring him 21, and presumably a good quantity of 10s remained to warrant a 5-unit bet. Such a diffident wager from such a forthright lady. He gave her half a smile as he stacked 5 counters forward of his cards. I believe in doing a thing boldly if you're to do it at all. A second card came down before each player. Will lifted the corner. 10 of spades. Good Lord, that was easy. He flipped his 10 face up and sat back, one elbow atop the back of his chair, his heart going like a runaway wagon down a cobblestoned hill. Of course, the banker might still tie him, but at the very least he'd keep his £100, and he'd made himself popular with the other players at the table. 21 meant the banker must keep drawing in hopes of the tie, and that meant a good chance the fellow would go bust. The first 2 gentlemen stuck after their second cards. Lydia and the Corinthian stuck after 3. The banker added a 6 and a queen to his 9 and had to pay every player. Do a thing boldly indeed. What a preposterous figure she made, employing one of the little rakes to sweep in her meagre £2. But then I suspect you do all manner of things in that fashion. Neither her face nor her voice betrayed anything beyond the slightly unseemly, slightly desperate attempts to draw him into flirtation. Nevertheless, he knew that wrapped up in her tawdry chatter was a private expression of approval and encouragement. She liked the way he played his part. So it developed, did he? Well, and why not? What wouldn't he give, after all, to be someone else, someone so complacent in his notions of how the world would dispose itself to oblige him? Perhaps he might have grown into such a fellow, had 1 or 2 or 15 things been different. For tonight, and for as many nights as their scheme persisted, he could at least try on that life, the way he might try on some velvet-trimmed dinner jacket that didn't quite fit and was anyway beyond his means. Therefore he played the role with gusto, adopting a brooding, fist-to-the-jaw, lower-lip-pushed-out posture between turns, and a slight, fatalistic flourish of the wrist when he must handle his counters either way. And with every fresh deal, he caught at Lydia's constant stream of prattle, sifting it through his fingers meticulously as a jewel thief appraising the proceeds of his latest heist. She addressed herself to the Corinthian. "If I lose £5 more, I vow I shall quit this game. You must hold me to that." Quit meant cease, and cease meant 6, and that meant £120. To the banker, "You think to ruin me, don't you? But you see how I hold on, if only by a whisker." Whisker, cat, quatre, 4 counters. And to him, "You must have my share of luck along with your own." Luck, a secret jab at him, numbers overrunning her brain like thistles in a knot garden, and she still had capacity to make a joke that only he and she would apprehend. "I hope you'll be mindful of that when you see me on the street tomorrow, begging for a crust of bread." Bread. Wheat. Wheat. God in heaven, 8 counters. £160. But he did as she directed. He handled his cards carelessly, that she might get a look at them and plan how to proceed. He watched for the cues that told him to buy or stick, and measured them against his own understanding. 15 against the banker's visible 9. He didn't need to see her touch a right finger to her thumb to know he should buy. Pair of 10s against a 7. He'd stick whether or not she fidgeted with her bracelet. He didn't win every hand, Even with favourable odds, he'd sometimes draw an inopportune card or watch the banker get a good one. On those occasions, he fancied he could feel her willing him into steadiness, surrounding him with a confidence so solid he almost believed he could lean his weight against it. Not that he needed that now. Occasional losses notwithstanding, the trend was clearly in his favour. He shrugged at each defeat, and made asinine remarks as to the merits of losing boldly, and waited, always, for her next coded directive. Devil only knew how much time had passed before she put up both hands to adjust her hair. The quit signal. He'd lost 2 hands in a row, thankfully on moderate wagers, and she'd apparently decided the composition of the deck was not to her taste. Half of him wanted to plant himself in that chair and refuse to budge. What rarefied joy it was to work in secret concert with a woman, their shared interest unsuspected by the others at the table, their awareness of each other heightened every moment by the clandestine nature of their bond. The other half was more than ready to be done. The sooner they both left this table, the sooner they could acknowledge one another and celebrate together what they'd achieved. He reaped the counters by fistfuls and stashed them in his pockets, and excused himself to go claim a profit of somewhere near £1,000. £1,162. Even counting her £38 lost, and his 40 thrown away at hazard, it was a splendid, splendid beginning. Lydia slipped from the gaming salon and started down the main hallway. Half an hour more she'd lingered after his exit, flirting with Mr. Keller at her right. A pleasant, innocuous man, Mr. Keller, delighted to flirt and be flattered, but without the means to pursue anything further, and generally making sure no one would have any cause to connect Mr. Blackshear's time at the table with hers. Oh, but he'd been magnificent, Mr. Blackshear had. She'd feared, after their earlier conference, that he wouldn't have the stomach for it after all. But he'd been a bulwark. He'd been a rock. He'd shrugged off losses of £100 and £200 like a stallion twitching its flank to throw off a gnat. And hadn't he looked superb doing it? She would tell him so in decorous terms. She would praise his resolute poise, and she would joke that he ought to wear that riding coat more often, and perhaps grow his hair to romantic lengths. Dimmer and dimmer went the light as she moved down the corridor, away from the gaming room. By the time she rounded the corner, she could scarcely see a thing. She could feel him, though, a warm, substantial presence somewhere ahead, and an instant later she felt him beyond any doubt as his hands came out to seize her and pull her forward into the dark. He caught her at the waist and lifted her, spinning round with an exuberance that echoed her own. She set her hands on his shoulders, so solid under his coat, and clenched her teeth to forbear laughing aloud. Coins jingled merrily in the reticule that swung from her wrist, and somewhere in his coat pockets, too. A fitting music for this makeshift celebratory dance. Here, unexpectedly, was something new with the man. A chaste congress of body, spirit, and brain. A pleasure she might have dismissed as no worthwhile pleasure at all, had she merely heard it described. Her skirts twisted round her legs as he spun her, cool and delicious against the few bare inches between stocking top and chemise. And when he set her down on her feet, she teetered for a step, hobbled by the skirts that had still to unwind, captive in her own sarcenet snare. His hands stayed on her waist, steadying. His breath sounded in the stillness, 1 breath and 2. And of a sudden he crushed her to him. His arm bound her at the waist, his other hand splayed at the back of her neck, and his mouth came down hot and ravenous on hers. Chapter 12. Shock unfurled from her head to her toes like a sail dropped down from a ship's mast. Her bent arms and the reticule were pinned between their bodies. Now she braced her outspread hands on his chest and jerked her head back. "What the devil do you think you're doing?" Had she raised her voice? No. Some dependable corner of her brain stayed mindful of their surroundings, the need for discretion, even as her breaths came shallow from the spinning and the shock. 1 minute. No part of his hold on her slackened. 60 seconds. His mouth was so near, she could taste the words as he said them. "We'll never refer to it afterward. Nothing will change." Was that possible? Could a man and a woman give themselves up to passion, even for 60 seconds, and walk away unsinged? Surely things must change. But maybe she didn't care. His bare hand at the back of her head flexed gently. Not like a hand that meant to force her to his will, but like a hand that couldn't get enough of the way she felt. His breath came warm and ragged against her lips, her cheeks. A faint flavor of cloves came with it, no doubt from his tooth powder. He cleaned his teeth before setting out tonight, perhaps with this purpose already in mind. She might touch her tongue to them, to his clean, imperfect, clove-scented teeth. Dear Lord! Of all the factors that could sway a woman into kissing a man, clearly she was not in her right mind, drunk on her success at the table, like as not. Their success, rather. She couldn't have done it alone. Her hands trailed down his chest, over his ribs, to either side of his waist. He shivered once, but didn't otherwise move. He would wait for her word. 60 seconds. She flicked one wrist, and her reticule hit the floor. Make them count. His mouth closed the distance between them, more patiently this time. His lips brushed over hers, and the tiny beard bristles brushed after, raising gooseflesh all up and down her arms. He was sweet and slow and masterful, and he filled up all her perception with the smell of bay rum. But with only 60 seconds, they couldn't afford patience. He had no time to be sweet or slow. She sent a hand up his spine to the very short hairs at the nape of his neck. If only she had time to take off her gloves and rasp those hairs against her palm. And when she'd taken a firm hold at the back of his neck, she sent her tongue right into his mouth and ran it over his teeth, space between and all. He made a sound in his throat. Perhaps he wasn't used to bold women, but clearly he didn't mind. He stroked his own fingers down the back of her neck, encouraging her, and a moment later both his hands were at the front of her gown, finding their way under the outer layer to run wild over the purple silk. Yes, this was exactly what he ought to do. It was right he should read the contours of her corset and mold her hips, her thighs with his hands, as though she were wet clay. She did feel a bit like wet clay, or warm wax, or some other thing that would take whatever shape he cared to give her. He'd backed her against the wall somehow without her noticing, and now she pressed her shoulder blades into that support and swayed and twisted under his touch. Had it been 60 seconds? Never mind. She found the fastenings that held her overdress together at the bosom, and she undid them deftly that he might put his hands there too. Such large hands he had, and so capable. The left one slid over her hip, up her waist, silk bunching before it, and settled finally over her breast. His breath roughened in her mouth. He shook that gathered silk free, that there might be but one thin layer lying flat over the part of her body he touched. The thinnest possible barrier between his palm and the nipple he'd provoked into ripeness with his kisses and his sculptor's hands. Thank heaven! Oh, she'd go to hell for such blasphemy, but surely she'd reserved her place there long ago. And at all events, thank heaven she'd cut her chemise down to the top of her corset and left off all her petticoats. Because now she understood the reason for the existence of purple sarsenet. His thumb moved slowly over her nipple, an excruciating tease made doubly excruciating by that cream-smooth knit stuff preventing her from truly knowing his touch. Triply excruciating by the way his tongue caressed the curve of her lip, echoing the leisurely strokes of his thumb. She arched into his touch, and he broke off the kiss. She could feel his head angled to watch, though surely he couldn't see anything through the darkness. His right hand came to her left breast, and his touch felt wondering, almost worshipful. The touch of a man who'd never put his hands to a woman before, or perhaps the touch of a man who'd come near to dying and meant never to take earthly pleasures for granted again. That might be true, that last one. That might be his case. She'd think on it later. "Use your mouth," she said now, and her voice was all harshness and need, perfectly fashioned to puncture the illusions of a worshipful man. But no, he liked that too. He muttered something hot and unintelligible. It ended in low, velvety laughter, and then his mouth was where she wanted it, and nothing else mattered in the world. She pushed herself up on her toes and arched harder, to make this as easy as it could be to him, so that he might never stop, because here, in fact, was the reason for sarsenet. She'd been so wrong before. The sweep of his tongue, dragging the fabric to and fro where she was so sensitive. His hands locking her in position, one between her shoulder blades and one at the back of her waist to keep her in thrall to his exquisite torture. His wet mouth dampening the silk, adding sweet complexities to the sensation, and meanwhile marking her, staining her, fixing her with a badge visible to any observer, a memento of just what he'd done. He didn't do enough! If he would only grind himself against her, as any decent man could be expected to do, he might finish her off before he had a chance to remember that business of stopping at 60 seconds. She sent her hands round behind him, filled her palms and splayed fingers with those particular muscles that would power a man as he drove into a woman once he was properly persuaded. He replied with the edges of his teeth, unleashing a riptide of pleasure that nearly buckled her knees. Good. She knew how to have this conversation. She slipped one hand back round to the front of him, down and down between their bodies, and, oh, good Lord, he'd told the truth. Well, of course he had. She'd never truly doubted him. But to take his dimensions on faith was one thing. To have the evidence at hand was something else entirely. She took a grip, nankeen and man, with his shirt-tail and a thin layer of linen between. He hissed, a sharp, indrawn breath that cost him his hold on her nipple. She could feel his hands and arms go tense. His whole body went tense. She could sense it even in the parts that didn't touch her because the air between them had stilled so. Wait. A single hoarse syllable, and her stomach dropped like a partridge shot out of mid-air. He was remembering all his reasons, the lady in Camden Town and everything else. She couldn't let him. Wait for what? Her hand tightened and stroked up his length. You're as ready as I've ever felt a man to be. I'm not. I don't... His breath caught, and he shuddered as her palm slid back the other way. Say what he would, he wanted this. Her fingers found the first of his buttons and tipped it through the buttonhole. She would give him what he wanted. She would make him forget. They would be guilty together, throwing off everything either one knew of propriety or obligation to gratify the appetites of a moment, and together they would... No! The voice might carry a note of pleading, but the sudden iron grip at her wrist was all command. He put his other hand to the wall and pushed away with a wrenching motion, as though she was some spider who'd snared him in treacherous silk. No more. Her hand fell empty at her side. Her skin ached already for the loss of his touch. What had happened to her? A month ago, she'd at least had the decency to feel shame during that moment when she'd mistook his sister for a lady he was courting. Tonight she didn't care. She only wanted to possess him, and all the ladies of Camden Town combined would not be enough to stop her. Only he could do that. I'm sorry. His voice shook. He'd leaned against the wall an arm's length away, face to the wallpaper by the sound of his breaths. I'm sorry, Lydia, he said again. This isn't what I want. A candle flame of sympathy flickered, but she would give it no air. She wasn't that sort. Corruption crawled in her veins. Heedless lust fired her every nerve, and countless wadded-up scraps of anger filled the cavity where a woman's warm heart ought to be. This isn't what I want, he'd said, as if she hadn't held the evidence in her hand. I see. Miss Slaughter's voice hit the air between them like a sheet of ice, frigid and breakable in equal measures. My congratulations, then. You counterfeit expertly. Did she suppose he needed her help to feel wretched? You know that's not what I mean. I've already admitted I desire you. I just... Confound it. Would she even understand? I want to be better than this. I don't want to be the kind of man who ruts with someone else's woman in the hallway of a gaming hell. You'll understand my mistaking you for such a man, I hope. Ice in bitter shards now. The part where you had my nipple in your mouth was particularly befuddling. Befuddling didn't come close. Astounding, staggering, spellbinding, electrifying. As long as he lived, he would remember the way she pushed up on her toes to meet him, so sure of what she wanted, and so shameless in demanding it. Bloody hell! Why couldn't he just do this? Why couldn't he take what she wanted to give, and give what she wanted